Good day, everyone. How are you doing? You know, like how we like to start the day with great, productive energy. So when I say good day to you, make sure you say it back. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Hopefully everybody's enjoying their day, getting ready for the barbecue or something of that nature, I'm assuming. What people usually do, right? Barbecue? Just enjoy their day off. Season closing day, beach day. All those type of things be going down on Labor Day. What's up, young? How you doing today? Good day to you, sir. Good day to you, young man. You know, like how we like to do. We don't like to waste no time. We like to get straight into it. It's been some interesting things going on in the news and things like that. I found it interesting that I seen recently that it was a group of 6 officers got indicted and arrested. It was kind of crazy to me when I think about it. And the reason why they got arrested is because these 6 officers was chasing a murder suspect. This man shot and killed his girlfriend. And then he was out there on the run, driving. He was doing his thing. He's driving on the scooter, driving, doing his damn thing. Driving, police chase him. He didn't want to, he was resisting. Mind you, this is a dangerous murder suspect. He just found out that this man had deleted his girlfriend. And with all that being said, the police officers chased him, grabbed him up. He tried to run. They did what they did as police officers. They got into a squabble with him, blacked his eye, and arrested him. And with all that being said, those cops got indicted for excessive force. And I find that rich. Mind you, this is somebody that normally we would be like, oh, hey, this was all in the police officer's right. He ran from them. He was he just was accused of doing something very violent. He fatally shot his girlfriend, and now he's on the run, and police is chasing him through state lines. And then they finally captured him, throw a goddamn strip out into the street, make him crash his car, flip it over. Bloop, 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 bloop. He tries to run and he tries to resist. He didn't get shot. He didn't get tased. They just roughed him up, and he wound up getting a black eye. And guess what happened to those 6 officers? They got arrested and indicted. They out on bond now. But the interesting part is I wonder what color was the goddamn criminal. This is why it is so interesting to me to see how people always want to cry and complain. And then when we see it, people act like it ain't no story. We don't have to have a conversation about it. Yes, it says, y'all want me to pull up the video? I could pull up the video. Let me find the video. I could find the video for you. Don't let me tell it. We'll let somebody else tell it. We'll let somebody else tell it. Hold on, let me find a video of these goddamn. And then we'll see when people get just for a traffic ticket, something as similar as a traffic ticket. They would get roughed up, beat up, pulled out their car over a traffic ticket. Something as simple as it was raining outside and you didn't have your windshield wipers on. He'll get punched in his face and nothing happens. They like, well, he deserved it. Well, he shouldn't have been talking back. Well, he shouldn't have been doing this. But this man literally fatally shot his girlfriend, went on the run, ran away from police, got beat up by the police. He got a black eye. And guess what happened to those police? This cannot be real life. The last African. This cannot be real life. I'm telling you, it's weird. I don't understand how it happens all the time. And then we try to act like as if we don't really see this shit happening in real time as well. That's the scary thing about it. That's the scariest thing about it. Let me find the video. Let's let the media tell us about it. Let me find the story. Because y'all don't believe me. Y'all be thinking I be telling stories. Y'all think I be telling stories. Okay. Okay. Let's take it back to the top. Hold on, let me share my screen so we can all watch it together. That it gotta be just for us. It cannot be. They don't care about nobody else. It's gonna get more interest because it's in Tennessee. So all the parties are the same, you know, saying like so that part is a little interesting as well. So at least that part, you know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be interesting. Let me see. Stop sharing that one. It's gonna be interesting. But I think it's an important story. All right, let's go.
Now, in this morning, 6 lawmen from West Tennessee out of jail. They have been indicted for beating a murder suspect.
Damn.
You're looking at pictures of 5 of them there on the screen. So the indictment stemmed from the arrest of Jackson Hopper, the man accused of killing his ex-girlfriend at a breast cancer walk at Shelby Farms. Fox 13 Sheila O'Connor joining us live now from the Shelby County Jail, where Hopper is still locked up. And Sheila, break down why these officers were indicted.
Yeah, Ernie, these officers have been charged stemming from the arrest of Hopper. They're accused of beating him as they took him into custody. Their charges range from official misconduct, official oppression, to assault and tampering with evidence. Let's show you those officers once again. Fox 13 getting photos of 5 of the 6 officers indicted. Brian Lane and Benjamin Stanifer. They're from the Lauderdale County Sheriff's Office. Dakota Wilkerson, Samuel Chastain, and Matthew Lawler. They're from the Tipton County Sheriff's Office. And Zachary and
now look at this young man. He got a black eye. They did rough him up. They did rough him up pretty good. I give him that. But look at how these men, they roughed up a murder suspect that was on a run that shot his girlfriend at a breast cancer walk. Right. And those charges came up pretty quick. And then they want to say that hey, why is this young man's not called a thug? They ain't called this young man. They called him a murder suspect. They ain't calling no thug. Not only that, but they protecting this. They protecting this young man, this criminal, even from the police, by arresting the police officers, by giving this beautiful white man a black eye. That's what I figured. That is wild and crazy to me. How did those charges come up so quick? I didn't even hear about no investigation. They arrested him right away. Who did this young man know? Who did this man know that he was able to walk up at a breast cancer walk, fatally shoot his girlfriend, run from police, resist the police, and he got a black eye and the cops got arrested? That's some serious power, bro. Hey, but we could act like we don't see it. We act like this shit doesn't exist in our world. It's wild and crazy to me, to be honest. And I don't see none of these goddamn conservatives calling it out, not one bit. We're all the outrage for these cops being arrested because as soon as that young black man got pulled over for not having his headlights on, no criminal charge whatsoever, he got punched in his face for because he didn't have headlights on, even though it wasn't really raining at the time. Every black conservative was in uproar about it. So what is really going on here? Why is it so okay for people to just talk about black folk? in a negative stereotype way? Why is that just so okay? Even when the stats doesn't prove what they say, even though we see on a day-to-day basis, this is not what it really is. That stereotype is not realistic. It's only in a concentrated area, which is in a very low poverty area. But as of overall, it ain't true. All people want is to be treated as the Constitution have some kind of meaning to it. That's all. We want to be treated civilly. That's all. We're not even asking to be treated equal. Just think about that. We, as a people, our people fought for the right to be treated civilly. Just don't whoop my ass because I forgot to put my lights on. I just want my rights honored the way how the Constitution was written. Why y'all keep attempting on violating our rights? Why we are the whipset? Why is it okay to call us thugs and not somebody that actually did something thuggish? Maybe most of these people that is talking like this, they don't really understand the definition of thug. We clearly see that most people do not understand definitions. Because every time we have a conversation, I start bringing up definitions, they get confused. Why are you holding me to a definition? Because you're using a word. You should understand what you are saying. We're going to continue. Let's continue the video. Let's see what else they say.
Tell is from the Mason Police Department. Now, Stanifer and Lawler, they are only charged with tampering with evidence, while the other officers are facing multiple charges. Now let's show you video of Jackson Hopper during his first court appearance after being arrested back in October. You can see from this video in his mugshot, he has a black eye and he also has bruises. Now, the TBI initially investigated claims of excessive force in Hopper's arrest. That investigation found that a Mason police officer tried to pull over a car that matched the description of someone wanted in Shelby County, presumably Hopper.
Right, somebody that is matches the description. We heard that plenty of times, Crown Prince. Yes, I still believe in that piece of parchment paper. Yes. What up, Crown? So you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's crazy. So like we know, we heard that. It's been plenty of times when somebody get pulled over because they match some description, and even if they right, wrong, or indifferent, it doesn't matter. And the police have suspicion, they be washing people up. And nothing ever happens. It'd be investigations for 10 years. Still nothing happens. And then what we'll see is that people on these goddamn YouTube spaces will talk about, hey, you should have been driving with loud music. You probably had this. You probably had that. I don't see the officer doing anything wrong. But literally, when a man is he got eyewitnesses at a breast cancer walk, fatally shoots his girlfriend, then goes on a run, resists, and he got a little roughed up. Those are the officers that you get arrested and indicted for excessive force. That is crazy to me. And I ain't seen not one conservative pick up this story, which is very interesting to me. It goes to show that a lot of these people do not actually care about the people. They do not care about the justice system. They do not care about anything. The majority of the people, the only thing they want to do is take away Black people's rights. It's starting to be just like, it's just like blatant honest right now. As soon as somebody violate a Black person, they don't give a shit. It's not even a little bit. It's not even close. Absolutely. Not only would he would have got ragtagged and ragdolled, it'd have been on every Black conservative channel. Not only been on every Black conservative channel, they would have using this Black boy say, see, this is how young Black men act. 3, he should have got more than that. And 3 and 4, they would have said all those officers was justified for roughing him up. But in Tennessee, you do that to the wrong color. You give a white boy a black eye, you're going to get your ass arrested as a police officer. Bubba says thug means street criminal. People that use violence to rob, etc. Not all criminals, even the leaders, are thugs. Most black criminals are thugs. That white boy is a domestic murderer. What? Bubba, that is one of the wildest things I heard on the Wildest Wake Up Show. That's what, let me look it up, because now it only pertains to street criminals. Okay, let's see. Let me look up the definition right now, because that's crazy. That is So thug, a violent, aggressive person, especially one who is a criminal. Bubba. Yes, Bubba. That's what it means. Violent, aggressive person, especially one who is a criminal. He was attacked by a gang of thugs. So therefore, if you're violent, you're an aggressive person, and then especially if you're a criminal. So this young man that shot his girlfriend, fatally shoots his girlfriend at a breast cancer walk. You saying that he's not a thug? So if that young man that got pulled over and his lights was off, you saying that he's a thug? This is crazy. This is getting interesting. I don't know, Bubba. But here's the thing, Bubba. Do you believe that those 6 officers, did they treat him? Did they use excessive force because he got a black eye? Even though he ran, even though he did something very heinous, he did a extremely violent crime in the public. It was at a breast cancer walk. So he fatally shoots his girlfriend for everybody to see, then goes on a run. You mean to tell me that you wouldn't describe that person as a thug? Regardless of that, after he gets his ass whipped for resisting arrest, do you believe those officers should have got arrested? I do not get it. Good day, Myri. How you doing? Had to go set the goddamn kids straight. The kids want to be all thuggish, ruggish bone. They had a whole bunch of them wilding out over there. They had a sleepover. And now as soon as I start the show, they don't know how to act, of course. Now all of a sudden they don't know how to act. And now all of a sudden Bubba act like it's new rules to the goddamn words. But we could continue to, let's see. I think this is highly interesting.
The driver refused to stop, though, and a chase began. The officers are accused of beating Hopper along Highway 51 in Dyer County after a chase that spanned 3 counties. The Dyer County Sheriff's Office says Hopper tried to run over a deputy who was setting up spike strips before the incident involving the 6 officers. A statement from Lauderdale County that Fox 13 received from the Sheriff Brian Kelly says that the Sheriff's Office had already completed an internal investigation, saying in part, the investigation determined that departmental policy violations occurred and the officers received significant disciplinary action, but no evidence warranting criminal prosecution. I support all the officers who put their lives on the line against an impossible situation. We also got a statement from Tipton County Sheriff Shannon Beasley. This reads in part, I'm in disbelief and saddened to hear this news. These men acted courageously and without hesitation or reservation, put themselves in harm's way in the pursuit of justice while pursuing a violent murder suspect. Now you can read their full statement.
I don't know how anybody can argue that situation. I cannot believe Bubba Holmes was saying most black thugs and murderers survive encounters with police. That is crazy to me. I don't know what it is about social media, but people feel that a certain race deserves a little bit more aggression. A certain race deserves a little bit more, get treated less than what they are. That is highly wild to me. I think people get so caught up in focusing on the negative aspects of certain people to make themselves feel better. Even though, according to the FBI list, black people do not commit the most violent crimes in America, even by per capita. But somehow people will still keep pushing that same narrative every single day, even though it's been proven that it's not true. Every single day, they pushing the same thing. When is it going to stop? Insane. Well, I got another video. So also, I wanted to talk about, as we grinding this thing out, as I'm trying to get back into the YouTube algorithm, be on my grind and all that. Make sure y'all hit that like and the share button for the YouTube algorithm, please. And so, yeah, Bubba, you are wrong. Yes, they do. Even per capita, your stats are for total crimes, not violent crimes. No, I'm talking about for violent crimes only. I'm talking about for violent crimes only. So even per capita, we are not committing the most violent crimes. We still pretty high up in it, but we ain't the most. We are close to, we're like at a 30-something% rate. I think it's like 37. But for some reason, people just don't want to deal with the stat. Just deal with the real life. This is the only way we can move forward if we just deal with what's really happening instead of just building fake narratives. This is the problem, that so many people keep building fake narratives around things just because it sounds truthful. No one will want to be honest anymore. How are we going to get our cities correct if we just keep lying? Keep using the truth and bending it. Just like the fact that when it comes to people getting shot, the red states, more people get shot in red states than they do in blue states. It's just what it is. And I'm talking about states, not cities. Majority of the red states is where the goddamn gun violence happens at. Bubba said, I know what you're talking about, but I'm wrong. But I pulled up the FBI stat and we went through it here. So I don't know how I could be wrong. I don't understand. Like, I'm just reading the stat. Maybe you haven't seen the stat. That's a possibility. But maybe you should pull up the FBI stat and see who's doing 54% of violent crimes in America. And there's nothing wrong with that because y'all the main, y'all a big part of the population. So it kind of makes sense. Maybe Bubba is saying that maybe I misread it. Maybe you misread it. Maybe we both misread it. That is always a possibility. I'm not afraid of being wrong. That is a possibility that I'm incorrect. But pull up the FBI stats. It shows that I'm incorrect. How about that? And this is not just to bash anybody, say one party is better than the other. What I want to point out is that we have to deal with the truth when we find it. Because this is the way how we build our community of America. It's by being truthful and honest, not building off of stereotypes. We ain't gonna never get nowhere. We keep building off of stereotypes. It's just not the right way to do shit. Let me share my screen. Just like this whole situation with the U.S. Army and a secret chemical tested in St. Louis. These things keep happening and we keep acting like it doesn't happen. And I think this is a serious thing. This is dangerous. This is wild. Let me share let me give you my thoughts and then we can share the screen. So you ever hear a story that is just like, it's so messed up that you gotta laugh just keep from crying. This is like this type of story. That's what this is, right? So let me tell you about the time in the U.S. Army decided to play Breaking Bad in a black neighborhood in St. Louis. And no, this is not no Netflix special. This actually happened back in 1950s and the 60s, right? The Army was out here just testing chemical warfare like it was a damn science fair. They said, hey, you know what? We need to know how this stuff spreads in urban areas. And instead of building a fake city in the desert like normal governments would do, they said, let's just spray it all over a real one, preferably where nobody powerful lives. So what they said, do a dart, boop. So they picked St. Louis, specifically the Pruitt-Igoe housing complex. Now, if you don't know about the Pruitt-Igoe, it was a public housing project mostly filled with black families, poor families just trying to live. And the Army said, perfect, let's fog them. They released a chemical called zinc, cadmium, sulfide. That's what they released into the goddamn community. Seems like I'm gonna have to pull up the FBI stat. Right, so and then they didn't tell anybody, no warning, no consent, just good morning. Here's your daily dose of cancer myths. And the wildest part, they told the public it was smokescreen. Like they was spreading for they was preparing for some kind of Soviet invasion. But the only invasion was on black lungs. Now let me pause. Because this is not just about chemicals. This is about how America treats black folks like lab rats. You think this was the first time? That's what you think? What about Tuskegee? What about Henrietta Lacks? What about Flint? Hell, even the goddamn ice cream truck plays the most racist jingle in history. It's like every time we try to live, somebody shows up with a clipboard and a syringe. Every time. Thank you for telling the truth. Like I said 37. He corrected me with 39%. White folks, they commit 57%. And you are not 70% of the population. Not only you're not 70% of the population, you're not even the majority of the population in America anymore. It's crazy. Okay. You saying Hispanics is whites now. All right. Okay. Well, we ain't claiming the Caribbeans then. It's not Black Americans. It's okay. It's okay. We could agree to disagree. I think we roughly around the same point. You just pointed it out. So I agree with that stat. 39% of all violent crimes, and white folks do 57% of all violent crimes. And y'all are not 7% of the population. So we agree. Because I'm not saying, what I'm saying is that we cannot keep making it seem like it's an extra that we are doing the most, and it's not. That's what I'm trying to explain. I don't mind being truthful and honest to say that, hey, we have a crime problem in poverty neighborhoods. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that we need to be honest about these goddamn things. That's all. So this way we could just deal with it as properly as we can. It's not a blame on who is what and what. It's just the truth. This is not me blaming somebody. It's just the truth. This is what is happening. So back to St. Louis. Years go by. People start getting sick. Cancer rates go up. Babies born with defects. And the government's like, huh? That's weird. No apology, no compensation, just silence. Like they spread the fog and then ghosted the whole city. And here's the kicker. They admitted it decades later. They're like, yeah, we did it. Our bad. Our bad? That's what you say when you bump into someone at the grocery store. Not when you chemically assault an entire neighborhood. I mean, imagine if they did this in Beverly Hills. You think they'd be out here fogging up Rodeo Drive? Hell no. They'd be sued before the first ones even hit the pavement. But in St. Louis, it's a black neighborhood. It's just another Tuesday. And the media barely covered it. No outrage, no documentaries, just a footnote in history, because when it happens to us, it's not a scandal. It's just a study. That's the issue. When it happens to our community, it is not a scandal. It is just a study. It's crazy to me. What up, Conscious Mind? What up, SG? And now, I want you thinking, right? I don't want you to think that, hey, Sharon, this is depressing. It is, right? But here's the thing. We got to talk about it, because if we don't, they'll keep doing it. Different chemicals, different cities, same playbook. Because America didn't just spray chemicals on black folks. It sprayed lies, sprayed silence and indifference. And the fog isn't just in the air, it's in the history books. But we see through it now. We clearing up the myths, telling the stories, naming names, because the real test isn't how the chemical spreads, it's how the truth survives. And this is the thing that most people not understand. The truth is going to survive regardless of anybody trying to misunderstand the stats all you want to. You could do whatever you want, but we need to start dealing with what actually is happening. and stop with the BS. Let's check it out.
An exclusive investigation into a secret government experiment that was carried out in St. Louis. Residents tell us they still remember a mysterious fog. Children would run through it. Mothers would try and close their windows against it. For decades, they all had questions, and now we're seeking answers. The United States Army now admits that it sprayed a chemical that contained cadmium, a known carcinogen, on a neighborhood of more than 10,000 people. Critics say this was done with no warning and no consent. Well, tonight we return to the site of that demolished neighborhood and speak with former residents who believe the government turned them into human test subjects. Although the Army admits that the test happened, it is not admitted to harming residents. News Nation's Natasha Zubez investigates what was in the fog and why the truth may still be buried.
The fog drifted through the streets like a ghost.
That's exactly what it looked like, a thick fog.
It was summertime, it was hot. We would just run through it as fast as we could and try to just cool ourselves off. It stuck to you.
The spray was so foul as far as the odor. It made some of us have headaches, nausea, dizziness.
That's what I remember. It made me sick.
It wasn't the weather. It was an eerie smoke descending from rooftops, rolling from the backs of trucks.
Regular flatbed truck, but it had a big machine on the back. And it had a big nozzle that really sprayed a fog you couldn't even see through.
That is wild that they had chemical warfare on an American city street. That's wild that they turned a whole city into a chemical test. That's some scary ish, if you ask me. The link is dropped. Anybody want to have a conversation? We can have a conversation. And I just think that this is just a strange thing that this keeps happening to certain cities. It is not by accident, in my opinion. Like literally, they had trucks with nozzles spraying into goddamn a whole city. And as we can see, like these ain't some horrible black folks, like how y'all try to make us seem out to be. Got a goddamn cello back there, for God's sakes. And then we wonder why so many people have these goddamn problems, right? That you spraying this chemical situation, people getting cancers, it's people with birth defects and all these things. And we wonder why maybe this is one of the reasons why St. Louis is such a violent place. What's up, Nate? Mosquito spray, you cannot compare mosquito spray. I'm sorry, Bubba, but are you saying that mosquito spray is causing people to have cancer? Is that a proven fact? The same way how this one is, that decades later they found out people was born with birth defects and now they developing cancer, that they having headaches. They was feeling sick and nauseous. Come on. Bubba, if you don't. All right, Bubba. So where is the proof that your neighborhood cancer has been in an uptick and an uprise since they've been spraying mosquito spray? They sell mosquito spray. Like, come on. Ignite TV, what's good? Happy Labor Day to everybody. Come on. And if this is happening, then fine. And then, you know, if you're telling the truth that the mosquito spray is causing cancer. But, Bubba, are you saying that they got cancer because of mosquito bug spray? This is what I want to know. I need to know that.
It was that thick, and it really, we felt it as it would adhere to our skin. And as far as the guys on top of the buildings, they tried to portray them to us as maintenance workers. But we was like, what is a maintenance worker doing? And basically a hazmat suit. And they had masks and goggles.
In the 1950s and 60s, in secret, the U.S. Army sprayed zinc cadmium sulfide into the air of a St. Louis housing project, a largely black neighborhood called Pruitt-Igoe.
It was a lose-lose situation for us in Pruitt-Igoe. We were subjects. We were subjects.
They didn't ask for our permission. We didn't ask for them to spray us.
You heard them. We didn't ask for them. We didn't ask. We didn't ask for this. We didn't ask for them to spray our whole community where the fog was so goddamn strong that we couldn't even see down the street. We had to jump through it and run around it. This is not the same. And I don't understand how we trying to act like this is the exact same as goddamn Roundup weed killer that you spray in your own yard. The fact, I don't understand why it's a difficult thing to say, hey, what they did to this community was horrible, what they did to this community, because they did it in a certain community. This was chemical warfare. This was not to kill any mosquitoes. This is not no pesticides to kill weeds. This was to have human beings as test subjects. I'm not even going to put no race on it. This was so they could put human beings as a study to see what happens to them decades later. That's what this was. You can't get around that. You cannot compare chemical warfare. You cannot compare chemical warfare to goddamn mosquito repellent. It's crazy. And Angry Soul Man, you could come up and hit the link if you feel like mosquito repellent and Roundup is the same thing as this chemical warfare. How can we compare the two? How can we compare mosquito repellent to zinc cadmium sulfide? Where's the comparison with those two things? We cannot say mosquito repellent is the same. It's just not fair to say.
My government used me like I was a guinea pig.
We're standing at where Pruitt-Igoe used to be here in St. Louis, and it's hard to believe more than 10,000 people used to live here. As we bring our drone up, you can see it's mostly just an empty lot now.
Come on. Come on. It used to be a city with 10,000 people. Now it's just an empty lot because of what they did. This is not the same as goddamn bug spray. And if we don't speak up about these things and just be honest about it and not trying to compare it to something else to say that, yeah, they put mosquito spray in my neighborhood. We use Roundup on the weeds, is just not comparable. And it seems like anytime something happens to a city where it's predominantly black, it's always like, but they do this over here. It's just not fair. We're not trying to take away anything that happened to somebody elsewhere. We're just being honest about what we're seeing right now. And what we're seeing right now is something that we should be having conversations about so the government won't keep on just testing on our people. Because at the end of the day, we all human beings and people, citizens of this goddamn country. So to act like this is not like this is just an accident, oh, they just testing on all cities. They don't just test in all cities. I like that, SG. I'll feel you on that. Let's finish up this story.
Grown with trees. This used to be filled with 33 high-rise buildings. It was all demolished in 1976. And according to the National Research Council, St. Louis was chosen for spraying experiments because it had similar characteristics to Soviet targets like Moscow in terms of population density and terrain and proximity to a river. The government.
So what better people to oh, come on. That's crazy. That's not me saying it. This is what they did.
Now admits to a secretive series of Cold War tests, including one dubbed large area coverage. More than 30 tests conducted across the U.S. and Canada, spraying zinc cadmium sulfide from planes, rooftops, and vehicles to simulate how a biological attack might spread.
So this is why we cannot compare that to any goddamn bug spray. Right? They were simulating biochemical warfare on real human beings, and they did not know that they was doing it to them. They ain't get no compensation for this study. They ain't get no houses for this study. All they got was they city demolished. That's what they got for it.
Prepare for potential warfare against the Soviets.
Many of us been in the military and had top secret clearances. We know how it works.
We have died for America. We have fought for America.
You are a veteran.
I am United States Air Force veteran.
Dr. Starks, you're a veteran as well, isn't
Yes,
it?
I'm an Air Force veteran also.
Is there a sense of betrayal here?
Definitely.
They want to know if those secret tests have anything to do with what they're observing with their own eyes.
I lost my 2 older siblings to cancer. I lost a brother last month.
I've been diagnosed recently with a rare form of lymphoma.
I had cancer of the left kidney, had partial removal of my left kidney.
News Nation reached out to the Army for answers.
This is horrible. And these are not just, and the thing that's horrible about it, these are clearly we can see these are very decent human beings. This is the problem that we have when people start pushing out these damn bullshit ass stats the way how they push it out. They make it seem like all or majority of a certain people are a certain way. And this is why we just got to be honest about what's happened. This is a horrible thing, and we need to speak about the horrible things that's happening against our own citizens. For some reason, make me a copy. For some reason, when it comes to a ghetto neighborhood, nobody gives a damn. Like, these are Army veterans. How y'all not gonna care about that? It's crazy. And then they want to say that we are the degenerate ones. Something got to give. Who's gonna be the person that stands up and do something about it and say something about it, instead of just pushing out bullshit ass stereotypes and act like those stereotypes mean that's the majority of us people? No matter how y'all try to twist those goddamn stats of murder rates and all that, that is still not the majority of black people committing those goddamn crimes. This is what we got to have a conversation about and just be truthful and honest about it. We cannot act as if this experiment is a reason, right? This experiment happened. And also St. Louis is also one of the worst places for gun violence. It all adds up to me, but I guess everybody act like, nah, that don't add up. Even though mosquito spray adds up. Crazy.
They provided a one-page response. It says the Army's own Center for Health Promotion and Preventive Medicine investigated in 1994 and found inhalation exposure would not pose a health risk. They also cite later corroborating reviews, including a 1997 review by the National Research Council. Perhaps they assumed we wouldn't read the NRC's 380-page report, but we did. and the Army's statement doesn't show the full picture. In that 1997 review, the National Research Council explicitly says repeated exposure to zinc cadmium sulfide can cause kidney or bone toxicity or lung cancer if levels are high enough. And they admitted they couldn't fully assess the risk. Why? Because some Army records remain classified, it says, for national security reasons. More troubling, key Army exposure records were missing. And when the NRC asked the Army to supply them, the Army said it couldn't find them. Finally, the NRC considered conducting its own study, but concluded it wasn't feasible.
It's always not feasible when it comes to our community. As you said, this is our world. They keep experimenting with our lives, how we work, our families, education, one big experiment while they sit there rich and laugh at us trying to survive. Sad times. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's a strong possibility. And it is a sad time when you really think about that. We don't even care to even hear these stories and talk about these stories in real time. But I guarantee you, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
In short, it did not test the site, collect samples, or test residents, and they didn't have access to all the data. Their review was based on what the Army gave them and what the Army either could not find or withheld. The Army ends its statement to News Nation by saying, quote, none of the reports contained evidence of a radioactive component to the zinc cadmium sulfide dispersion tests. Residents say the secrecy and delays are no accident.
They're waiting us out.
They're waiting on all of us to die.
That is a crazy statement, right? So they waiting for all the people that was affected by it, just so hopefully they could sweep it under the rug. This is what keeps happening. Every time we having situations happen in this country, we should not forget everything else except for what things happen to certain communities. The last African, is an interesting comment, to be honest, right? They definitely don't treat us like one. They definitely, we understand why it's called a project. It's definitely an experimental project. They want to see how certain people act if you put them in a certain place. And they experimented with us. I guarantee you they did the same thing with any other race. People are people. It doesn't matter your skin color. But they chose to do it to us because we're the most resilient. And now they just waiting for these group of people to just pass away so they could just act like it never happened. They know exactly how to affect the goddamn community for decades on end. And they didn't even after they tested it on all these black folks and act like they was testing it because they want to see if they possibly may have to do this to a Soviet situation. They ain't never dropped no bombs over there for that. So we can't even believe that it was actually to test some biochemical warfare for another country. No, that was them just doing biochemical warfare to our own citizens of America. And the fact that nobody's in an uproar about the government testing own American citizens is crazy. No, damn well you wasn't testing this for no goddamn war. You know what you meant to do. It's not cool that people cannot wake up and just speak their mind and say, hey, you know what? This is foul and we need to do something about it. These stories need to be heard. We need to push it out. We need to hit the like and the share button. Simple as that. All the things that is free. That's what I'm asking for.
But that's not even the whole story, as residents demand to know what else could have been in that spray.
They have not come clean with what was in there.
Do you believe that it was just zinc cadmium sulfide in that spray?
No.
No.
We go to the source, a researcher who has spent decades declassifying government documents about these tests.
Do you believe the U.S. government sprayed some kind of radioactive material on the residents of St. Louis? I believe that they did.
And the government's surprising response to our request to declassify information.
I mean, what the hell?
Plus, renowned activist Aaron Brockovich weighs in.
Damn, I ain't hear that name in a long time. I ain't hear that since the movie was made. Shout out to Aaron Brockovich, still out here doing some good work. What's up, AC Ball One? Yeah, that's a scary thing, AC, that we do not represent ourselves strongly enough in these situations, that we don't cover these type of stories. We're not pushing these type of stories into the algorithm. That we don't hit the share button to these type of stories so we could just get the information out there. That we're not hitting the like button to get this so we can start affecting the algorithm. It's strange and it's scary, right? These are not the type of things that people, I don't know, maybe people just, it's too sad for them. I don't know. I don't get it. But hopefully we can start moving things and start having multiple conversations, right? Multiple conversations can be fun and entertaining at the same time. We don't have to keep it just as talking down on each other conversations. We are dynamic human beings, straight up like that. Let's get back to it. Let's see what Aaron Brockovich, self-taught lawyer. Shout out to her.
You think there's been a lie here, a cover-up here?
It sure looks that way.
The residents are asking for an apology from the government for being experimented on. They are asking for compensation for health studies for themselves and their children. They're also asking for transparency. They want the government to release all the documents about the spraying. So, Elizabeth, tomorrow night on your show, we will go on a journey to try to declassify the one government document that a key researcher tells us she has never been able to expose. And we take the investigation.
All right. Shout out to that. What up, Royce? So what are we going to do as a people? Do we just not care about ourselves and our communities for real? Like, is it true that we do not have a community? Is it true that we don't care about our community? Is it true that we rather talk about nonsense and fighting and all that? Is the internet strictly only for nonsense? Right, Royce. I appreciate that, cousin. Shout out to Tariq. Good day. What's up, cuz? He said you changing that narrative, cousin. I appreciate that, cuz. Welcome to the show. Conscious Moron. Good day, sir. How you feeling today? What's your thoughts about this story? And have you heard about this story before today?
I heard about it. I seen it on YouTube actually the other day. But that was my first time, so it was really like maybe 3 or 4 days when I first heard it. Yeah. It's just I don't want to say it's expected, but
damn,
I mean, they're doing this in slavery. You know what I'm saying? Even how they found body parts and stuff. It was a doctor during slavery who thought slaves could withstand pain. So they've been experimenting on it since we've been here.
Do you think the experiment is what they say they was experiment this biochemical warfare for, so they could test? So they tested it on us so they could use it in other countries. Do you believe it's that, or they just out here testing shit on us just to be testing shit on us to keep our communities down in a downtrodden type of state? They keeping us sick. They giving us cancers, and we don't even know what it's doing to the brain. And also it helped make kids have defects in as well. And also St. Louis is one of the shoot 'em up capitals of the world. We don't even know if that had some problems in it as well. You feel me? What's your thought?
That was interesting when you brought that up. Yeah, like HT just said, I think it's the latter. I think it's both. Like, we're going to experiment to say we can do this, but then we can still contain these people. They can't become a threat if we give them all this stuff. So I think it's kind of both. Two birds, one stone, in a sense. You know
If we are such the violent and stupid and all these things that they try to, that we hear all these black conservatives say about us, right? We the least to do this. We can't read. We can't write. We can't do nothing good. What else they say? We violent. We got low IQ. And if all those things is true about us, why are they testing on us the most to keep us down, to make sure we don't get our brain to move in the right direction, get our body and our health in the right direction? Why they keep trying to hold our communities down if this is such a true statement?
I think it would expose their weaknesses and their inadequacies. If we were able to have all the access and resources that they would have, we would literally outshine them. And look at the percentage of people that we are compared to them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm starting to think we almost like a genie in a bottle. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we the genie, and we always got to grant wishes to everybody, but we never get what we really deserve. You know what I mean? Especially here in America, boy.
It's wild because it seems like, as you know, like this is a decade, over decades old. That's the scary part about it, right? So when it was happening in real time, the kids was just running in the streets like, oh, it's just another day. It's just another Tuesday of them fogging up the city. They didn't even know that they get an experiment on. A lot of them went to the army themselves to serve for this country that was experimenting on their city. That is a wild and wicked narrative.
Do you think the army knew that those recruits were from that city? You know what I mean? Like, okay, we know these. We tested them. We can even decide. I mean, find out what happens when we test somebody and then we put them in battle. Like,
you find out all that information to see how far they really go, right? So it's so much information that they get. Can they survive? Can they get past it? Or, you know, all these different tests. Like, so it's not just one test about the chemical warfare. It's about what happened to these people 20 years later, 30 years later, and what's going to happen to their kids' kids.
I don't know.
Diabolical.
But we the savages. And I was thinking about that. Like, I was trying to think of a time when we like plotted and planned to take out kids at a school or in church. Like, we've never done it. Like, usually when we react to violence, it's an emotional reaction or something like that. But we don't like sit down and plot and plan to literally eradicate people.
Yeah, that's a great point, because just like the young man that the young thug, I should say, that shot up that school, the Catholic school, they ain't calling him no thug on these social media platforms or on the news. They saying he's a troubled man.
He had mental health issues.
He had mental health. Ain't nobody calling him no thug. Ain't nobody saying that he went from. They not even really schools. Come on. That's insane.
That's what I understand with them having all this privilege and they still they have mental issues, but us dealing with all the stuff that we're dealing with, we don't have mental issues. We still got to be perfect. And as soon as we make one mistake, we are the world's worst.
World's worst, exactly. Just like I was covering a story about in Tennessee, how them 6 cops just got arrested in Tennessee. You seen it?
I seen something, but I heard wasn't that fake though? Because the one I seen, it was 6 black cops, but the dude who was talking it was almost about a white cop or something.
It was fine. It's all they was all white. We talking about Tennessee now, so you know. It ain't gonna be no black cops in Tennessee.
But see, when I seen it, the dude who was posting it, he made it seem, because I want to say it was from the Terry Nichols case. Is that the young brother who was killed?
No, his name is something else, not Terry Nichols.
But they were showing those police officers, because you know those were our brothers who were, but they were trying to equate.
And then that's why we got to be careful with social media, because they would try to race bait us quick, fast, in a hurry. So no, all the officers were white. And the suspect, he was a murder suspect. He was also a white man. He fatally shot his girlfriend while she was on a breast cancer walk. Shot her, jumped in his car, went on a high-speed chase with the police. They flipped his car. He tried to run. They grabbed him up, roughed him up. He got a black eye. And then those 6 cops, for chasing down a murder suspect and roughed him up because he was resisting, they got indicted for excessive force. Man, Mind you, this man is a man that was wanted with a deadly weapon.
And took him on a high-speed chase.
And took him on a high-speed chase. They got arrested for that. And these are white officers too.
I can
and
almost
then we got a young black man that got pulled over because he didn't have some damn lights on, that pulled over, got punched in the face.
He took that. I gotta give brother the credit. He took that punch though.
And he looked a little sweet taking those punches too.
Yeah,
Because when he did that news conference, I was like, damn, bro. Like, why you have to be that damn sweet?
Oh my God, that is hilarious.
Oh shit.
My homeboy I used to work with this old dude who was like real racist, black dude.
Yeah.
If it ain't white, it ain't right, huh? That's
I wonder if America would ever get over this race thing, and the fact that it's always so profitable to beat down on black folks. It's always so profitable.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like Scarface. He said, like, you're not good, you just know how to hide. And they the best at hide, man. Like, even like what Trump doing with the Smithsonian stuff, like that's all the ills of their ancestors. Like they're trying to raise it. So when something else pops up, well, we're not like that, guys. But then, you know, we could used to be like, well, what about this lynching? But they done took that out. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to erase all their past evidence because this is a pattern through history of America. This is, it ain't. I've been trying to like think it's they're gonna leave, but it just seems to revert. The more we kind of get away, the more they push back. It's almost like a magnet. They almost like need it in a sense.
I'm gonna use the bathroom and then we're going to the gym.
Okay, baby. Bring your voice down, baby. So yeah, I don't, and I think it's just I don't know if it's the powers that be that keeps this this negative stereotype image of us like pushed out to the algorithm the way how it does. I don't know if they just like so enthralled that black people are starting to like, yes, we finally got some black people talking down on black folks. Let's push them out into the algorithm. I'm not sure. What we're talking about, DB, is that the U.S. Army secret chemically testing in St. Louis. And nobody is batting the eyelash. Nobody care that the government is literally giving black communities cancer by spraying in our communities.
But I mean, they did that even with the smug era in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? They put all that. They knew I won't say they knew the effect, but they knew that once they put that crack in it, I don't think they knew the violence and all that other stuff. But
I think they absolutely knew what it was going to do to people. Once you take away the fact that you cannot economically fend yourself, and then now that you're going to use this new drug to build up a community's money situation, they don't want to have to fight for all those scraps.
But that's
DB said she been telling us this. Shout out to DB. Well, you need to send me more stories like this, DB. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's just a hard one because I look at it crack like it took the mother out of the house. Like even with heroin and all those other drugs, it was still kind of the mothers, but the mothers became a part addicted, more addicted than, I won't say more addicted, but more addicted in this drug era than most times. So I think it just really hurt us. You know what I'm saying? Like when you hear your homeboy saying, well, I got top from my best friend's mom, that's something kind of different. You know?
So I think when it comes to that, I believe that it just made a lot of birth defects, and this is what really is going on. What's up, Genesis? This is what I really believe. It made a lot of people, so we don't know who's who. We don't know who's the regular black folks and who the ones that's got defects and got these spray cancers, because they said it had defects on these people. So some people got bone cancer, some people got kidney cancer. Some of these men, they literally probably have brain cancer that's making them violent.
I could see that. I could definitely see that. So
and this is what happened in any community if they were spraying this shit the way how they spraying it. But we keep acting as if like nothing, like we are just inherently violent. And when we could see that it's just not true. When we not in these these rough ass environments in these poverty stricken places, Black folks move and expand faster than any other race.
I'm glad you brought that up because when y'all were talking about the percentages, like people always throw the percent, it's 57%, but what are the actual numbers? Like when you look at the number of homicides, it's under 30,000. So if I'm saying 50% of 30,000 compared to 50% of 300 million, it's quite a difference. You know what I'm saying? I think that's why people always, it's 57%. Well, what's the number? Give me the number, because 50% of $1 ain't the same as 50% of $100. You know what I mean?
That's a very great point. And this is why those statistics, most people are not really inclined to really understand the statistics. That's why they keep throwing it and saying, like, yeah, y'all only 13 to 50%, but y'all committing 39%. However, when you start breaking it all the way down, it's like it's only about 1% of our population that is actually in jail committing these crimes. So therefore, it's not majority of us doing things.
But it almost makes it seem like every other, like me and you, Sharon, we should both have felonies right now. I know I got like several, but I'm a thug. No. No, I don't have any felonies. I'm a good guy. And please hit the like button, guys. Subscribe and share. Might just left me here. But you know it is what it is.
Yeah, the kids is wild. You know what they are.
Labor Day.
Yeah, you know.
It's the end of summer. It's time to get back to school.
Yeah, they wilding. But now, what'd you say? Because I missed it because I was over there screaming at them.
No, I was about to say, do your kids go to school before August or like after Labor Day? Because down here in Georgia, they go like in August.
No, my kids are homeschooled. So
okay.
Yeah, so they homeschool. So we always have them. They always around.
Okay.
So I just sent their ass downstairs to the gym. Like, go somewhere and make noise elsewhere, goddamn it. Because they had a couple of, it was a sleepover as well. So they got a couple of, so it's a lot more than normal. So, they act a little bit more wilder when they're around their people. So,
So how do you think that we as Black people should try and advocate? I won't say advocate, but start making people aware of these things that go on in our community.
We have to talk about it, and we cannot just allow nonsense talk be the shit that we represent and push out the most. Like, when we see somebody just saying some nonsense, that's the shit that we like, yeah, you stupid mother effer. Now, why we can't say the same thing about real topics as well? But maybe they just don't want to hear it from me. Maybe they need to hear it from an older white man that's saying, yeah, this is messed up what happened to Black folks. But if a Black person says something about what people has conditioned us to be, we are victims. As soon as we start speaking about something that actually happened to our community, we are victims. It's weird as hell. But let some mosquito spray happen.
That was kind of wild. He equated that to mosquito spray. I know mosquito spray does have harmful chemicals in it, but they're not tested to see the effects of those harmful chemicals.
The fact that they even brought up that conflation is crazy. But it don't just happen in those little things, those instances. It happens in all of our conversations, especially when it comes to our people.
But that's what I'm saying. I think that's why Trump is trying to rewrite history. So like if you leave us confused, like we messed up. Like we can't find the truth. Even for the people who are I guess with Trump, if you don't show them the truth, they always gonna believe what said oppressor is saying. You know what I mean? Like I think that's why he's trying to erase a lot of stuff.
I mean, he's definitely he's doing a pretty good job of it as well. That's the craziest part about it. Because he got everybody on his side saying, yes, we believe in what he's saying. Whatever he say, it goes. They don't care about if he violate the Constitution. They don't give a damn if he violate people's rights. As long as the people that he start off doing it to is the lowest common denominator of what society believes is good people, is all good. Oh, you want to violate those Latinos? Go ahead.
But are
It's
we
all
nice?
good.
That's what I don't understand, because I guess I've been in these FBA circles a little bit too, and that's what they saying. Like, they're happy that Trump is implementing the National Guard to Chicago. And, oh, they're going to get the immigrants. I'm like, they're going to get you, bro. They're going to get us. They're not. That immigrant was the first one. Now they, you know what I'm saying? They primed and ready to go.
Yeah, and that
They're not going to ask if he's a Nigerian and if you're born FBA when they picking y'all up, man.
Right. It was just a test, and I don't think people really see the writings on the wall. How it's a slippery slope when you're asking the government to take away your rights to have safety. Is that you cannot? I don't think that is the egg that I want to break to make this omelet.
But do you think if I have you in such a state of fear that you will want my protection, though?
Right, and that's another thing. So, and that goes back to them experimenting. Let's make it. They spray whatever they need to spray. They tweak out the spray. Like, hey, we can't have the spray giving them cancer, but we could focus the spray on making a mind a little loopy. So we spray their neighborhoods with that spray to keep them going against each other, keep them in some kind of violent outrage. And so we get it so violent in this concentrated area. Now we could deploy the National Guard, and everybody's going to beg us to actually take away their rights and make it a police type city state type of situation. And this is what's happening now. All these conservative black dudes, what they do? They begging, yeah, Trump. It wasn't a deletion in 2 weeks. How are you gonna maintain that, stupid?
But they had another run like that. It was 16 days, and from February 26th to March 12th, I believe. It was like a 16-day streak in DC with no unalivings. So when Trump was touting it, that wasn't even the longest one. You know what I mean? But we don't know that. I didn't know that. The dude from DC hit me. I'm like, where? Okay.
Right. And so I think it's scary that black conservatives actually want to penalize black folks and take away their rights and say, hey, the only way we're going to clean up our streets is by taking away constitutional rights for black folks. It's a scary thing to me. I think it's a slippery slope. I don't know if the juice is actually worth that, because I don't know how long you're going to be maintained. Because what happens is they put the National Guard there, then everybody's scared to come outside. So that's why crime goes down. And then as soon as, if you can't maintain the National Guard there, what's going to happen when they leave? We right back?
Pretty much. Probably even faster, because everybody done got out. You know what I'm saying? Them pent up frustrations, they running wild. I dig what you're saying. It is a scary, slippery slope, but unfortunately, he got too many people on his side. Now, I think somebody's going to literally, I hate to say it, have to get hurt during this, and then we might be shocked. But other than that.
So what you mean by hurt? Like who?
One of us. It's like, you know what I'm saying, in the skirm, especially from a lot of cats, yeah, man, they come to Chicago, we gonna have the choppers and we ready to go. As soon as something like that break out, the America's gonna be now it's be like, let's get them. It's either let's go all the way in, or then we're going too far, and then by that time it's all.
And I think it's also very interesting to me that so many people are just really concerned about the safety part and not actually the Constitution and the law part of it. I think that's just so weird to me.
But
I do not want,
a lot of people don't know our the Constitution. You gotta ask what the articles are, and you know what I'm saying. Even what that mean? What that got to do with anything? Well, you're an American.
Don't you want people to stop dying in the street? Yes, I do. But at what cost? Yeah. I don't want the whole city to be locked up in their own houses so we can be safe. That's not what we want. We do not want a goddamn prison state. So the only way we could clean up the city is by making sure everybody stay in the house. Nah, I don't want that.
But I think some people go almost have to experience that to really be like, you know what, we messed up, to appreciate the things that we have now. Because America is crazy. Don't get it twisted, but we still have more opportunities.
We're pretty safe. Yeah, we're pretty safe at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, just our mentality. I don't want to say our violence, though, but our mentality. So we pretty.
So what do you think about when Trump he pushing out that executive order that if you commit a unaliving, they gonna put your ass on the death row?
How can he do that though? Unless it's a federal crime. You know what I mean? Like even he becoming.
But do you agree with it? Do you agree that if you go ahead and delete somebody in the streets of DC, and he's going, of course, he's going to try to push it out more. Do you believe that you should definitely you should get deleted next? By the state, by the way, not by the state. Capital punishment.
Do you? Part of me like would it? Because I'm thinking would a part of that deter murders a little bit?
I don't know.
Like almost like the cowboy days. You know what I'm saying? Hang at noon. It'll make the other town so be like, hold on.
So what I find interesting about it, right? So we just went over the story of those 6 Tennessee cops, right? So this man, he shot and he fatally shot his girlfriend at a breast cancer walk. All the Americans going to be okay with that man because they wasn't okay with him getting punched in the eye, conscious moron. He got punched in the eye, and 6 cops got locked up for getting punched in the eye and got a black eye. So you mean to tell me America is okay with that same man getting capital punishment?
You're gonna have to make it almost. I hate to say like entertaining.
And so now when they put it as DC, like, hey, we want if you delete somebody in DC because they know the majority of people are that's living in that small part of the city and who is mainly like how Bubba's probably saying right now, majority of the people that's doing the deletions is probably black folks. So they don't care about them being on capital punishment and getting deleted. But once we start pushing it out into the ether, and now a bunch of them is getting on death row, and
they might change their tune in. I'm sure they would change. But as far as us, let's get the hurl, boy. It's gonna be a hanging out. Shit.
See, because Bubba's saying yes, 100%. You should get taken out. So you believe that guy in Tennessee should be taken out, Bubba? He fatally shot his girlfriend at a breast cancer walk. That young white man. Do you believe that 100% that young white man should be on death row? He should get capital punishment. Bubba Homeschool, I want to know. He said yes. All right, at least he's consistent.
Let me ask you a question. Is he gonna get a trial? Is he gonna have due process? No, I'm serious. Like, do we determine like if we can prove him guilty beyond a reasonable? Like, I think that's kind of the problem a little bit. Like, if we can determine if somebody actually did a heinous crime, why go through all those appeals if you're really on death row in a sense? You know what I mean?
He's still gonna get his due process.
Like, I'm not saying we should instantly. You know what I'm saying? But if you're convicted beyond a reasonable doubt, there's video proof. Like, why waste 15 years of appeals and all that? Like,
but usually those cases go a little faster when they have all that kind of evidence, like what they have on him.
I'm not saying like but even those appeals, they take at least 15 years. If you're on death row, you're gonna be on death row for a minimum of 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying like,
and you know what I find interesting? The most thing I find interesting about a conscious moron is that I think if this was to go countrywide, I think what is going to happen is that just like when they thought DNA was going to lock more black folks up,
freedom.
It gave us our freedom. That's what it actually did. It got more people getting free because of DNA than going to jail. Because also the one thing that these people want to say that, hey, we commit the highest crimes and all these things like that. Another thing they don't want to say is that also 50% of the
reparations
is who?
It was us. It's us. Overcharge. Everything like
50%. That's crazy. 50% of all conviction on us gets overturned.
And the thing
that we
don't have those resources to prove their innocence. How many of those people are locked up?
So so I think it would be interesting if they spread that out across America, and then they start seeing that it's a bunch of them getting unalived. I think that's just going to change quick, fast, in a hurry.
Did Speaking of that, did you hear about the dude who went crazy in Montana? It was he unalived his girlfriend, but the crazy thing is, like 3 months prior, he had hit her over the head with I think a axe, or it was something like that. And the judge was like, "Don't worry about it." Like they gave him a bond, like you can't see her, and then like after the month, he could go around her, and then he eventually unalived her, and then took 2 cops with him too. But they brought him in.
So it's gonna be real interesting to see how it turns out. And I'm all for justice, no matter how it go. If you're proven to do, like, if we're gonna all agree that say, hey, if you unalive somebody, you're gonna get unalived by the state. I'm all for it. All I want to see that it happen across the board. Like, we got hood service. He got the violin playing because he don't want nobody talking about white folks.
He loves
as long as you are doing something horrible to a black person, he is okay with it. Like, yes, as long as you slapping up a black person, I don't care. Even if I get caught up, if I get locked up, so what? I don't care.
It's the irony of his name, though. Hood conservative. Like, he's not hood at all. Like, nothing.
He's not conservative neither.
Nothing, bro. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, maybe it should be suburbs conservative.
It's subservative.
Oh, what up, Hood? I'm just messing with you, bro.
And every time when we have a conversation about the things that's happening or things that might happen, it's always that we are victims. I think that is weird. So when people are on these goddamn podcasts and say, "Damn, black people commit this much of the crime," shut up, stop crying. That's what we should start saying. Shut up. So what, you got bopped over the head for your goddamn purse? Stop crying. You a victim. You know what I'm saying? But then come on, you can't do that.
Yeah.
But you could do it to me for just voicing my opinion.
Man, do as I say, not as I do.
Wild.
Do as I say, not as I do.
But then we got Bubba Holmes who about to tell a lie on me, talking about that's what I do. I don't do that at all. I just tell the truth.
Yeah. But I've been thinking about it, man. Going, like I said, we might as well all become MAGA. If we all become MAGA, there's no way he can attack and deport all of us. We just might have to pretend for a little bit, go along with the show, get along. What did they say? Get along, go along and get along, or something.
Go along and get along. So we all should just turn to black conservative and just start lying on black folks.
Yes,
that's where the money is. As soon as I start, so if I strike up a brand new show, black people, they have low impulse control. They always commit 90% of crime, even though they only 2% of the world.
Look how savage you are talking like that, Sharon. Calm down, please calm down. I'm terrified.
Not only that, we should whoop all women's ass. Every woman that's in the street, we should whoop their ass. They be like, yeah.
The one thing I know, when I find a black conservative, they always got this like crazy look on their thumbnail.
What's up, Rogue C? Good day to you. And I always find it interesting that majority of people really do love drama. People really do support drama. If I have a smoke show, things is flying. And when we just have an honest conversation, even though we having a good time and we laughing and all that, people will have a hard time just saying they want to support something decent. It is wild to me. Like, you could just, you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. But it's sad to see sometimes that it's such a struggle to get people to appreciate good talks as well. We have to be yelling, screaming, and arguing for people to appreciate a good talk. Welcome to the show, the Hood Conservative Culture and Politics Review. Good day, sir. How you doing?
I don't even think I use that whole title anymore. I dropped that years ago.
Well, you're welcome. I brought it back.
I firmly believe you cannot get a handle on crime in these major black cities without what you would effectively call a fascist takeover.
Damn.
I told you.
Damn. So you really believe that we're gonna have to institutionalize a whole city to get crime down? And for how long should we turn a whole black city into a prison? How long? Because that's what you're saying. What up, Wall Street Willie? Essentially, what you're saying is that we got to turn black cities into a walking, living prison. Good day to you, Joy. Joy Israel Online. Good day to you. Thank you so much for showing me so much love. Thank you, Joy. Go ahead.
It probably wouldn't be as harsh as you make it sound, but I mean, I don't think Washington, D.C. is a walking, living prison.
I mean, for those 2 weeks, you could say it was because they was harassing people. They had a whole bunch of police officers on the street. Businesses suffered because there was nobody outside. It wasn't as much money flowing in the city. However, crime did go down because most people were inside. We got to understand how dense these places are, and for you to get crime down, you got to keep people inside. So if we are going to turn this into a state like how you say, or a city like how you say, we're going to have to keep majority of those people in that city inside, and essentially you're turning it into like a prison city or a prison state.
Well, over the weekend, there was just about 52 individual shootings in Chicago, maybe 2 or 3 mass shootings together, right? People just caught in drive-bys and whatnot. People was out partying Labor Day weekend. So people like literally sprayed the crowd up, right? You can't get a hold on that with hopes and wishes, bro.
Okay, so that's a fair argument, but the other issue, we cannot say that we gotta lock down a whole city because of a one bad egg too.
Well, technically, we could both be accused of making a fair argument. What are you more afraid of? Organized or even worse, disorganized crime? Because disorganized crime is really a threat. Organized crime probably lives right next to you and you would never know it. But the disorganized crime, are you more afraid of that or the National Guard?
I'm more afraid of the National Guard because I believe it's taking away people's freedoms. And once we start taking away people's freedom, it's going to turn into where we control everything. It's going to gradually get deeper and deeper the more we go down that rabbit hole. And I'm afraid of where it can go to.
The freedom to do what? So we had this discussion last time around, and I asked you exactly what rights have been violated. As of yet, I don't think any claims about civil rights violations have sprung out in DC. So your theoretical rights violations are exactly that, entirely theoretical.
I hear that. That's a solid argument. However, when you confining people to be inside because they are afraid to come outside because they are going to get harassed, that's where the slippery slope starts.
I think 52 shootings over the weekend would do a lot more to consign people to their home. You think if you're an old lady, you feel safe walking the street knowing that 52 people were shot randomly in your town? You think that's going to keep you? I guarantee you the National Guard would get more old ladies walking the street and sitting in the park than those 52 shootings.
Right. And this is where we disagree at. And majority of the people are not afraid to walk around in the street because the population got denser in a place like Chicago, since that's what we're talking about. It got denser and the crime rate didn't raise up with the population. It pretty much plateaued at the same limb. So that shows that it is just the poverty that's pushing out the crime. It's not the actual people. So crime rate stayed the same, population went up. So it's not as dangerous as we make it seem. It's just that when something so offensive like the one that you just brought up, 20 people or, these shootings that an innocent bystander get shot, it's crazy. And we're going to see it and we're going to overreact. But we only overreact when it's us. Nobody's is actually overreacting over goddamn Robin that shot up a school because he had to praise,
You would overreact when it's your children, when it's your people. Yes, you care more when it's your people. So I would care less about white guys shooting up a white school compared to black kids shooting up a neighborhood or a black school or whatever. I would care less because you know what? I'm less likely to get caught up in a white guy doing a white school shooting. It's probably not going to touch me. But you niggas, I might have to smoke one of you niggas one day. That affects me.
And so, but the problem is, Hood, if it stayed the way how you said that we all was policing ourselves, and then I think I would agree with you. The problem is they are not just keeping it to themselves. We got people of all other genres make it seem like we are the most violent people in America. So it ain't just staying within our community that we are worried about ourselves. Other people is worrying about us that don't even live in our neighborhood and acting as if this high crime rate of these shootouts is going into their suburban neighborhoods by us, and it's not true.
Are we pretending now that the black neighborhoods, generally speaking, are not the most crime-ridden neighborhoods? The highest violent crime is in the black neighborhoods. Are we going to act like that's not true?
No, we're not saying that at all.
So if the highest amount of violent crime is in the black neighborhood, are like white men from the suburbs importing white crimes to the black neighborhood to fluff up the numbers?
No. So what we're saying
So
is
who's responsible for the numbers of violent crime in the black neighborhoods, if not for the black people who live there?
right. So black folks fighting other black folks over poverty, we understand that as a problem, and we as people that live there, we should be the ones that's solving that problem. However,
poverty isn't the question, though.
Yeah,
right, because but poverty and crime go hand in hand.
But who commits the most crime? Who commits the most violent crime?
Who commits the most violent crimes in America?
Yeah, as a group.
White people. White men.
Statistically?
Yes.
I think numerically you might be onto something because there's a greater percentage. So on a 1-for-1. But again, it's not the white neighborhoods that are full of violent crime, is it? How come white neighborhoods aren't known for being violent crime-ridden places?
Right, because we do not allow the truth that comes out. We broke down the percentage. Even people in the chat put the percentage out there. 57% of violent crimes in America are committed by white men. 57%.
And what's the population density for white men versus black men?
The population density for white folks, I believe they are second. So I believe they around roughly like 40. They below 50%.
So their numbers roughly match their densities, not totally far off. So if you were to do black men, you think that would be the same relatively?
Black men are at a 39%. I believe that's what we've seen. It was 39%.
Compared to our 6% population density?
Right, but also per
capita is a bitch, isn't it, bro?
I want you to add one more stat to it. Also, we are also 50% of being wrongfully accused as well.
Yeah, but like one dude every year gets out of jail for that. And I think we're kind of passing that wave. I think we had a nice glut of those guys, and we're passing that wave of DNA getting people out of jail. There's only you don't have like 100 guys every day getting off because of that.
So what I'm saying is that I don't want you to negate the fact that even though it's 39%, don't forget that 50% of them are getting off. So therefore, we got to really break that 39% to something else. With what is half of 39%?
No. Actually, the question would be 39% of what total number? How many people per year actually get exonerated? We're literally talking about a handful of people. You're trying to make a handful of niggas a comparable argument to millions, bro. Stop.
Right. So first of all, the amount of black men that commit crimes is somewhere around 1 to 2% of our population.
400,000 black men, less than 400,000.
Yeah,
black
less than 400,000 black men committing these crimes. So all I'm saying, let's just be honest about what we're talking about. It's okay for us to say that our neighborhoods are the most violent, but we are not the most violent in America, though. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
But if you're not the most violent in America, why is all the violence where you live?
Everybody's welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Can
you hear me?
Yes, hold on 1 second. Welcome to the show, Supreme Goddess, PH Diva.
Hey, y'all.
Good day to you.
Are we considering racial hate crimes as violent crime? Are we considering child rape as violent crime? Because white men do that at a 71% clip, right? So they're the vast majority of the people who harm children violently. So I think it depends on how we are defining violent crime.
Absolutely. That's a very good
Well, I
point.
think that would be anything that could be called assault and or homicide. So those things would probably fall into that category. But still, I mean, I
But y'all,
think Black America doesn't like to grapple with the statistical reality of sexual assault in Black America. I kind of think that's why a lot of the girls are the way they are. A girl tried to explain this to me a long time ago, and I didn't believe it, but I think she might be right. There's a lot of sexual assault that happens on the low here, and it just doesn't get talked about. But I can see the fruits of that tree all around me.
Right, but we're talking about statistics. So if we're going to start extrapolating based on what somebody told us, then we're going to have to do the same thing for violent crime, because we know that police departments reporting their violent crime statistics to the FBI is voluntary, right? So if we start extrapolating on one end, we're going to have to start extrapolating on the other end. That's not a road you want to go down, sir.
Silence sounds good. But we saw like it's so. Go ahead, you got it.
Well, no, we're kind of extrapolating things, but that's the problem. Once you actually just take the raw numbers and extrapolate them to a logical conclusion, most of the violent crime happens where Black people live.
That's not true though, right? So again, if we start adding up all the different types of violent crime, that's not the case. And you're talking about a percentage, which doesn't really make sense when the concentration or proportion of those people is so much greater. So you're much more likely to run into one of those people, right?
Yeah, but like when you're out at night alone trying to get to your car, you're not worried about a pedophile jumping out at you.
I'm still scared of a white man because he might be a
Yeah, but again, you're not worried about a pedophile jumping out at you. And then again, statistically, you're more likely to get attacked by a Black man. White guys don't do that to Black women the way you think. That is a sexual fantasy Black women have on some Handmaid's Tale shit. They are not hunting y'all down like that.
Okay. Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Everybody don't start jumping in yet. Hold on, let them finish the conversation. Go ahead, Diva.
Right. So the first thing is I'm perfectly willing and capable of allowing you to speak without interrupting you. Please afford me the same courtesy. I know y'all start jumping out your body when we start proving you wrong, but right. And so, no, I wasn't speaking about a white man jumping out and assaulting me sexually. Right. What I was speaking about is I could run into a white man who might be drunk coming out the bar and decide, hey, nigger, you know what I'm saying? And then jump on me physically that way. And so, again, we have to start including all the different types of violent crime. And depending on which neighborhood you in, we don't see too many instances of Black people being physically assaulted by white people in the store, in walking through the neighborhood, right? We just saw a Black man doing his job, trying to dump his load, and them white boys came. So please cut it out. They do a lot of violent stuff. Just because it may not always be reported doesn't mean that they aren't doing it. It's, in fact, if you remember back when the Mike Brown protests were going on, there were 2 reporters that were in the crowd. They were undercover in the crowd like they were protesters. It was a white male and a Black male. The cops came in and started getting, physical with people and arresting people. The Black reporter got arrested. The white reporter reported that they took him to the ground, and then the cop whispered in his ear, "Get out of here," and let him back up, and he ran off. So just because they get let off more don't mean that they ain't doing it.
Right. Good point. Go ahead, Hood. Your turn to respond. Uninterrupted.
Give me a second. Somebody else get it.
All right. And so and all we want to do is just deal with when we start just breaking out the raw numbers, it's just not what y'all say it is. And it is okay. Like we do have a issue, but a great point that Diva just pointed out, and we are more likely to run into a violent majority than a violent minority. It's just statistically, when we put the stats out there, just what it is. And not only that, the ones that are violent from the minority, 50% of them come out exonerated. So it's really not 39% of us, for real.
These are effectively ghost stories to tell around a campfire. That time was some racist white guy said some racist white guy thing to you, and it just shook your day up, and you were all melanin frazzled after that. These are racist campfire stories for scary little niggas. The majority of your interactions with white people are going to go just fine. And most of the time, they would rather not have any problem with you. Most white folk are generally afraid of most black people. And so this idea that they're walking around looking for a nigga to string up is just 1940s babble, bro. We got to get over that shit. We are not on the Selma Bridge no more. The civil rights is over. White folk ain't running around here trying to do shit to niggas. It's niggas doing shit to niggas. More than some racist strapping you to his truck and dragging you around the place, you're going to run into a nigga who got nothing to lose and he's having a bad day and he want to take something from you. That's more likely what you're going to encounter as a regular person in your regular life.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
I just have a
Go ahead,
question.
Diva. You got him, Diva? All right, hold your question. We got you. We're gonna the conversation's almost done. We'll open it up in a couple of more back and forth. Go ahead, Diva.
So you're telling me the white guy who approached me aggressively and his wife had to hold him back because I was wearing a I love being black t-shirt, that never happened. Right? We got too much evidence because everybody got a camera on them now. So we have too many instances. We can look at it and see, right? And that's why black people even, came up with the joke, if you're a black person, you never really alone because there's always some white person in your business. Right. And so, no, these people are extremely violent and extremely aggressive. And now that's not to say that, you won't experience aggressiveness and violence with black people either. Right. It's there, certainly. But to just act like white people just skipping through, lilies all day is very incorrect. Them MFs is violent as hell. They do a lot of domestic violence. Right. As a matter of fact, we've seen several nationwide news stories about cops coming to intervene in domestic violence and the white man blowing the cops away. So I'm sorry, you cannot convince me that white people are these safe people. They're extremely violent.
Police report or it didn't happen. Video or it didn't happen.
There are videos, right? Because when the cops come up, they have a dash cam, baby. Go look on. What are you talking about? Yes, there's plenty of video. And half the time the cops might even know. As a matter of fact, it was a recent case where a white man had been committing various types of violent crime, domestic violence, assaulting people across, Kentucky, or maybe it was Kansas, Iowa, several different states that are right next to each other. At any rate, when he ended up in jail in one state, and then the cops from another state were supposed to come get him because he waived extradition. They didn't. If it's longer than 15 days, they let you out. I don't know.
My whole point.
Hold on. I did not interrupt you. Is there something wrong with you?
I thought you were wrapping that up. You got it. I'm not trying to fight with you.
Now, if I'm still speaking, y'all got to learn how to calm down. And see, this is part of the issue with black men. Y'all always talk about this manhood stuff, but y'all are very, y'all jump out y'all bodies. Y'all emotionally dysregulated. That's what it is. And maybe it's because of the violence you see in your community. But nevertheless, there was.
So now they are violent.
I'm not.
May I jump in and build on your point, sis?
No,
not yet.
No, she's not letting you in yet.
The point is, I'm getting to it. The white man was being chased by the cops. There was a cop out there trying to lay down those strips that bust your tires. The man purposefully jumped the curb and ran over the cop and deleted the cop. So, and this is recent, so go look it up. You can find it. And a lot of times y'all aren't looking for these types of stories. But if it's a black person committing some crime, y'all right there front and center for it. All you got to do is go look at those dash cam channels, because it's mostly white boys behaving badly.
Yeah. And
also, really quickly, the reason why I say videotape or it didn't happen, police report or it didn't happen, our women, lovely as they may be, they have a tendency to send niggas on dummy missions. And so I just hesitate to believe anytime a woman says, oh, something bad happened to me, you should care about it. I've grown a thick enough skin to just not believe them automatically, because they lie about these things for their own little petty needs. And We've seen this happen time and time again. So as far as our women getting up on the stage and screaming racism so that we can go perform on their behalf, I'm just not going anymore.
But that has nothing to do with anything I said. I was talking about white males engaging in violent acts. So nobody ever said
Yes, black women wanting black men to fight white men on their behalf. You go fight that nigga. You free.
Nobody's asking y'all to fight anybody. We know that y'all
You equal, right? You empowered, right?
Hold on.
Y'all can't fight anybody. You can't protect yourself. So you certainly can't protect a woman, especially a white woman, right? Y'all at the bottom of the social hierarchy, baby. Ain't no you can't punch up from there.
So Hood Sir, why did you bring it into you thinking that somebody was asking black people to fight for black women? This is not that. We was talking about crime
No,
rate.
it's black women sending black men on a dummy mission. That's what I was referring to.
Right, but that's not what we is having a conversation about at all. Not even a little bit. What we're talking about is comparing the actual statistics and just be truthful and honest with the statistics as we see them. Not make up some bullshit story.
Frankly, once you allow PhDs in a conversation and she begins to tell her personal anecdotes, it literally becomes that.
No,
okay, so you focused on that one. I was just giving an example, honey, and I talked about a lot of other things. So if you chose to key in on that one specific example because you couldn't address the rest, right?
Right.
I respond to things you say. It was a thing you said. I responded to it. Deal with it.
Respond to the rest.
You're still full of shit.
No, respond to it though. Like that's fine. But okay, so you
nigga, that's the response, bro.
Okay,
that was the response.
This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna accept that black men should not go on a dummy mission because a white boy tried to approach Diva in a violent way and he had to be held back by his wife. Okay, we are not gonna go on a dummy mission and find this white boy. Now address the rest of the comments that she was saying about they are committing 70% crimes on children violently. They're also doing 57% of the violent crimes in America. Also, that 50% of the black men that's getting arrested, it's also 50% of them getting exonerated. Also, talk about that because also we are talking about convictions as well, right? So again, just address the fact that if they are committing so much violent crimes at a high rate, you are more likely to run into a white person that is violent versus a black person that's violent because we are only 13% of the population. Only 6% of us are males, and then only 400,000 of them are the actually violent criminals. So the chances of running into one of them is much more difficult. Is what we are just having to have a conversation.
I actually addressed that already. If you're black and you live in the black community, you're not bumping into racist white people. You're bumping into crazy niggas every day.
Unless it's Wittenhouse.
Okay, so we're gonna go DJ Genesis. You want to ask her question because clearly he cannot answer questions anymore. He's out of his wit right now. Go ahead, Genesis.
So my question is that
hold on. We're gonna go DJ Genesis.
My question is that if we're talking about
hold on. And then we're gonna get Wall Street Willie in there right after DJ Genesis, so we could just get people, so we can have the conversation. Go ahead, Genesis.
Okay, so my question is that if we're talking about violent crime, are we also lumping the police force into that too, and all of the crime that they're doing? When just because that they get let off by beating people, if the majority of our police force is Caucasian, is that considered also crime, violence? The things that they're doing, or are we just going to leave that part out, say that doesn't count?
It doesn't quite work that way.
Good point. No, because if we look at the statistics, police officers are more likely than the general population to beat their wives or significant others. They do more domestic violence than any other group that's violent.
Well, those numbers, if they're arrested, they would just get recorded like any other numbers. So they are already a part of the conversation. If you're talking about violence with the badge on, I mean, technically they're allowed to shoot you. So those numbers don't look the way you want them to look.
They're not allowed to shoot you.
Under certain circumstances, they are literally allowed to shoot you. That's what the gun is for. I don't know why you don't understand that.
So they get off of that.
Hold on, before we turn into a full-blown argument, I just want to let you know that not too long ago, I was just talking about 6 Tennessee cops that just got arrested. You know why they got arrested? Because they was chasing a man that fatally shot his girlfriend at a breast cancer walk. He ran away from police, jumped into his car, tried to run away from police, crashed into their car. They finally caught him, flipped his car over. He tried to run. They caught him and gave that man a black eye. And 6 cops went to jail because that was a white boy that they gave a black eye. Let it be a goddamn black man in the rain or not raining, and he didn't have his goddamn lights on, he would get punched in the face, and everybody wouldn't bat a fucking eyelash. This is
6 black cops beat a man to death in Memphis, and they got off for it last month or 2 months ago. Is that white supremacy when 6 black cops beat a nigga to death and get off of it?
Right, so
what are we blaming if not white supremacy?
What I'm trying to explain to you, stop bringing up things that we are not talking about just to prove a point. That is a hard
because that's how you prove points, nigga. I have to bring up things that you don't want to talk about. What the fuck is wrong with people? Who am I talking to here?
Right, but you have to have a conversation about what I'm saying. Not after I said something, you're supposed to talk about that, not bring up.
If you can bring up those random white cops, I'll bring up 6 black cops that did worse. How about that?
But what I'm saying is that so after we mine out my conversation, then we can mine out your new conversation that you want to introduce to combat what I'm saying. Not say, hey, we're gonna go tit for tat. You say one, and then I'm gonna say one, then we never actually break down the conversation. I want to be able to break
No, don't tell me how to do kung fu. That's how I fight. Those are 6 black cops are worse than your white cops. Deal with it.
I don't want you to look foolish. I want you to break down the conversation so we can actually have a fruitful conversation. Go ahead, Wall Street Willie.
All right, so because I get frustrated when people who I know are very intelligent play dumb, right? So let's deal with 3 quick things. One is over policing, right? When federal numbers show that the majority of traffic stops, interactions with police are happening in black areas, you're gonna have more crime reported in those areas, right? It's like the lotto. If you play enough times, you just might win, right? So we know there's the factor of over policing. 2 is where these crimes are concentrated. And when you have that conversation, then you have to talk about who's the real threat. Most of these black crimes are happening in very concentrated areas, right? I'm not going to O Block. I'm not just walking through Compton. So the likelihood where those crimes are happening affecting me is slim to none. I could walk around the cities like New York and Chicago, downtown. You don't have a problem in the world, right? But what are you more likely to bump into? The Karen that may militarize the police, may use them as a weapon on you. Or you might just be the Amazon guy dropping off a package and somebody, hey, what are you doing in this area? And don't move. And he's got his pistol on him. So the question of, the likelihood of you coming into contact with these things also puts in perspective that, there's definitely a narrative being painted with the picture of crime that's simply not accurate. Now we have this new thing where we call everything a mass shooting, right? So now, in order to drill down on them, because yes, if 3 people get shot at a block party in their leg, it's considered a mass shooting, right? But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people who go into schools with AR-15s like we just had. We're talking about people who go into movie theaters. That's a threat, right? And there are certain things, even when they look at our culture, right? And they say, oh, you see him throwing gang signs? Like the signs were there, right? When are we going to say that the signs are there in the white community as well for a lot of the crime they're willing to commit and just paint the same picture accurately? So over policing is a big deal. I think any black person that's pretending like they believe they don't know white people weaponize the police, they're lying to themselves more than they're lying to me, because we as black men on the panel, we know what they can do in those situations, right? We're going to be the first one tackled to the ground until the cop figured out, no, I was the one that called the cops. That's the crazy white boy on opiates, right? So, we just have to be honest about the conversation we're having. And in particular, when we're talking about black crime, 9 times out of 10, the people that are talking about it, it doesn't affect you. In your suburb, on your way back and forth to work, it doesn't affect you. So I'm saying, let's just have an honest conversation.
I mean, when you're talking about white crime, it doesn't affect black people either. So I don't know why black folk love to bring up white crime as some kind of deflection, as if that really matters to your life. And then, as far as mass shooters go, the last couple of years, we've had like maybe a 9 or 12 transgender mass shooters. So I don't even know if it's purely a white thing. There's something deeply psychologically wrong with that whole crowd. So maybe the
They
white
were
guys
white.
might be kind of off
They
the
were
hook. There
still
was a
white.
lot of transgenders.
They were still white though. Don't take that out.
Like you can't miss that part. You cannot just say, "Oh, you can't miss that part." That part is there. It's very important. And I don't
And
understand
one other
why.
thing, my
Yeah.
bad, Sharon.
Yep.
One
You
other
good?
thing, the third part that just came back to me, we get punished, right? If Tyrone goes outside and shoots someone, does anything, he's going down, right? We see time and time again where white people in the right circumstances, citizens are allowed to violate people's rights, take people's lives, right? And wiggle out of those situations or get out of them with less time than a kid that did an assault will get, right? So we got to factor that in as well. There's the over policing and the over sentencing.
Well, so the other thing is, I don't know why hood conservatives acting like if you live in a black community, it's a chain link fence with barbed wire around the community. We go out to restaurants, we go out to malls, like you go out to movie theaters. And I think the reason that white violence is always concerning is because they have a tendency to direct or misdirect their anger and violence towards people that don't even know they breathing, right? So like they said, the guy who went into the movie theater and just started blowing people away, the guy who will go into a supermarket and, delete people who ain't never done nothing to them, or they going into these schools, a school full of children when you a grown ass man and bothering those children. And so that's why it's so concerning, because it can happen to anywhere, anytime, to anybody.
Not on that, look at what's happening to the so-called black truck drivers as of recently as well. We've been hearing there's an uptick in some situations with them. We don't know what is going on. Who's the ones harassing them? It ain't other black folks harassing those black truck drivers.
So let me get this straight. When it comes to white folk giving somebody a hard time, we got to call in the National Guard. But when a nigga gets shot, when babies get killed in a drive-by, it's like shit happens. You got to suck it up. You niggas amazing, bro. That's wild.
You keep moving the goalposts. So if you want to have a conversation strictly about that one topic, then yes, that is a horrible situation. However, that's not the norm. It's not normal. And we got to stop acting as if drive-by.
When was the last time a black person was murdered by a racist white person strictly because he was a nigga and I felt like killing a nigga that day? Like, how often does that really happen? Because it's like you guys' number one fear in life, and it's a childlike fear, bro. It is such a childlike, it's a phobia at this point.
So the problem is that it recently did happen. We still have lynches happening in America. That's the problem that you are failing to miss. And you are more likely to run into a violent white human being than you are to run into a black violent human being. And for some reason, on purpose, or you just being obtuse, I'm not sure, but you are failing to realize just by statistics alone, that is a very true thing. I don't know why is it so difficult to just deal with what is being represented when we look at the raw numbers of things.
It was two twins who were unalived by a white man here down in Georgia
in
the summer.
In the summer, it just happened.
Like they literally just graduated high school, about to have a promising life, and it was snuffed out by that savage.
And look, so he gave you an example right there.
Oh my God.
It doesn't matter which one he is.
No, I'm saying, because I know that name. It was two twins. It was allegedly a suicide, but did they find some white guy and arrest him?
Yeah, he was the suspect. Yes. In the trial is, I don't know if he's been charged yet. I know he's a suspect.
So he's a suspect, hasn't been charged. Okay.
but it wasn't.
And so that's how simple it is to just go ahead. So long as you're able to deal with the truth, that's cool. And then we can move forward and we just be honest. We got to stop paying our people.
Notice how the story went from they got a white guy, and then I asked a simple question, and no, he's just a suspect. Like, this is the importance of details.
You don't think the crime takes a process? We can just instantly charge him and he's going to be found
Well,
guilty.
respect the process, though. Don't just lead niggas on with the end result. Like, tell the process. Don't just say we got some guy for it. We don't know shit yet.
So he has
if that's the case, I'm sorry, but if that's the case, those FBI crime statistics are arrests, honey. And in this system, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. So you're looking at statistics of innocent men who haven't gone through the process yet.
Damn, she is good.
That's a bar. So that high crime rate that y'all love to quote so much, those are arrests. That is a bar. And you know the craziest thing about it is that we are actually fighting to get some honest and truthfulness about black men. And then other black men want to come in and say that we lying, that black men ain't that good. Are you crazy? PhD was actually arguing that black men might not be the most violent people in America. Oh, hell no. We got to go against that.
That actually is ironic when you think about what goes on this channel. So if this was a conversation about what's good for black women, you would have no problem talking about how violent these niggas are. As soon as we want to talk about white people and white men, now somebody else is way more violent. This is interesting. It's really psychologically revealing how you use this kind of idea of the black male.
Actually, this is just an exercise in debate, right? I just like to see if I can out logic people, and I can out logic you clearly.
Ooh.
Not only that, but when you focus it on a very specific crime, it changes the conversation. And this is the problem that y'all fail to realize. When we specifically saying the most violent man in America is XYZ because of the percentage of crimes is by XYZ, y'all cannot just deal with the natural fact of what it is. Now we want to go specifically into what black women are dealing with black men. That is a completely different conversation. And then now we can start having a conversation about how violent such and such is. It's two different.
So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So in terms of black women, these niggas are horrible fathers. They're bad lovers. They're terrible providers. They're illiterate. They're homeless. They breath stink. All of these things, but they're also perfectly decent civilians.
No.
It's amazing.
Being a criminal is different than being an ain't shit nigga. You can be an ain't shit nigga and not be a violent criminal.
Damn, she kind of dinging you today, Hood.
I ding Hood every day. I feel like Hood got a lifetime.
What are the rates of domestic violence in the black community?
Dinged all his life. That's
what are the DV rates in the black community?
So for some reason you not understand those are two different points, right? Like, so you don't have to be a criminal to do something wrong to your girlfriend. You don't have to be a criminal to you sleeping on your mama's house and she had to take you up out the house and now you got an apartment now because you partner up with a woman. You don't have to be a criminal because you impregnated 3-4 women and then you run away from your results. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are not criminals. So not necessarily. So those are two different conversations. That's all I'm trying to let you know. Go ahead, Wall Street. Really like you had something to say. Okay, Wall Street.
Yeah, the point slipped me. I'll come back.
You're on mute.
Question: how did we get here from U.S. Army secret chemical testing in St. Louis?
Right.
Nobody want to talk about that shit. That's why.
How we get into relationships?
Nobody was interested in that first conversation. I was watching. It was kind of flat.
Hey, but that's the craziest part to me. Me and Conscious Moron was just talking about how nobody want to actually have a conversation what happens into our black neighborhoods. And then even though y'all always scream and say, hey, why we don't talk about Why we always got to talk about, and then you know what you did? You brought it into a relationship conversation, even though we talking about what they are what they are doing to our cities, and it takes decades for us to even prove that they did something to our cities. They took decades ago, they put this goddamn fog in our city, gave a bunch of people cancers, made them chemically imbalanced, birth defects, and all these things, but you don't want to care about that. St. Louis is also.
But here's the thing. This is the problem.
And it's proven the government itself said, yes, we did some biochemical warfare to a black city, and you still like, I don't want to hear about that. That's crazy to me.
If we don't care about our own business and our own communities and our own selves, we have no business expecting the government or the white man to care. And so that's just the problem you're gonna have to resolve internally, bro. Nobody's supposed to care about you. Your mama lied to you, bro.
But then you create a catch. But then you create a catch-22, right? Like if there are elements in the community that are preventing these people from moving forward, that are the catalysts for a lot of the issues that we see. If you're telling them to just correct themselves, but then you have this other influence, it creates a catch-22. I think a lot of intelligent black men want to see better for their community, for their people, right? But they don't want to address the real issues that, in my opinion, many of us feel like we can't affect any change on. So you don't want to look at systematic white supremacy. You don't want to look at things like redlining, things like, income disparity. You just want to look at your own people saying, I figured it out. You can and should do it too. But that's, it creates a catch-22 unless you're dealing with these outside influences and elements that are so problematic for our people.
If you're talking about alleged systemic white supremacy, which I do not believe, by the way, but if you're talking about white supremacy, your so-called women work for the system. Reconcile that shit.
Well, y'all don't have no jobs to offer us, so of course we are.
Wait.
Black people are tax-paying citizens, and so the same way that our government got an obligation to every other citizen, it has an obligation to us. Certainly an obligation not to target us for harm.
But I want to say, I work for that same system. Are you saying that I'm inclined to push for white supremacy in some way? I was confused.
Well, you work for white supremacy. So what do you do for white supremacy?
I mean, the argument can be made that anything in this system can have elements of white supremacy. I was trying to figure out the argument, but I didn't understand why you threw the women in there as if we don't work for these same systems with them side by side, right? Like we're all in there. It doesn't mean we're inclined to support or try to benefit white supremacy.
Well, if the system has been so good to you and so good to her, and shout out to PhD for being honest. I see you let her slide right by that shit. Like the whole embracing the system that you want me to fight. What did I tell you about women and their dummy missions, right? So if the system has been so good to the both of y'all, why you think I'm supposed to fight it? Won't you tell me how to get like you?
Actually, what I do is I fight employment discrimination, sweetie. That's what I do for the system, nigga.
Damn.
Silence.
Come on, Hood. You gotta represent black men better than them.
Hold on. What did she say?
She said that
I fight employment discrimination. That's what I do for the system, nigga. And I earn a lot more than you doing it with your conservative ass. How you a broke conservative?
Oh, so you work in the white man's office getting black women jobs so they can be strong and independent.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
And we discriminate.
Beautiful. How does that help us? That helps you, but it don't help us, right? Mercenaries, bro.
Like I don't understand. Like when you ask a question and then we answer the question, then you still want to say some nonsense. Like that is crazy, bro.
Because the answer only revealed more betrayal.
No, but you added the fact that it's black women. She said she fights discrimination in employment, and then you added, oh, you doing it for a certain gender. You added that extra to
right, because you have to read between the lines. We're not children anymore. I'm not going to accept your fairy tale bedtime story of how it is. I know how it is. So when she says she's fighting for a certain thing, I know the beneficiary of that is for her homegirls to be single moms.
So let me
So the
understand.
thing is, let me respond to that.
Okay.
Because actually the biggest case that I worked on, and you can go Google it, was a case against Target where they were discriminating against Black males with their complete bar to criminal convictions or criminal backgrounds, right? And so we got Target to lift their criminal background disqualification, which disproportionately impacted Black males. So that's actually the most prominent and the biggest settlement for a case that I've worked on, and it helped you ignorant niggas. Now you can go line up the carts.
Women, felons, and gays. So it's always women, criminals, and gays. Their whole agenda is women, criminals, and gays.
Hold on, she almost finished. She almost finished. This is crazy.
Coming back to life.
So I did that so you dumb niggas with no education can go line up the carts at Target and push them back into the to the store and earn your little $15 an hour. You're
So
welcome.
really didn't have a benefit.
You're welcome.
She helps us with the heart, y'all.
Yeah, I think it's crazy that even when she say that, hey, my biggest case was helping Black men, he still found a way to make that negative.
He
You have to learn what to look for, bro. You've been hustled your whole life.
What y'all don't understand is political conservatism has a close relationship with homosexuality. That's why Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes, all of them like men. And Hood Conservative, I suspect, does as well.
Here we go. It's always the same typical bullshit. Feminism is raw in their brains. Everybody who don't suck her clits and fucking faggot.
You got to cam up and
I
dispute.
think the fact that you cannot maintain the conversation is rich to me. Like, we having a conversation about the way, if you just cannot rebuttal it, just say that. It's okay. You don't have to start throwing insults. The person that's throwing insults.
Well, who threw the insult?
You did.
When did I insult?
Oh my God.
What did I say? What did I say specifically? Be very specific.
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm not gonna have a
No, don't accuse me. Be specific.
You know what? My bad. You didn't insult nobody. I do not want to have a minor conversation where we have a bigger conversation.
Bro, she just went out of her way to call me gay, and now you're gonna say I'm the problem?
I'm gonna leave that part alone because I'm
not gonna leave it alone. Why would you immediately jump on me and not the reality of it?
Hold on.
Why would you do that?
Hold on. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. We are not going to dive down to who insulted who first, because that don't make no sense when we're having a deeper conversation about what's actually happening in our community. When we start having a conversation about what's happening in our community, you are the one that's trying to move it into just relationships. That is a problem for me. When we are trying to have a conversation about what happened into a city that was a Black city, happened decades ago, and now we starting to see that they are waiting for everybody that they did it to. They wait for them to die, even though those are decent human beings that was in that city when it was built, and now they turned it into rubble. It's just nothing but dirt and ashes. Now they broke down the whole city so they could erase the evidence. You want to try to turn it into some goddamn gender banging situation. That's crazy to me. And literally say on this platform today that we don't care about our own cities. When I'm trying to have a conversation about what actually happens. The truth is, you are not going to be able to bury the truth with some finding out who insulted who first. Absolutely not.
Everybody can see what just happened here. And niggas act like this shit ain't being recorded. The protective defense is unnecessary. She's a grown-ass woman who doesn't actually care for you that much. So I don't know why you go so far to protect her from a simple conversation.
Okay, what's your thought, Marvin's opinion about this topic?
What topic y'all talking about? Y'all kind of going everywhere with it right now. So it went from the U.S. Army thing that happened in the past to
whichever one you want to talk about. Just go ahead.
I don't really have an opinion. I mean, history is history. I mean, I don't really have any real feelings about what happened. I mean, a lot of stuff like that happened in the past to the Black community. That's no secret as far as them testing stuff. And people still trying to make compensation to this day with those who are affected by that. Besides that, hopefully I have nothing more really to add. Kind of curious about what the topic is going, like where's it going to or revolving to, like why we brought it up so we can talk about what we're going to with this.
Shout out to the Cash App. It says, Diva, keep kicking these ninjas in the Yes. Thank you so much, my brother.
Yeah, I kind of just came into this, so I don't really know what's
on y'all
going
too,
on.
right? The military experiment on military members, right? They just what was the one where they was burning stuff and people got exposed to something, and so now they starting to pay them. I forget what that particular one is called, but then it was Agent Orange before that. It's been several of, but y'all get a whole host of shots. They don't even have to tell you what it is.
Right.
A lot of times y'all don't know what it is.
Right.
And so they experimenting on y'all too. You don't care?
Right. But let's not forget about Tuskegee. Let's not forget about Tuskegee. Let's not forget about Henrietta Lacks. Like we could go down the thing. We got Flint. Like, I mean, God damn it. We got the ice cream truck. It plays the most racist jingle in the fucking history of America. Like, come on. What the fuck are we talking about?
All right, so what I'm trying to figure out is, because are we talking about this white supremacy right now? That's basically the topic we're on right now. No, I'm just serious, because you brought up the ice cream thing, so I'm kind of confused. Like, you talked about experimenting on black people. I'm like, okay, I understand where you're going with this. Then you talked about ice cream machines and all that stuff. I'm like, okay, what are we talking about, bro? Like,
so what we talking about is that the government been experimenting on black cities for a very long time.
Yes.
And we trying to act like this shit doesn't happen. So 2 decades ago in St. Louis is how this conversation started. They experimented on a city, a project. They were spraying fogs. That's 20 years later, it's causing cancer in people. It's causing birth defects. It was giving them headaches. They was throwing up. And now 20 years down the line, they wound up destroying that city. That city is nothing but grass, rocks, and rubble now. And so the problem is nobody want to talk about that. Then as we move it forward down the line, right, we also understand St. Louis is one of the most violent cities. Also, they experiment us with some strange fog.
Okay.
So for some reason, we're trying to act like we can't have a conversation about what's happening to our cities. And this is why we don't get no goddamn respect for our cities. Literally. Y'all trying to challenge what actually happened in history. The government itself acknowledged that they did it to our city.
Yes,
that's why we're having the conversation now, because finally the government said, yes, we did this to that city.
In a city that now is at the top of the murder rate.
They admitted it. Yeah. So back then when we was having the conversation, I would say, well, we don't know if it really happened. But now we know that it really happened. And so now no conservative, nobody that's saying about it's white supremacy for acting like we a victim. You can't say we a victim because the government itself said we did this to that city.
Okay, and that city right now is one of the top murder rates
or anything like that. I mean, well, all I was asking was where was it at? Plus, only thing you said wrong, only one thing you said wrong was 20 years. This is way more than 20 years ago. This was not in 2005. This happened way back in the 60s. This wasn't 20 years ago.
He's saying that matter? Came out.
No, it kind of does, because that's a little recent. You know, thing that happened right after 9/11.
Right. When I first started, I said it exactly. It happened in 1956. If I made a misspoke, it's not something to major in.
You think that they stopped then, though? And so in another 20 years, you will find out what they were doing in 1976. In another 40 years, you will find out what they was doing in 1996. In another 60 years, you will find out what they was doing in 2016.
You can go back as far as COVID. You can go back as far as COVID. We know COVID was an operation. That's no secret.
No, hold on. So what we trying to get y'all to understand, let's have the conversation about what's happening and what happened. And for some reason, that's very difficult for y'all to just say, hey, this happened to black people. And then concerns when the government actually admits it, you want to say, well, it didn't happen 20 years ago.
Who said that?
Did it happen? Yes, it happened. And then so again, what Diva is trying to explain to you, then they did another experiment. It's no secret that they do what? Chemtrails? Everybody was acting like that was a goddamn conspiracy. It's something in that goddamn, and they sprayed it on the street.
The water that's happening right now in Carolina. I'm telling you, I already know about the stuff that's happening with that.
All right, so speak to it then. Don't tell me that you know about it.
In the context of white supremacy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In the context of white supremacy.
Right. Or do you disagree that's even a thing?
No, it's not even that it's not a thing. It's just that honestly, when it comes to this whole white supremacy talk, like honestly, it's a class system. I get it. We're the experiment, we're the lab rats, but honestly, they don't care about their own people neither. There's people who are on top of all this that want to control the population in general.
All right, so pause it. So you're saying that we shouldn't care about it too because they don't
No,
care about it.
you're missing the point. I'm saying in general, they don't give a fuck. These
No,
people.
but
Okay, so
when you get
all
the
right, so
point, I agree with you. But Sharon's follow-up question was important. Like, should we care about our
I
own?
think you should care about your own health for sure. Yeah, why not?
So then we have to address these things in the
I'm not saying you
context of.
shouldn't address it. I'm saying I'm saying what you guys are saying. It's happening now. It's
Right.
happening today. It's going to happen in the future, and they're going to do it because they want to. Honestly, they're going to try to balance out the population at some point. That's been talked about for a long time. Population control. Population control. They're going to do what they're going to do with that.
I agree. Across the
You know what I'm
spectrum,
saying? Like
including
we
their
know
own.
what the bigger plan is in the sense of what
All
they're
right, so
trying to
why
do.
is it such a difficult thing for Black folks to stand up for themselves?
Who's not standing up? Dude, I'm trying to figure out how am I saying something that's counter-argumentative to what you're saying? I'm agreeing with you and I'm adding more to it.
Yes, you are saying something that's counter-argumentative to what we are talking about. Yes, you are.
Nah, Sharon, he's actually
He literally
agreeing.
just said, he literally tried to sweep it under the rug by saying they don't care about themselves, so why would they care about us? That's
He's
literally
agreeing with most of what.
hold on, that's literally a counter. So once you add that into the conversation, that negates why we even having a conversation about it. They don't care about no American, so there's no need to talk about what they did to the Black American because they would do it.
No, I'm saying
Hold on, let me finish. Because they would do it to a white American. However, the problem is we don't see them doing it to their cities. So it's no need to even bring up that they don't care about those other Americans because clearly they do because they never did it on Rodeo
Good
Drive.
clarification. Good clarification. Good clarification. That makes sense. Now, I was inclined to agree with him in terms of, yeah, they're doing it across the spectrum, even to their own. Like, that's one thing about white people that Black people don't seem to have grasped. You won't be able to save everybody, right? So, but in terms of standing up, like if you acknowledge these things are a thing, what do we do? Do we do anything? I just felt like you were real neutral in terms of your position. Like, do we do anything? Do we just acquiesce? Is there
My
nothing we
thing
can do?
is, like, if you want to do something about it, honestly, guys, if you want to do something about it, learn more about what it is you got to do. If you want to actually try, I doubt you'll be successful. They're too smart. If you want to really try to be successful in trying to deviate from their plans, which you're not going to be able to do, I'm just telling you, they're too smart for this shit. You would have to infiltrate. You would have to infiltrate their system and try to counter that. That's not going to happen.
Wait a minute. We just had two people admit that they work for the system, though.
Right, but you're
So this is what I'm saying, Black folk. This whole conversation is like masturbation, bro. It's not about nothing really.
No, but I'm saying, but you don't think that these people who are way above everyone else, you think these people who have no face don't know what's going on?
Okay, but this
I
is the
agree
thing,
with the second portion
Marvelous.
of what you said in terms of the only way for us at this point to really even try to affect any change is through the system, infiltrate.
What?
I agreed with that. I didn't agree with the fact that you said, these people are just too smart. If we're being honest, time after time, they're proven not to get their tactics as right as they really attempt to do. Right. But I did agree with the second part in terms of infiltration will have the best bang for the buck. We'll see the most benefit to the people we attach ourselves to.
Well, so look at it this way. Okay, if we're talking about infiltration, okay, Marvelous is in the military. The Black men, it's a lot of Black men in the military. They never bring back that knowledge to the Black community to teach us anything about maybe guerrilla warfare attacks, anything like that, right? But those white males actually do that. I watched a program last night about a group of white males in the Army who had a sect that they were active duty now and was trying to overthrow the government. It was called FEAR. I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but you just never get that type of anything from Black men. Black men go into those systems and then they want to be a part of those systems, right?
Now,
so just like when we see, why are you cutting me off? Just like when we see Black males in police departments, right? They the ones that'll kick you in the head just as quick as the white boys. And so how do we get y'all to go into those systems and still keep your nuts intact?
So
Don't do
to that
anything on her
question,
behalf,
though, I
bro.
just
No,
want
no,
to
no, no,
tell.
no. Don't do
I
anything
can
on her
respond
behalf. You
really,
see how
really
she wants
quick,
to
right?
send you on a mission, but doesn't
Hold
respect
on,
your
bro.
presence,
I
though?
just want to push
Don't
back.
go for it. Do
We're gonna
not
make it
go
about
for it.
her again. We're gonna make it about her again.
I'm just saying this. When you say they don't bring anything back to their own, I have to say my life tells me that's a lie. Because
Okay,
when
but
I
we're
got
talking
my
about
conceal, because when I got
is
my
that the
conceal, hold
exception
on,
or
slow
the
down, slow down, slow
rule?
down, slow
Is
down.
that the
When
exception
I
or the
got
rule?
when I
It's
got
not the
my
rule. It's not the rule. So you can tell us your anecdote, but that's the exception, right?
so then the rule is niggas do all the crime. Now what? If that's
That's
the
not the
game you're
rule.
gonna
That's
play.
not the rule.
Hold on, allow me to respond though. Allow me to respond before we get goofy with it. What I'm saying is,
You
in
stay
my
goofy with it.
experience, I was taught by a black Army Ranger what I needed to go through to get my concealed carry. He had,
Cut it out.
his system to teach it, and a black man taught me that. So when you make a statement like it never happens, that was a lie.
I
That's the
didn't
only
say
thing I'm
never. I
pointing out.
said
You
they
did.
don't bring it
You
back.
did. And once you kept
I
talking,
Bro,
you
said
got to
it.
move the
They
stop
don't
sign.
bring it
Now
back.
you
it'll
said it,
never be
sis.
good enough
You
for
said
her
it, sis.
because you will
You
never
said
be
it.
the white man, brother. Just accept that. You will never be the white man, so you can never please her. I don't know
But
why you
my
put
brother,
yourself on this hamster wheel.
Can I,
to lead by pushing back with patience and facts, right? Patience, facts, and honesty.
What does patience on a hamster wheel get you, bro?
I mean, it got us this moment where now you and I could build, because I do agree with you. I do
I
agree
don't have
with
you
you.
on a hamster wheel,
Listen,
but
hear what I'm
patience on
saying.
a hamster
Hear
wheel
what I'm
don't get you
saying,
nowhere,
brother.
bro.
Hear what I'm saying, brother. You asked me a question. I'm saying me and you now can make this moment whatever it was. But until I was patient with her to show her where she was wrong, right? She had the floor and she could just go off, right? That's where the patience is a benefit. Now me and you could get to it. We could use this time to talk about the things we feel like we need to talk about.
can I say something?
That's
When it
masculinity and
comes
leadership.
down to the actual people that bring it back, Rakeem Balagoon was an ex-military person. He was actually considered the first black. What is it called? They had the terrorism. They had a name for it. He actually had a group called Guerrilla Mainframe. There's also the Huey P. Newton Gun Club. A lot of
Right.
those are ex-military people that teach black people how to actually go out and
Correct.
learn how to use rifles and stuff. But a lot of that stuff got dismantled when the one guy Malik went down, or I think his name was Malik or whatever, was shooting the police in downtown Dallas. So a
Yeah.
lot of those things, and when Raheem, I'm sorry guys, I'm driving. When Rakeem Balagoon got arrested and became the first black terrorist, when they had that black terrorist thing going on. So there was people military that was teaching people. At least I know that in Fort Worth and Dallas, but they dismantled those groups.
Wait, so you're
Bro,
okay?
these
So I
women are
was
getting
not
education and
talking
benefits, and they're
about
selling you
teaching
revolution, bro.
people
You hear
how to
this?
use a
Do you
gun.
hear
That's
this?
not what we're
They
doing.
get they
Nah,
get
hold on,
they
hold
get
on, bro.
rights,
That's
Let him
freedom,
respond to that.
education, protection, but they're
Let him
selling you
respond to that though.
revolution.
I
Don't
don't
Hold
know
go
if
on,
for
you
Biggie.
that,
can.
bro.
Hold on,
Stop
bro.
that. They're
Context.
selling you
Hold on.
war and death, bro.
Conservative,
Stop.
Oh, my fault, Sharon. My fault.
conservative. I don't know if you can hear me now, but I want you to give me the same respect that I gave on your show. When you started talking, I was quiet and I let other people talk. So please give me that same situation, please, and thank you. Go ahead, Diva, and then Hood. You could go right after Diva. Go ahead.
Right. So teaching people how to use a gun. I mean, you can go to any, gun range or whatever. They have people that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
I
about
don't know, and they
strategy.
were teaching
Hold
combat
on,
too.
can I speak?
No, I just want to know. I
Okay,
want
but
to.
I
I want
said
to
I'm
correct you.
responding.
I want to correct you on that. They were not just
Let
teaching how to do guns. It was
me
full
speak.
combat.
Hold
It
on,
was
Let
full
DJ.
me
Let me finish.
combat.
speak.
Hold on,
It
Let
was
hold
me
full
on.
speak.
combat.
I got
Okay,
It
you.
well,
was
I
let
full
got
me
you.
speak.
combat.
Okay, well,
Hold
you
on.
can do that
Listen,
afterwards.
do
Then.
not correct anybody while they mid sentence, please. Let the other person finish, and then we could open it back up, and then you could reinstate your point. You do not have to correct somebody because you don't know where they are. End up at the end of their thought. Please go ahead, Diva.
She done jumped in her mammy bag. She trying to protect black men. Nevertheless, I'm talking about strategies, tactics, that type of thing. Most importantly, intelligence, right? That's what the military really is all about. And so bring that type of stuff that we can actually use to strategize and make plans to protect ourselves, at least to some extent, from some of this stuff. But that doesn't happen in much the same way that black doctors don't bring the knowledge to us that they should be bringing to us, right? So we was just talking about the sickness a few years ago, and there were Black doctors trying to beat Black people over the head to go and get a stick. When now we're seeing, as more studies come in, that stick had adverse effects for some people, but we did not hear the Black doctors coming forward and telling Black people, hey, don't take lisinopril because it has very detrimental side effects up to and including death, right? So we don't hear them telling us stuff like that to protect ourselves, but they'll come out on behalf of the power structure, the medical establishment, and try to beat us over the head. So that's the type of stuff that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about teaching people how to shoot a gun. You can learn that anywhere.
Perfect. Yeah. So can I answer that? Can
Okay.
Mammy answer that?
No, I was actually supposed to come up.
No, but I haven't got to get to talk at all, though. I've been very quiet. So Mammy wants to just say that no, they were not just only teaching how to
What
shoot
is
a
the point
gun.
of you, Sharon? What's even the point of having you here, Sharon?
Let us cook
Well,
into
why don't anybody have any control over
Hey,
their
yo, sis,
impulses?
let Hood go because I want to make some points to back you up.
Let Genesis get a chance to at least rebuttal, and Hood served if you got it. Jeez,
And I wasn't really on my protect Black men bag. I was on the government always fucks up shit that we try to put together. Because yes, there was a group of people that were teaching fighting tactics, working out, going to the gym, in the community, having people lose weight and all type of different stuff. Because I was actually one of the people that was actually going out there working out outside, learning how to stick fight, learning all kind of like military tactics, how to like just martial arts and all type of stuff. So yes, they were teaching that, and they were also working very well in the community. So, but that whole thing got dismantled because that one guy did what he kind of came, and he said he connected himself back to the RBG movement, and then that kind of made it seem like it was a gang or like some kind of terrorist group, and then it got destroyed. So I'm trying to say is that there were people that were that were military that were putting themselves out there, and they got arrested. The guy's still in prison right now as we speak for being a terrorist. So that's what happens when we try to do stuff like that. We become terrorists. So that's what I was trying to say.
If you're from the military, you should know how to stay under the radar of the government. See, a lot of times people jump out there and do stuff, and it's like COINTELPRO or some shit that's designed to hem Black people up. But you said they was teaching stick fighting and weight loss. So did it work?
Go ahead, Hood Conservative. Because it didn't.
I don't even understand the point of you being here, Sharon. You might as well just put a woman in your chair, bro. Now, anyway, the whole conversation just became
the fact that
resolution. You want to have the men on a revolutionary track while the women collect benefits and get educated. And so you know what happened to the Panther women? They all went to college, got jobs, and married white people. And so you want the men to be revolutionaries while you go get your benefits. This is a gaslight, bro. Stop going for this typical bullshit. This is the same shit that's been going on since 1975. The revolution is over. All y'all, you know what? Another thing. Stop training women to become warriors. You know why? Because warriors were not supposed to be fucking. Warriors don't get married to each other. Stop making the women warriors. This is all stupid.
Do you feel betrayed by Black women?
And you know it's the crazy thing. Then he'd say that I'm acting. Y'all don't realize that y'all be talking about yourselves. I promise you, bro. Like y'all gotta learn some impulse control. We are having a conversation. We building on talking points. Stop trying to attack somebody instead of just using your talking points. It's not a boring conversation if we are being intelligent. It is okay. We do not have to insult each other to have a good, productive, fun conversation. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Go ahead, Willie.
Yeah, so I mean, it was a lot. Like even in the conversation about Black servicemen, what do they bring back to the community when they come back? And many of them have brought back great things. We shouldn't diminish what those brothers did because it's simply not in the benefit of the people. So I can get the contention over that because it's a fact that we know a lot of these. The sister said that the guy attached himself to RBG, but there is a federal FBI file 1.5 miles long of white supremacists being involved, right, in the military. And what they take from the military, where they spread that information, how it's documented, they've given it to the criminal element of their side, right? These things aren't talked about. So that plays into the effects of white supremacy. So when you diminish what brothers were trying to do, right, and being shot down by the full weight, target, and scope of the government, then you're kind of going against your own argument. No, sister, there are Black men who were trying to bring things back to the community, and that's another part of your argument where white supremacy gets involved. You see the patience, my brother? You see hood conservative? You got to get them with the... I'm learning. I had to change my strategies.
Wait, what did you? Were you talking to me? Because I was actually in another room, so I didn't hear.
I was talking to everyone.
Oh, okay.
But I think the rest of the panel got my point.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm sure it doesn't matter, bro. Like this whole it's a futility in this whole thing anyway.
But brother, you know there's a lot of sisters that want to be by our side and ride with us. There's a lot of women who don't.
Yeah, but we're not going to get into
We
conversation.
literally, we literally have a sister on the panel that displayed that. Like, she's gonna defend us just as much as we defend her. That
I
needs to
assume
be
you're
our
not
focus.
talking about PhDs, or it must be talking about the other lady. I
Right,
don't believe.
You know
I
what I'm
don't
talking
necessarily believe that. I think there are obviously, better women than, some women are better than the others, right? But I don't think it's really a conversational thing. This is way deeper than just she cares. This is when you say systemic, like when you talk about things like systemic white supremacy, I would argue systemic feminism is way more important than systemic white supremacy.
All right, but do you know who the sister Nina Turner is?
On TV, MSNBC? Yeah.
Black woman. She's a politician. She's in office, so she's more than just, media. But that sister doesn't subscribe to those same things you're talking about. That sister does a great job on putting on display some of the same criticisms you have. I'm saying we got good people on both sides.
Is she a Democrat?
But it seems like the
Is she a
extremists
Democrat?
control the conversation.
I think she's an independent, if I'm not mistaken. But she was down with the...
Oh, so she a feminist. Never mind.
Yeah, I love
Something you say gives me hope.
Yeah.
Why you such a thing against feminism? Do you know the actual definition of feminism, Hood? Have you looked it up?
I don't think any of the definitions are good. None of them are really truthful or useful.
I haven't looked it up. That's all I'm asking. Do you know that?
None of the definitions are useful or actually helpful.
Webster's
None of the things they want are good things.
To refute anything that feminism do you know the definition of it? That's all I was asking, Hood. And you can just say no, I don't.
How about I say no? Now what?
Okay. Well, you should look it up. Let me ask you another question.
That was your response? I hate when niggas act like they have an answer and they refuse to share it.
Well, because you probably wouldn't believe my answer. So if you search for yourself, it's like fishing. I can fish for you for one day, or I can teach you how to fish, and you can fish for the rest of your life.
This is the retreat of niggas that don't know shit, bro. Do you know what you're talking about? If you know what you're talking about, say it.
Well, hold on, because I do want to answer the brother.
Equal rights for both genders. Literally, feminism means.
So now my question to you is, in the context of 2025, what rights do women need that they don't have? Like, it almost seems like at this point in society, the fight is more about dominance and control than it is about equality.
And they were fighting for rights for their body. Remember that?
All right. Shout out to the Cash App. It says, Diva, let these mother effers know. Shout out to the goddess.
But see, on a social level, though, that control over their body, right, creates another level of inequality. So now you have a situation where men have to actually fight for something, right? So now if there was actually some form of, I don't know, male abortion, which I already have a premise power pointed together for, right? Then you're talking something even. But at this point, a lot of the things that feminism highlights and are shooting for are more about supremacy than equality.
Supremacy over whom? Men? They want to.
Over their situations.
So you don't. Wait, hold on. You thinking they shouldn't have control over their own situations? We should control it as men.
I think men should too. We should have control over our own situations, and we don't. Like in
Why?
terms of that whole argument of control over the body, right? Because that only ties to one thing: abortion. We ain't talking about having the right to get breast cancer. We're simply talking about abortion. Cool. Do men have anything equal to abortion?
Yes. Vasectomy?
See,
that's not equal to abortion.
Yes, it is.
Women,
it absolutely is.
What's equal to a vasectomy is a hysterectomy.
Oh, hold on a second,
right?
though, bro. She can't get. If I keep her away from my seed, how can I get her pregnant? Or how can she use my seed to get pregnant?
So again, if we're talking about equality, women have that same option before abortion is ever put on the table. You can keep your eggs away from his seed, same way you can keep his seed away from your egg.
But we like we say, we are the bearers of life. I've heard plenty. We the bearers of life. So if we keep
no, but you talking to me. I don't
they-
want to get biblical with it. I just want to keep it straight.
Let's
use the equal sign and just leave the equal sign right in the middle. Do we have anything equal to abortion? The answer is no. Now, when I make that point about male abortion, I think men should have the right to sign off to say, look, she can do what she wants with her body, right? I don't want nothing to do with her, the kid, whatever else. That would be equal, right? Because the same way a man can't tell a woman not to have an abortion if he wants to have that baby, that's an inequality. Now, when we start to have those conversations, it sounds weird until you simply look at the equal sign, right?
Bodily autonomy isn't about equality, right? That means you got control over your body, and women have autonomy and control over our body. So if we don't want to get pregnant, we can do several things. We can take the pill, we can, get the shot, whatever. The same way, if a man know he not ready to be a father, he can get a vasectomy. He can keep it covered. They about to come out with a male birth control pill. So y'all better go as soon as they put it on the market. I want to
So
see
you're making the pro-life argument.
It's not the same. It's not the same point, though.
Pro-life argument.
Okay, but why are y'all speaking over me?
Because you're talking too long. But I'm just letting you know you're making the pro-life argument.
Wait, what's too long? Who's to say what's too long? Because when you going and rambling on and on, people have let you talk. Don't be disrespectful.
I'm actually saying something.
Right, well, I am too. So don't be disrespectful. Because if we gonna play the disrespect game, baby, I play it better than anybody.
We know.
Right.
You don't remember me?
I remember you. I remember that you tried to flex on us with that house that had siding on all four sides, and you was trying to act like you was in a rich neighborhood. And I had to point out to the audience that rich neighborhoods have brick on all four sides. And that you were actually in a
once claimed to be rich.
low income area, right?
All right, hold on one second. Let me bring up somebody new. Hold on, let me bring up somebody new. Yeah. Dantas Edmund, good day to you, sir. How you doing? You can hear me?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing well. That was a long pause. Everything okay?
Yeah, I couldn't. I'm on this tablet.
Okay, you sound good. We hear you clear. What would you like to bring to the conversation? It's my first time seeing you. How did you find the show? You might have a delay. Dantes, you're gonna have to leave it. Okay.
Come back.
I'm not sure. I gotta continue. I'm not sure. Maybe he'll come back. Maybe he just had a little technical difficulty. He was on camera, so I did get to see who he was.
Yeah, I mean, Sharon, you know me. You know me. Like, I'm more down the middle on these topics. This whole gender war, I don't really have a side in, but I am willing to call out BS on both sides, right? I'm more B1 than anything. My concern is Black people as a whole, because I think all these different things that we display and what we think are best efforts to sound intelligent, right, are all effects of that, right? So that's always where the conversation goes with me. But when it does come to feminism, I can talk about things as not just a man, but just a normal citizen that actually does care about and love women. Nah, feminism is doing a bit too much, and there are women that agree with that argument as well. So I'm saying let's not weird it out. We gotta have a conversation on the topics. Let's not weird it out.
You muted, Sharon. You on mute, Sharon.
Dantes, are you there?
Am I in there?
Yes, you here.
Yeah.
I can hear you loud and clear now. Yeah,
Wagwan, brethren.
what would you like? You know him, Willie?
Nah, just
Okay.
showing love.
What would you like to add to the conversation, sir? And how did you find the show?
Well, I saw your thumbnail a couple of days ago. I believe they've been hiding somebody like you, but I believe I finally found my people. But other than what I've been hearing, is some of the younger brothers. I think in the generation y'all have lost this allegiance or that revolutionary spirit. Yeah, I think you've been integrated. I think that's the term for that generation. You've been integrated. When you ignore things of the past that have been done to our people, and you just see you have no problems with it, and you still accept and have this this embrace of America. My generation doesn't have it, but we were on a different thing when we came up. See, rap was black nationalism when we came up, and you had Sister Soldier. We didn't have women like y'all have today. Now they are still our women, right? And we beholden to them just as much as they are to us. And no man can get left behind as far as cutting everybody off, all this delineation, all that talk. I don't want to get off topic, but as far as that, no allegiance to revolution, that revolutionary spirit, it sounds like cowardice to me. But I'm not calling. Don't take it personal. I'm not calling any person a coward.
Or would you say it's comfort?
No. Okay, well, let me use a quote. Adolf Hitler said that there's no room on this planet for a race of cowards, right? And the position that black men are here in America, right? Our position here is that of a coward. We seem to ignore the things that happen around us. Just like the brother wouldn't acknowledge that the host was saying, hey, you have no feeling of betrayal by America, by them chemical attacks on our people, things of that nature. And I heard it in his voice. He had no problems with that. That was more disturbing to me. So that's what tells me that I don't have a problem with white people. I have a problem with our people like that. I mean, I'm sorry.
Nah, my bad. Keep going.
But what I'm saying is, okay, like, because if you take the Haitian Revolution to Saint-Louverture, the night before that revolution took place, right? It was dissent and people who were afraid.
That's
and he took all of them and Al-Shabaab them right in front of everybody else, because there could not be any weakness. No one could be fall short of courage, and it would bring everybody down. That weakness. But we all have to stand fast. I'll go ahead, bro.
So it's a lot of things I want to respond to, but even like with because it was good to kind of put a pin in it there with Toussaint, there was also Dessalines, right? And so Toussaint was definitely for the revolution. He's someone you speak highly of, but I can see, there's a lot of people that will call Toussaint the coward. You know that, right?
Okay.
I'm saying in the context of comparing him to Dessalines, right?
Okay.
Right, you get what I'm saying. So when I see you, I see more of the Dessalines, but I could even see my brother Hood conservative, and not saying that you were calling him the coward, but I'm just saying, right? I can see him as the Toussaint in that situation as well. Like, these are both valuable parts of the revolution. I don't think it's as much cowardice as comfort. Many of us have gotten comfortable in the
Don't
system.
draft me in your Forevolution. Whatever you do not draft me in the Forevolution. Call me what you want, but you niggas leave me the fuck home.
Hood
Please
conservative, chill out, man, and just
having a
hold your
good
beret.
conversation. Don't interrupt with just nonsense, please. Go ahead, finish.
Hey, Hood conservative, just hold your beret, brother, and let me finish, man. You can put it on when you're ready. But I'm saying, for a lot of us brothers, I don't think it makes it cowardice when we have certain arguments that are valid for our situation. You get what I'm saying? Yes, there is a cowardice element amongst us, but we ain't talking about chaotic truth, right? We're talking about brothers who are saying things that we can respect. So I don't like putting the dissenting black opinion in the box of cowardice.
And before you answer, go ahead, Diva, if you're there.
Because the last thing I was going to say is
Willie. Hold on, Willie. I want to answer to the mic. Somebody supporting the show. Shout out to Dolomite 19 for the museum pot 100. Shout out to you. Thank you. I appreciate you supporting your favorite content creators, supporting your favorite hosts. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all supporting your favorite hosts on whatever channel that you're watching on. Salute to y'all. Go ahead.
One sentence.
Let him get a chance to respond.
One sentence.
I stopped him from responding.
Because I didn't get to land. Just the last sentence. When we're talking about the revolutionary groups, when I look at 2025, sadly, the honest truth is it's not the Panthers that still have these institutions. It's not some of our most revolutionary units. It's that boule that still has things today, right, that are tangible in the black community. I know that sounded crazy, and I'm going to land there.
Okay. Go ahead, Dantes. I'm pronouncing your name correct?
Well, I'm the last African. I just had this. I couldn't. This is a different account. My emails and stuff,
Okay.
Yeah, but you got me there. Yes, all day. But to that brother, nobody has picked up the colors, right? Nobody has picked up that guide on and done anything since our leadership has been murdered and ran off out of the country. And I think what we have today is a generation that doesn't even know who they were before. That's why it's so splintered with all this identity crisis that y'all having, right? And a lot of you, I hear it. You embrace America, right? The fact that I don't want to get to. I'm not spreading Pan-Africanism to anybody. I don't even understand that. How people interpret it. It's always been a little African beating on my chest, dying to get out. I was born and raised in North Carolina, but I know who I am. I'm not an American. I know that by Tamir Rice, Sandra Bland, Eric Gardner, Ahmaud Arbery. We can keep going all day. We are not American people, right? And the chemical attacks on our people, the barrel bombs, the destruction of our people's consistent attempts at progress in this country have been halted. And you brought in immigrant buffers, to come between our people and any type of American success. And far as you saying these, you people name celebrities when they talk about black celebrities. These people don't benefit black politicians. None of these people benefit black people. They work from within a white construct, a system. So the laws that keep them up keep us down. And your black community, when you talk about the boule, none of these people live in so-called black communities. These are the people who uproot themselves and go to white communities, because the further away they are from black people, that's the more successful they are, right? Yes, ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am. No, please.
So first off, there are several very prominent and wealthy black communities where you have plenty of boule members living. That's that. But you said that you aren't an American because of all of the things that have taken place and how there's a concerted effort, right, to for the dominant society to lift itself up basically by pushing black people down, right? I agree. Have you ever been to Africa? And if so, where?
No, but I would love to go to Burkina Faso. That would be my. I would love to have 300 brave souls to come with me to come and help with the effort there.
Okay, so once you go start visiting Africa, you will see that by your definition, what makes you not an American would also make you not an African, right? Because they being pushed down in their own. Yes, yeah. I've been there. They're being pushed down in their own countries. And Ibrahim Traore, I commend his efforts, but he did have to go run to the white man for protection, right? He had to go make a deal with Putin.
Not for protection, though.
Yes, absolutely. They were trying to
let them have a conversation.
Assassinate him. They've been trying to assassinate him. So he went there for several things, one of which was protection. And so
specifically, let them have the conversation first. Hold on, Willie. Let them have a conversation. Let her finish the full point.
And so again, just based on your definition of what makes you not an American, despite all the things your ancestors have done and accomplished in this country, those same things would make you not an African by that definition, because it's happening there too.
All right, cool. Hold on.
Go ahead, Dantes. No, it's Dantes. Let Dantes get a chance to respond, please.
Yeah. As far as that argument of not having been to Africa, if I had the means, I would be there. I would if I had the means. And Kwame Nkrumah said, I don't have to be born in Africa. Right. Africa was born in me.
Right.
Right. But I'm just going by your definition of what nobody's talking to you while
skip the number round. Willie, hold on. I will let you get in. Willie, let me you don't gotta kick him yet. Willie, let them have a quick back and forth, and you will be able to join in on the conversation. But let them have a quick back and forth, please. Let them have the 1-2 thing just for a little bit, please.
Saran, real quick though.
No. Let them have it first, and then you can give me the facts. Let them have the conversation, please. Go ahead, Diva.
Right. So you say, Africa, you quoted Kwame Nkrumah, right? But Kwame Nkrumah was actually from Africa. And so he had an understanding of what being an African is. From over here, you have a very romanticized and idealized idea of what Africa is. And I'm saying that because I was the exact same way until I started going over there and seeing it for myself firsthand. I'm headed back over there in another few months. So you said that you would be there if you had the means. And I guess I'm just wondering why you wouldn't have the means, right? And I don't know you. I'm assuming you're at least in your 40s, correct?
Thank you. I'm 50 years old.
Okay, so you 50. And so by this time, if that was something that you really wanted to do, right, we could have made some type of plan to work towards and get to being able to do that. And so I think a lot of Black Americans, certainly it's a lot that happens to us, a lot has happened to us, but many of us start thinking that we maybe can't do certain things, and that's not necessarily the case. And so I'm just pointing out to you, if that's something that you're really interested in, then, making a plan to see that through is something that's well within your control.
Can I fact check something real quick?
Okay, I want to that entire everything you said, right, about I want to say class structure. That class structure that you believe in so much, it's a luxury that Black people cannot afford. And I do have, last year I had my house up for sale. Just so while you talking that type of thing, I was going to sell my property and go. But I started to think about it. That wouldn't be fair, right, for me to do to my family, right? So I would rather leave something, and I would know secure a position for them here. I still have a responsibility to my family here. Do I not?
No, certainly.
Wouldn't a man take those type of things into consideration? So my children are grown, and my perspective of going to Africa is very different from yours. Mine is in a role of I'll be in the outpost supporting the troops. I'm a little too old to get my hands in the fight, and I probably wouldn't do much good, right? But I can feed the troops. I'll take meals to the battlefield, medical supplies. I'll do what I can. So I'm not going over there with the same perspective as you, right? I plan to be attached, right? And in that glory, right? I'll go to Africa, and we go and fight for them, right? For our own people. I would rather mend ties with my own people than with America, who hasn't even apologized for what Captain Traore apologized to our people for what America did to us. You understand? So there's at least an ounce of compassion there.
Right.
But like I said, then if I go and do that, then I have a country, I have a nation behind me. And right, he can come and say, hey, and when Captain Traore said so what a good soldier I've been, and asked me what I would want. I want to come and get all the brothers in prisons across America out over here. Right. Everybody who's been wrong, that's the type of stuff I'm on. See, I don't care about these people, the boulets and all those people. I'm not really concerned about that 1% of black people who that Little Rock 9. Let 9 black people in and okay, yeah, I'm sorry, brother. But that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all of them.
I just want to let you know, because it's your first time here, that we enjoy the passion, but let's try to get so we can have a response, because other people like Willie, he want to get in there as well. He want to do a fact check, and he hold on, but he told us. He told us.
You gotta let me get in here too. I gotta hurt somebody's feelings.
Hold on.
So
and
you said you want to go
composure. I just want my brothers to hold their composure. Allow Diva and Dances to finish their conversation.
One more time.
We're gonna get y'all in there. We're gonna get y'all in there. Just let's let them have the conversation. It's a good conversation, y'all. Go ahead, Diva.
Right. So you're saying go to Africa. Africa consists of 54 different countries. Where in Africa? So you said you mentioned Ibrahim Traore and going to Burkina Faso. And so if you go there, how would you even be able to communicate with them? They speak French as a first language and then African languages secondarily. Very few people even speak English. Have you learned another language? Have you learned French or one of those African languages? Do you know what tribes are over there? I'm about to drop you, Willie. Do you know what tribes are over there in Burkina Faso?
Yes, I'm aware of the tribal situation there.
No. Do you know the names of the tribes? What tribes are over there?
Enlighten me.
No, I'm asking. You said you wanted to go there. I have no desire to go there.
Well, enlighten me.
Right, and so I don't know what their names are, but what I can tell you is that there are several of them, and they all speak a tribal language. So I'm just raising the very practical issue of how you gonna even communicate with those people, because very few of them speak your language. The other thing is there is no situation where what's his name, Captain or whatever, Ibrahim Traore is gonna pull you outside and say, oh brother, you've been such a great soldier, what do you want? Right? That doesn't happen. Go ask the soldiers who are already over there. So I think, again, you have a very idealized and romanticized vision of Africa, which is why I was saying you need to go over there, because even if you relocate, you need to visit first, right? You got to make preparations. And so it seems like this is a fantasy for you, not even a dream, a fantasy, because you haven't put any activity or any type of real thought behind it. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. You seem to have it all figured out. I'm just
no, I'm just revolutionary.
No, you got it all figured out. You go ahead, Willie.
I got my black.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
He bowed out, Diva.
No. You saying nothing. You saying that. We don't want to turn into an argument. You've been there. Hold on. I can't make a believe about you.
We don't want to turn into a full-out argument. If you could bow out, it's okay. I think it was a great conversation. Go ahead, Willie.
The brother didn't bow out. He was just hospitable. And I got my black fist up, my brother. So salute to you. Like, we've moved the stop sign all the way to Africa. Like, the stop sign is in Burkina Faso right now. But what I wanted to correct was, depending on your definition of protection, no. Right?
If it depends on the definition, then you're not correcting me. If it depends on the definition, then you're not correcting anything.
So if you want to go off my definition, no, you were gang goofy. When you made the
I was talking about my definition, not yours. I don't know you.
When you made the statement that Ibrahim Traore went to the white man for protection.
So my definition of expensive and your definition of expensive are two very different things. Because I expect bricks on all four sides.
You know why? This is why a lot of brothers feel like the women shouldn't be in the room. Because of what you're displaying right now.
You just had 6 rounds. We can think circles around you. That's why you don't want us in the room. Y'all want to be able to talk about dumb shit and never figure anything out.
And sis, I'm not manosphere, sis. So before you think you're going to run there with it, I'm a black man that loves black women. That says, do you see how problematic y'all can be?
Yes, problematic because we think.
What's your love worth, bro? Your love isn't worth anything. I don't know why you led with that gay shit.
Can I speak?
Okay.
Right?
All right. So let's
So
let.
You've
the
been hopping
fact
over
check.
people the whole
Go back
time. Matter of
inside.
fact, let me drop
Go
you.
back inside. Right, I bet.
Go ahead.
See,
Go
Sharon,
ahead,
it's what they
Willie.
talk
Go
about.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Willie, and then Hoodservative. Go ahead.
So again, when you talk about the deal with Burkina Faso through Ibrahim Traore and Russia, that was a deal for biometrics technology. If you're talking protection, I would think you're talking about boots on the ground, Russian soldiers. That did not happen. Right?
No,
Why?
it's intelligence. Most
Why?
warfare is
Why?
cyber.
Because Ibrahim Traore didn't want that. He wanted the technology to be able to defend himself. I don't consider that. I don't consider that
If you
running
know
to the white
anything
man
about warfare,
and you're gonna
then you know
keep
that
talking.
most warfare is cyber
Let her go,
warfare
Sharon.
now. So cut it out. So if you just said exactly what I
That's
said.
how
He
mute
ran to the
button
white
work
man
too.
to
No, I didn't
protect
say
him.
what you said.
Yes, you did.
I said you're a liar. That's what I said.
And I'm saying you're
I
dumb.
don't consider
I'm saying you're.
going.
You don't have to consider it. I consider it because I got enough sense to know that most
This is what they
warfare
be
is
talking about,
cyber
Sharon.
warfare.
It's not what they
Most
talk about.
warfare
This is what
cyber
they be
warfare.
talking about.
Does she have a special privilege that
Control your,
everybody
like,
else
put a
doesn't
leash
have?
on it.
Yes, I do.
This
I
is what
actually
they be
do.
talking about.
Okay, because I'm sensing
Put a leash on your
entitlement. I
dog,
swear to
bro.
God, I hear entitlement.
I'm just saying, put a leash on her. Like she
need to
went
put a leash on
5
you.
rounds with my good brother. She tried to come at his pockets with all that
No,
goofy
I asked him
rhetoric,
a
right?
question.
I
wasn't
support
coming
my
at his
brother.
pockets.
Hold on.
I'm just
Hold
saying he
on.
should be able to go if he want to go.
Yeah, we heard what you said. No one can hear what I'm saying.
Right, exactly. Y'all
Right.
welcome.
And that's
Y'all
your goal.
welcome, chat.
You're literally
Cash out me to thank
proving
me for
hood
keeping y'all from having to
conservatives'
listen
point.
to this idiot.
That's your goal, black woman. And I'm not even manosphere. You're proving its point.
Brother, we're all manosphere when I show up, bro. That's my job, is to show you that we're all manosphere.
Nah, you
You
know I
niggas just keep
crashed out
fighting
on
it because you
y'all
think you
too.
love this bitch. You think you love these women, and no, we're all manosphere.
You know I crashed
Dennis,
out on the
Can I
manosphere
read
too.
I got a
something to
But
question
no,
y'all?
for you
she's
when I
wrong.
get a chance. When y'all get a
Right.
chance.
Burkina Faso has partnered with Russia seeking security assistance and other support, including military advisors and nuclear cooperation agreements. Thank
Right.
you.
Right.
Right.
We
And
want
so
engineers.
military advisors and security assistance,
America has
that's the
military
protection.
advisors.
But I said
Israel
he
has
went to
military
Russia
advisors.
for protection.
Why do you kick
Russia.
the
I
brother?
said he
Why do you
ran
kick
to
the brother
Russia for
Ibrahim Traore
protection.
down the
And that
ladder by
you said
saying
that I
he
lied. And I
ran
was
to the
not
white
lying.
man for protection? You
No, no,
don't say
no.
that. You don't say that. What's
You
my
said
man
that I was
BB?
lying and
You
they
don't
did, he
say
did go to them
Benjamin
for
Netanyahu
security
ran for protection.
assistance,
You
which
don't
is
say that.
protection.
You have a
PhD.
disdain for black men.
Damn, y'all stupid.
It
PhD.
saddens me.
Yes.
But we can move past it
Yes,
if
sir.
you can have
Yes,
some
sir.
control.
You exercise some control because you
I've
started
been
talking over
trying,
me.
sis.
Right, but you
I
start talking over me.
exercise control when
Okay,
you
you
talk
exercise
for
some
6
control. Set the
rounds. I
example,
listened
black
to it.
man. Set the
Oh, let
example.
Diva go one more
Dantes,
time. I was
sir, how
quiet.
can I help you?
Excuse me,
Oh, let
PhD.
Diva go one more time. I was quiet. I didn't get a word in because you knew I was going to G-check the lies you were telling on
I
black men.
wasn't telling the lies. I just read that
Nah,
they
you
went to them
lied.
for security
You lied.
assistance, which
But
is
I'm not going to be able to.
protection. Which
I'm not
is
going to be able to illustrate
protection.
that point today. So
PhD.
we can move past that.
Okay, let me
Right?
go ahead and
Excuse me, Willie. Let me
So
ask you
now,
something.
hold on. So now to my revolutionary brother, I wanted to go back to the other part of the conversation that I was hoping to get to. We made a decision a long time ago as Black Americans that we were no longer Africans. We were of African descent. We knew who we were. We were a brand new defined people when we had the chance to say, all right, do you want to go home and be an African or do you want to stay here and fight the fight? We chose to stay here overwhelmingly, right? So we've defined who we are now. We're
Sharon,
different people,
we're ready.
right? So I do support, right, having that love and that support
ready.
for Africa. But, all right, let the sister go. My apologies.
Dantes, what were you saying, sir?
Well, I just wanted to ask you. Oh, well, just to state when you mentioned Russia.
See the
As if that
patience
was
of a conservative? The
real, like
audience
Yo,
gets it.
who's in charge here? Who is in charge of this shit? I'm curious, bro.
She is.
No.
No, I need to hear.
I'm
I
messing
need
with you,
Sharon to
Siobhan.
say
I'm
it
messing
out
with you. I'm
loud.
messing with
I
you. I'm
need
messing
Sharon
with
to say it out loud, bro. Because What was
Okay,
the
hold
whole
on.
point earlier?
Hold
Earlier
on, hold
today, you was getting on me about how
on.
I run my show and we should do things as
Yes, and I
smoothly
couldn't,
over
and I
here
couldn't,
as I do on my show, and you
and I couldn't
you
let you.
refuse to put your fucking foot down because that's how I run
Hold
my
on.
show. I put my
No,
fucking
you
foot
didn't.
down.
No, hold on. No, you didn't. So what I did was gave you props. I said, hopefully you would give me the same respect like I gave you. You told me to be quiet. I was quiet. So that's what I was talking about. So it didn't matter if you skipped me or not. When you said, "Hey, Strong, hold on, I want to change the topic. I don't want to hear what you say no more." I shut up and I listened, and it was your show and I respect. So I expect the same thing,
And
regardless.
I never put you in anybody else's hands. You were always under my control and my power. I've never put you in some bitch hands and let her do whatever the fuck
And
she
then you
wants.
never,
I would
so
never do
you
that to
never,
my
so
brother.
you are talking about something that happened to somebody else.
calling me a
Something, hold
No,
on, hold
no.
on. Nothing happened to you, so I don't know why you feel like you need to jump out your body right now. You was chilling, and Wall Street Willie and Diva had a situation, not Hood Servant and PhD. So I don't know why you jumping out your body.
Because we
But
all suffering this shit together, bro. This shit is
I
I don't
tiring.
want,
have any
I
This
want,
shit's
specific.
tiring. And not for
hold
nothing,
on. Hey,
the
see,
revolutionary nigga, she
you're
is
doing
your
it right
problem,
now.
bro. She is your bastard
Hold on,
child.
hold
You
on.
created this, bro.
Hey,
Your
yo, Lucas,
revolution
Hold on,
gave
hey,
birth to
okay,
her,
I
bro.
understand, but I'm asking you to hold on. Hold on. Go ahead. Hold on. Wall Street Willie, get your point out. Go ahead, Wall Street Willie.
hey, yo,
Please. Okay.
Sharon, you mid.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
God, he got hit with a 20 ball. He got hit with a 60 ball.
Damn. Bye, nigga.
They said, even said, bye, nigga. Somebody else says, drop Willie. Then somebody else says, bye, Wall Street. So you got hit with a 60 ball, Wall Street Willie. 3 people said they tired of you disrupting the show. So again, I understand that y'all get upset, but y'all don't realize how y'all be disrupting the show sometimes, and y'all just really just concerned about y'all. And when y'all hear a female voice that give y'all good pushback, sometimes it annoys y'all, and I get it. However, we gotta allow the back and forth because you kept trying to jump in between Dantes and PhD, and even though it was a tough conversation, Dantes was able to keep his composure and let the conversation go, even though it might not actually went the way that he enjoyed it or something, but he still was able to have the conversation. So shout out to Dantes for able to have the conversation. It looked like, so Hood Server, if you want to jump in now, you could jump in now. Dantes wants something to say, and I believe Conscious Marn wanted to say something as well. Okay. And then Devo, you can get back to cooking. Go ahead.
PH Diva and all the women like her are the bastard children of the Forevolution. So this nigga up here who wants you to be in the Forevolution, this is what they
Slap the
produce.
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Goddamn.
Bye, stupid nigga.
Oh, Lord.
Miss J. Lynn with the $25 ball. Kick fat back Hood too. Or is he fat? Is he
Sound
fat?
like it. I don't know. I never seen him.
Okay. Robin M, $10. Welcome back, Diva. You were missed. Oh, thank you. I missed you too.
Hood, you got a few minutes on your head. You'll be all right, I believe. Go ahead. Dantes, Conscious, and then Diva, you right back at it.
All right.
Well, Diva, I was wanting to just point out that Russia, when I look at Russia, I don't see them as a bad, a bad place. Like I don't look at them as like you would America or somebody else or Israel or something like that. Because when I think about Russia, Russia never had any black slaves or association with them. That's what I mean by Russia not being bad. Or if you speak of Russia in a bad light, I don't have anything bad to say about Russia.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But that still doesn't negate the fact that even in Africa, where they should have like full autonomy and self-determination, again, the colonial powers are still there. Russia is there. And I'm pretty sure, even though you may not know about it, that Russia got plenty of dirt on its hands, right? Go ahead.
I just please don't assume that there's something I don't know.
No, you just said you don't know anything bad about them. You said you don't know anything bad about them.
Well, when I say that, I mean nothing that I would consider bad. Because when you read from certain literature, I don't know what you're reading from. You reading from maybe an American newspaper or something. I don't know.
What about him eliminating his political opponent? That wasn't an American thing. That was
I'm sorry, what was that now?
He eliminated his political opponent.
Well, so a lot of those people you can understand where France is trying to put a puppet regime back in power. That could be. I mean, I wouldn't really. What he's doing does not look like. Does it look nefarious to you?
Yeah, in that case, it was because he was the man he eliminated was a Russian citizen. He was trying to get his. He was trying to run. It wasn't like he was opted or put in by France. So no.
Wait a minute. What do you say? I don't understand what you're saying.
He was a Russian citizen who was running against Putin. He was a journalist. I believe.
Oh, Putin, you mean up in Russia? Oh, I remember that guy. Yeah. Alexei Navalny, Alexei something.
Yeah, I remember running. Like even in that, Russian president's only supposed to be president for 5 years. You know how long Putin's been president?
That's 20. Nothing. Yeah, I know, but he hasn't done anything against Africa. He hasn't done. Name something bad against Africa that he's done.
So he has it. As long as he's not doing something bad against Africa, you're cool with that.
Well, I'm African, so of course I would. Yeah.
Okay, can I say something?
Yeah.
So, do you think that exploiting Africa's minerals is bad?
Yes.
Right. Okay, and Russia's involved in that too. So, what you think Captain Traore had to give in exchange for their security assistance and their military advisors? You think that was all for free?
Well, like you said, there was an exchange. So no, it wasn't free. There was an exchange. Right, he's getting something for that.
Yeah, but it's not nearly comparative in terms of value, right? But they're still exploiting African minerals.
Well, a big part. I think the steps he's taking, and others that they taking, try to one Africa, one currency. I don't look at things the way they are.
Right.
I look at them as in the direction that they're going. Right, Africa's coming up with one currency. They eat all that little ECOWAS and all that little sabotage stuff. It's going away. Now they're working on something real and tangible. And I think all our people do is sit back and, we knock things down that we see about Africa from an outside perspective. I don't look at things from an outside perspective. I don't, I try to look from within and what we can make better. But like you said, I'm gonna say Malcolm X didn't see a future for Black people in America. Malcolm said that. He said the land wherever it is, right? We need land wherever we are. That's what I'm trying to accomplish. America doesn't want Black people. I don't know why we tend to think otherwise.
Well, I mean, you may think it don't want you, but like all of us don't feel the same. But there's no way that you can look at what's going on in Africa from the inside. You've never even been there. So how would you know? No, I mean, you can't look at it from the inside. You say I'm looking at it from the outside. I've actually been to several African countries, right? And I've listened to the people tell me what the heck is going on there. So the idea that somebody who has been there, even though I'd be the first to say I'm still looking at it from the outside, but that you would be looking at it from the inside when you've never set foot there, never talked to the people, none of that. But somehow something that maybe we don't. And as for tearing things apart, that's actually a very valuable process because it allows you to figure out where the weaknesses are in whatever it is you're doing and fix them. So you want people around who are going to poke holes in whatever you're trying to do.
What do you mean by tear things apart?
That's what you said. You said a lot of times our people, we like to look at things from the outside and then tear it apart. And so
what I mean is we look at things like as they are and not how they should be. Like, do you believe that a Black child, a real Black child, I don't mean like an Obama, I mean a real Black child can be a president or be something to make a substantial change in this country and not be just pushing their agenda or weapon against our people? Do you believe?
Certainly, because we got too many historical examples of Black people changing things in this country. Now, if you mean being president and, trying to flip everything, in favor of Black people, no, because that president would most likely be a Black male, and y'all like to try to play into the system, right? Y'all not really fighting.
Jasmine Crockett? Jasmine Crockett?
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett's sitting at home now.
I mean, but that's you saying black men. I don't understand that. I don't look at. I mean, oh wow. So, but when you say black men getting in there doing something, like who is? I mean, y'all representatives. I mean, the people representing black women look a lot worse.
Is that right?
I mean, Jasmine Crockett. Do you see her?
Cory Booker.
Right. Right. So either you have to be that is the type of person that you have to be. And I don't have but I say this right here. I mean that not to be critical, because I believe all our people, or we need to, it's all of us. I embrace all of our people, even the ones I don't favor that much. I say all of us, but to say we give these people as examples, and we can do it in a negative light. We can go back and forth all day. I can go Stacey Abrams, you can go Tim Scott. We can do this all day, and none of them are any good because they operate in a system that doesn't benefit our people. So
okay, so then you being president as the example. So any black person in that position is probably not going to be able to help us, correct?
Right, but I'm saying yes, right. But what I'm saying is there's a delusion to believe that our people can even hold any type of the position that we hold will benefit us any, and you'll never have a real black president person. You never do that.
Okay, well, that's the thing. Okay, so even by that definition, they really don't have real black presidents in Africa because most of them are puppets. That's why their countries stay in the situation that it's in, right? The destitution, poverty, all that type of stuff, because all they want is they'll sell all the minerals for whatever country to give them money or whatever. They are slaves to the World Bank, the IMF, and so they don't have real black presidents.
Right, but if we galvanize, we got to get and understand it's people over in Africa that can make them changes. And another thing that black people in America need to understand, when they talk all this negativity about Africa can change it, can remove those people, right? They can do these things in America.
How can they remove it?
Captain Traore he just did it, didn't he? What he's doing is improving the conditions of his people. Regardless of how you look at it, that's the way I see it.
That's okay, but
and there are some leaders,
I was just asking how they can remove the people, right? Because a lot of the countries that Britain colonized are still part of the Commonwealth, right? Nigeria, to be specific.
Right.
And so again, how do they remove these people when they are indebted to these people?
Okay, when someone has committed a crime against you, okay, that what you call debt, right? You came and you invaded me. You kicked in my house and took what you got is mine. Right? So what I'm talking about, that's what you call a hard line. I don't owe you nothing.
Right.
Get it with your muscle type deal.
But,
I don't owe you nothing. Because you came and took in the first place. You invaded our people in the first place. I don't think when y'all think of colonialism, y'all look at it as like that's the way it is. Like it was no crime was committed in colonialism. Like we don't.
They can't fight back against it, right? And so if you say get it with the muscle, they gonna come in there with the muscle, and Africa gonna lose.
Oh damn! Look at you talking about losing before you. That's exactly why black people should stay in America.
No. You don't know what's going on over there. Those people already have military bases over there.
I know. America's already over there.
Right. All of them though. France is over there. Great Britain is over there. They're all already over there. And guess what? They all gonna lock arms with each other. So now I wish Africa
I'm scared. They go oh my God, the white folks they done got together. Oh, we need to run, y'all run.
But apparently you do because you want to run to Africa.
No. Baby,
the white man here.
Baby,
you got to run to Africa because you can't deal with the white man at home. And so how you think they gonna deal with them over there?
There's no victory to be had here. This is their land, especially with black people like you running around. There's no victory to be had here, right? No. I apologize. I take that back. But you've been roughhousing with me a little bit. I'm starting to get a little agitated, babe. I apologize, darling. Let's just stop that.
You don't have to apologize because I could take it.
But he did, Diva. You can accept it. You
Hey,
can
Sharon.
No, I don't want to accept.
Excuse me, Sharon. Sharon, hey, I like your program, brother. I'll be back. The rest of y'all gentlemen, it's been wonderful speaking with you.
Hold on, don't leave yet, Dantes. Hold on, we'll give 1 second. I believe MJ, a new guest came in. She just came in. I believe she want to have a conversation with you, possibly. So just give it a chance. I know you got a little aggravated. It's not easy to debate arguments, especially when it is. But you'll get better at it. I promise you. It's nothing in hate. We are all just conversing with each other. Go ahead, MJ.
Hi, Sharon. Hi, everyone. Hi, PhD. Welcome back. I did want to speak to Dantes. How you doing, Dantes? I wanted to ask you a question, sir. What do you plan to do when you do get over to Burkina Faso? Are you going to help them with their infrastructure? Are you going to help them with their security of their country? Are you going to try to expand their reach to other countries that might want to link up with them? Like, what is your actual plan when you go over there? Are you going to help them, or is it just going for for your own type of pilgrimage, escaping?
No support in the effort. Support. I mean, like I said, I'm 50 years old. I probably wouldn't be much help on the battlefield, but supporting the troops, taking meals, medical supplies, things like that. I'm sure I could be of help somewhere.
Okay. Is there any reason why you don't think that help is needed to your people in America? You say you're originally from North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any reason why you can't facilitate that here in America for your own particular people who you probably share more DNA with?
Okay. As far as that is concerned, Black people don't think like me. Like, you know how you people find their groups of people? Like, I found my people.
Yeah.
Like, I don't share any commonalities with most Black people. I've known that growing up, right? I mean, I'm not saying I'm not. No, wait. Because all of my people are Black. I mean, I grew up in the neighborhood and everything. But what I'm saying is, like, commonalities. Like, a lot of Black men, like back in my day, it was you had an NWA crowd. And all the Easy and stuff like that right there. But I was Africa Bambaataa, Zulu Nation, Jungle Brothers, X-Clan, PRT, baby. I did not subscribe. See, and it ain't a lot of us. That's why conscious rap people who are really down ain't down no more. Those people are gone. And y'all generation been Medea movied, and I don't know how soft y'all. I don't know what's going on. Y'all drugstore cotton soft is what I'm saying to this generation. To not have, you don't want to fight for nothing. You don't need Tamir Rice. Tamir Rice don't mean nothing to a lot of Black people.
I'm sorry,
but Tamir Rice don't mean nothing to y'all. Sandra Bland, that's hurt me. I ain't let that go. So now I ain't rocking with y'all like that. I'd rather go over there where they banging, where they trying. Hey, yeah, we can be somebody, right? Because you are not a nation of people, Black people in America, right? They don't repair citizens. You accepting your role as a citizen, as being Black, and not
prepared ourselves though.
Wait. Everything our people have done in the past to repair ourselves, it's been pushed, smashed. They call it the slow grind of integration. It's a slow grind. Does grind sound like something pleasant?
That's not fixing ourselves. Integrating is not fixing ourselves. I'm talking about literally us fixing ourselves.
It's right there. Okay, just like with the show start, things are being done to combat that progress that you're trying to make. So
Say if it was easy, everybody do it. Of course,
that's why everybody else is doing it but us. That's why everybody's doing it but us. I don't know where you live, but when I go, the people. Okay, well, from coast to coast.
Hold on. Let them get a chance to answer, Costas. Go ahead, Dantes. Go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is,
the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, they got you too, Dantes. I miss it. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Bye, Dante.
Free Zone Blue, $20. Drop old ass Farouk from the Nation of Denomination from the 90s. If you can't buy your way out of this little $20, you can't afford to be a hut chef in Africa. In Africa.
You know,
with the 20 ball. Thank you. Marvelous opinion, $5. Excuses are nothing more than weaknesses being explained. Peace and love. All right. Free Zone Lou, $20. Another one. It's nothing. Bye, Farouk. Hashtag pay for your freedom.
God damn. Free Zone Lou. Sheesh. So it's $40 to bring back Dantes. They are on your head right now, Dantes.
Give us free, Dantes. Give us free.
You know what it reminded me of the scene on I'm gonna get you sucker when he goes
damn.
Well, your brothers weren't mad anymore.
Hold on one second. Y'all are sick. Something wrong with y'all. I promise y'all. Hold on. I got one more person. It's a brand new guy. How you doing? C Rich. My first time seeing you. How you doing?
What's going on, man?
How you doing? What would you like to add to the conversation, my brother?
Hey, I just wanted to refute what I was trying to catch my man before he left. I got that PhD keep running everybody off.
So what is it that you want to say? Go ahead.
Nah, because he was saying because he got caught up, right? Oh. He was trying to say this African thing. And I want to make an explanation to show that we are not Africans, man. And this is where he's starting out from wrong out the gate. This is why he can't answer her questions. He got frustrated because once she started challenging his questions, he got caught up. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And the thing is, we are aboriginal to this land. We are the original Native Americans. Dane Calloway proved this point years ago. You see what I'm saying? He been proved the point. And I'm gonna show you. I don't know if you remember. This was like when Donald Trump, when he first started sending the Mexicans out. You dig what I'm saying? When he was getting rid of them, he turned around and went to, because you know Donald Trump been at them because you know Donald Trump got casinos like they got casinos. So he been at them because they be getting money from America to build those casinos. So Trump, by him having casinos, he looked at them as competition. He was going back and forth with them. So he was saying that these people are not really the true Native Americans. He been saying this shit for years. You see what I'm saying? So just recently, you know, he had told that the so-called Native Americans that they was have to become 14th Amendment citizens. And that's why I wanted to catch the brother before he left, because he brought that up. Because I wanted to know, he know what a 14th Amendment citizen is in America. You see what I'm saying? And he told them that they was going to have to become citizens and give up their native. But the reason he did that, because he know that they are not the original Native Americans. This is why they could send everybody off this land but us. They really gave them our status. You see what I'm saying? So I was trying to catch the brother before he left, but he got frustrated and left. You see what I'm saying? But that's just like they proved that the train.
Awesome. I also want to bring in Stop the Cap in there. Go ahead, beautiful. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
Good evening, Mr. Bracy and the ladies on the panel and everyone else. Good evening, good evening. Good morning, where you at? Wherever you are. I just want to piggyback on what the guy was saying, that we must not confuse facts with our emotions, right? If he goes to Africa, he's going to be fighting people that look like him. Let's just keep it 100, right? And I'm gonna need you men to really read history and see the sins of commission that the African people played in the destruction of the African continent. They put all of this onus on people being colonized when there's other factors in play which causes, cause and effect, which cause the colonization of certain areas in Africa. I need you guys to read up on a Bohemi tribe. That's why Dee was asking, do you know any tribes over there? Tribal war and tribal competition is very, very real in the continent of Africa. The reason why the continent of Africa is not one Africa, because they have a language barrier. They have a cultural barrier because of the different languages that all of these different tribes speak. And I'm going to land my plane by saying, I do not want to hear any man on this panel calling any woman the female dog on this panel. You are not going to use this panel to build up your ego, because I am quite sure you would not say that to a woman's face if she, because we got CCWs, and I digress.
You would shoot me? That's crazy. I love to see it happen. Y'all let the girls win, bro. I'm going on a long lunch.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Nobody asked your He-Man woman hating ass to come back up here. Go lunch.
He's so quick to he called Miss Diva the B word 3 times, very slickly. Like, don't nobody care about your sexual frustration, sir. No one cares.
Go ahead, Diva.
Miss Jaylyn, $25. Goodbye, fat back hood.
Also, we got the Cash App. It says, hold on, what it says? It says, you be safe. The hate and disrespect is real. Shaking my head. Eyes like that.
I just did think that's just so crazy. You have able-bodied men who have all these plans, agendas, things that will stabilize families and communities and things of that sort, but they have no interest in doing that with the community or the families that they create right now. They rather go somewhere else and start up on somebody else doing what they need to do for theirs. Like, I have all respect for what Tory, I think I'm saying his name right, Tory is doing over there in Burkina Faso, and that's what he needs to do for his people. Why can none of that be done here? There's so many other elements here that need to be fixed that has nothing to do with white supremacy and anything of that, and people brush that over like it don't fucking exist. It's disgusting to hear someone say that and be very bold with it. You're gonna go over there and be a second-class fucking citizen in that goddamn country. You are not gonna be put front in nothing, okay? And if you're not coming over there to actually help them, they're gonna kick your fucking ass out. They're not coming over there with that brotherly love that you think that's showing up over there. That is that romanticizing that PhD was talking about that we inherited from Pan-Africanism. Stop that. You got motherfuckers over here destiny swapping with your ass over here. You don't see them on their own live streams on YouTube. Literally, the people over there are cursing the ones that are over here benefiting because they said that they was going over there to bring things back. They got over here and they said, nah, they ain't never going back. And they ain't bringing shit back over there.
Yeah, I was going to say about the influx of immigrants from Africa in America. I didn't want to, but...
You know, but it's just like we're romanticizing something that is one-sided. That Pan-Africanism is one-sided.
Facts.
They are not viewing or looking at you in the same way. They're not showing that same type of love. Like, it's killing me. It's really killing me. You would rather everybody over here to burn in this motherfucking house instead of doing something about it, but you're going to try to help other people when all they're trying to do is literally be in a better situation or be equivalent to what you got.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing you just said, MJ. I'm glad you brought it back full circle.
What she said was absolute facts. This is why I was telling you, those people know that we are not the same people. They come over here and grift off us. Then they act like when we need some help, they act like they don't know you because they know we are not the same people. They come over here.
But that's the thing we're talking about, though. There really is no we, bro. The only thing we got in common is what they convinced us of is our skin color, that we black.
Well,
we took on that moniker.
When I say
we took on that identity that they told us who we are, when we actually had identities before we came here. Multiple different identities, every culture, every language, and everything. But we took on the moniker of our history, with the trauma we went through. That's all we have in relation to each other. But then you look at the foundation of who we are. What are we? What's the ruling of it? We have an expression, we have an art. And that's what affiliates to the culture. That's what we do have, but we don't have no real rule to what we are.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying, brother. You cut me off. When I'm saying we, I'm talking about we as so-called black people in America. We are not the same people as them. And they know this. So this is the point what I'm saying. When she said that a lot of our people romanticize. When you don't know who you are, then other people gonna tell you who you are. You see what I'm saying?
Let me just let Dantes.
Exactly my point. That's exactly what I was saying.
I got you. So Dantes, you got 8 more minutes. Don't worry, I got you. I'll bring you up in 8 minutes. Okay, Dantes? Go ahead, finish your conversation. Marvelous.
All right. So when you were saying when they call us who we are, we did not call ourselves black. That's an identity we took on. That's not who we were. We were different people. You know what I'm saying? Reason why it was so easy to break us down, like I said, if you take any group of people, random different people from all around the world, you put them in a boat, and the only thing they have in common is their skin color for the most part. And you say you guys are now this group of people, and y'all got to take it, and y'all can't even discuss things. Y'all can't even talk to each other. Y'all don't have the same tongue. Y'all have the same beliefs, different anything. So we came here completely disarrayed, and then we had to become parasites for the most part and take what we can get, take information, tongue, culture, religion, for whoever was our captors. For us, it was white Europeans in America. We took their names, religion, all that shit, because we had nothing else in the sense of coming here. We couldn't keep our culture because, for the most part, we already, like I said, if we had a bunch of us coming from one tribe, that one particular tribe might have some identity left. But because we came here mixed up the way we were, there's no way we can go back to where we were at. So what do we do going forward?
But what I'm telling
Can I
you,
ask you a question, Marvelous? I'm sorry, sir. Do you know what the African worldview is?
Hey, say again, ma'am?
Do you know what the African worldview is?
As far as us in America, or are you talking about in general?
Do you know what the African worldview is?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I knew you didn't, based on what you were saying, because you were saying that those people wouldn't have had anything in common because they were coming from different tribes. But what they had in common was the African worldview. That's why they had to outlaw them beating drums, because even though they couldn't speak the same language to each other, they all had a culture where drums spoke to you. And so they were able to communicate with each other using drums.
Okay, so we got drums, but I'm saying, okay, we'll take that, right?
No,
that's
but
one form of communication. I'm not taking off the table. I'm saying if that's one form of communication, right? And that's only one, all right? You need more ways of communication. You look at the age. There's some different factors that came into why we're at disarray. It's not just the fact that people took us from Africa. Like, again, Africa right now is not unified. I don't understand how we're supposed to be unified.
We're not talking about Africa now. You just was talking about tribes of people who were put together, and you said they didn't have anything in common but their skin color. And I'm telling you, they had more than skin color in common, right? That's all I'm telling you. They had an African worldview in common, which means a lot of different things, right? So they understood that despite the fact that they came from different groups, that now the situation calls for them to be one group, right? And so that's how you get extended families. When people were sold away, the rest of the people took care of them, whether they were their family members or not. And so there was a lot of stuff that they actually had in common. You just don't know history well enough to know that.
Okay, so I'm gonna be humble to say I don't know all history.
Right.
But the things I do know when it comes to us, even right now, currently in the present time, how do we have
time is in history though?
I understand where you're going with that. You got to understand the future. You got to understand the past, understand the future. I understand that, man. What I'm saying is things I do.
Were you given that example to explain why the Black people in America are the way they are now? Is that why you use that example?
Yes, in some context, yes. I'm trying to explain the phenomenon that is going on while we're not so unified. First of all, we have to be unified at the beginning to be unified now. And we're trying to do the impossible, which it hasn't been done yet. No group of people have ever done what we're trying to achieve. And we're putting so much emphasis on trying to unify ourselves based on our skin color.
But you're wrong. We were unified. You also said we've never been unified. We're not unified today. And here we are right now, all Black people on this panel. You didn't say the only thing we got in common is our music, but there's no we. But why would we have music if there's no we? Right? There's music that relates to us as Black people. And it doesn't mean hip hop, because y'all like to go to hip hop, but rhythm and blues, soul, and there's all types of music forms. So you don't know history, and because you don't know history, everything that comes out your mouth is ridiculous.
Fact.
No, ma'am. I already said that we have music and things of culture. That's what we identify as culture, our expression. But there is no actual rule. There's no grounds of direction for the so-called culture we have or identified with. There is no real direction.
What does rule of direction mean?
Well, when I say direction, you got to have some way of governing us. We have no self-governing within our culture that we call.
That's
All it
called
is
Really?
expression.
Like
So,
that's called
so
culture,
I
brother.
think you're
communism ain't no
confusing.
rule of direction.
That's
Marvelous.
what
I think you're confusing us
that's
because your
that's what
statement
culture
of
does.
opinion is not statement of facts. You're using your opinion about this experience or your examples as a statement of fact. This is why Bomb Cherry and Diva is correcting you. And then you're getting a little frustrated. Just say this is my opinion, and then we can, take it as your opinion. But when you frame it as a statement of facts, they're gonna have to, fact check you.
I don't mind being fact checked. I really don't. But it's more like I'm trying to understand this. Where is the order? Where does it start? Where do we get our grounds and values from as a people? And that's what I'm trying to get at. Where is that come from? Of course, we have
That
art,
comes from
expression,
church.
food, but what do we have in general that says this is taboo? These are the rules. Where is that at?
It
Oh,
comes from
okay. So
culture,
you was
man. But
watching
if you
Xanu.
don't know what culture is, then you don't know That's culture, brother.
No, the
I didn't say it
culture.
wasn't culture. I didn't say it
Hold
wasn't
up,
culture.
brother.
I'm saying what.
Let me get a point out, brother. I didn't cut you off. You keep cutting me off. If I'm wrong, just prove me wrong, brother. But let me say what I say. I'm saying that culture, it ties you to a land, it ties you to a people, it ties you to an identity, and it ties you to a God. When we went through the slave trade, we was totally deculturized. People keep saying culture like they know what culture is. If you saying you have a culture, then if you know you went through a slavery and you was deculturalized, then that means you have to be prepared to say when you got your culture back and what it is. So what I'm saying is what you explaining, culture defends against outside influence. This is why other races of people in America don't suffer to the degree a lot of the
He is
stuff that
correct.
white America does because they still have an intact culture. We don't have an intact culture. We don't know who we are. But every time you try to explain to people like through dialogue, they cut you off and they act like this. These people, Africans, know that we are not Africans. But you can tell by the way they treat you, we are different. We look different. We act different. Everything we do is different. But then when somebody try to tell you where you from, then people get to twisting their neck and this and that. But if you ain't done the research, I've been doing this shit since the 80s, brother. I've been a Pan-Africanist. I've done the pro-black thing. I used to go to of course I was, raised as a Christian. So, I knew the Bible. I was been to the Moore Science Temple. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. Well, if you don't see what the same thing the women was telling you, brother, if you don't know history, then you really lost. Because you're not basing it from nothing. You have to base it from history. This is what the women trying to tell you. You trying to say, let's go from now. Man, you can't pick up from 5-10 years ago and solve a problem that's been ongoing for hundreds of years, brother. This is what they telling you. You see what I'm saying?
I understand you. I
And
understand what you're saying, C. Rich.
And I'll let y'all talk. I just put that point out.
Okay. So I just want to know, can I at least be acknowledged that there was already a problem when we got here on ships? I'm saying that legitimately we we had a problem just being together on the ship. That part's not even being addressed.
What? You had no proof of that? Where you read that?
No, I'm saying we all came here from different tribes, different cultures already. Our ancestors came here on the ship. We already came here as a mixed bag.
But they realized once they were coming here that they had to unite amongst themselves because they were going to a new place that wasn't their home, no matter what. At the end of the day, even if I don't like you, these people really don't like us, so I'm gonna be with you, like my enemy's enemy.
Right, they fought each other. They fought with each other on ships. Ships ended up. There was a lot of ships that didn't make it back over here because they had to uprise and things like that. But this is ridiculous what you just said. Like they wasn't unified on the ships. They was against each other on ships. They was in small spaces shitting on each other, trying to. What are you talking about, Martha?
I'm not. First off, there's two things y'all saying. I'm saying that they were not a unified group. Meaning, yes, they're in a situation of prisoners of war. How could they communicate? They don't speak the same language. There's no drums. Okay, let's take that. There's no drums on the ship.
We get it. But I think that in order to understand history, you got to understand the history of slavery. It wasn't just white people who participated in slavery. If you guys understand the history of slavery, I think your guys mind frame would change and your approach to slavery would change if you understood the history of slavery. There's slavery today in Asian countries. There's slavery today in African countries today. The Arab slave trade was one of the most horrific slave time periods of the world. You guys ever heard of the Bone of Trails? You guys have to understand the history. And then I think you guys will come to a common ground when it comes to understanding the dual dynamics of slavery in this country and in the world.
Yeah, I thought Dantes wanted to rebuttal, but he stepped away. It's okay, I guess. And hopefully Dantes will come back. Also, we'll bring up Hood. His time is up. Go ahead, Hood, before it's too late. That's your microphone. Go ahead.
Don't play me. Just drop me.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
That's so sad.
You know what I noticed about that man? He never can stay on subject matter. He always have to insert some type of derogatory thing about a woman, a black woman. Like, I do not appreciate him calling women bees on a panel. Like, nobody called him anything that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And PhD, but didn't even address it. She heard it. I heard it. The chat women heard it. It's like he's so quick to want to verbally abuse women over here.
And it says, add another 25 on Fatback Hood. You need to control that mouth.
So I just want to say, like, when like what the young lady just said, stop the cap, about slavery, not understanding slavery. That is very important. But it's also important to know that when they say that Africans enslaved each other before slavery, it is not nowhere near the same thing of what we're talking about that happened here in America and other places, right? Because there it was indentured servitude. You may have to, I may capture your people, but I still treated you humanely, right? I didn't kill you, I didn't beat you, I didn't torture you. You just had to do what you had to do, but you still can move around in this environment. You wasn't enslaved the way, so it's totally different. And when people like Marvelous and things like that speak the way they do, they've been indoctrinated with falsified information.
I need to know what I said that was false. I'm really trying to understand what I said.
The idea that you said when it was a mixed bag on the boat and it was already not unified, when they actually were. If you know anything about history, they were unified just based in the situation they was in.
I acknowledge that part. I said all thing they had in common was skin color and the fact they were enslaved. That's all they have. I can take everyone right now and put y'all in the military.
What?
I can take y'all all right now and put y'all in the military. Y'all guys be in the same situation. You guys are all in the military. You guys are unified. But you come from different cultures, different backgrounds. But you guys all are in the military.
Because
that is slavery.
So you would be unified. You would
because
say
of the situation we unified, right?
That's right.
But wait. There's an important element to what I'm trying to get to.
We could be from different.
I'm trying to say that culture. All right. Sorry. The only thing I was trying to say was culture and communication. I don't think we could really communicate with each other the way we could have effectively. That's all I'm saying. Like, you really have to have some type of ground, foundation, direction to really be unified and move as a force. Just having trauma doesn't really get you nowhere as a unified force.
No, I get what you're saying initially, though. But after a time, you would build up ways to communicate. You would adapt to that. Like, the first maybe week or two, but after a while, you're going to realize, okay, this means stick. This means water. This means we going, you know what I'm saying? You're going to figure out a way to communicate. You telling me you would?
But they already had a means of communication through drums. But drums don't necessarily mean you have to have a set of drums and drumstick. You just need a surface and you can knock, right?
Well,
so
I have a book
people
in my
not
library.
Stupid. They weren't stupid back then.
I have a book in my library called Before the Mayflower. You guys should buy that on Amazon and really read it. So when Marvel was saying that slaves, whatever, the people over here was not unified, there was a lot of slave uprisings, little pockets of chaos and stuff like that. Then you guys talk about the Indians, right? Remember the Indians were like scalping people. They was like warring. Black slaves were also involved in that as well. A lot of people don't understand that Black slaves left with the British too during the during the Tea Party War and stuff like that. So just I think you guys should just the points that you guys are talking about. I think you guys should just do your own research, and then you can become a whole person in these conversations.
Okay, so give me one uprise that led to a nation being built after that.
What? Our nation. I know, C. Rich, this is your opportunity.
No, I'm talking about a black nation. What black nation came up of way
Well,
to
I will give you
uprise?
context. I said that for an example as why Black people were kind of unified during that time period.
I'm glad you said kinda. That's a very important term.
There's gonna always be kinda, because even in Africa, there's different tribes, right? No matter all around the world, even if we're gonna talk about the Germany, you're gonna talk about China, Asia, all over this world, everybody's not on the same page, my brother. What are you talking about? So why
What I'm saying is, remember, look at this. We had 9/11 that happened. Everyone likes to say that we were unified because of 9/11. Were we really unified, or were we just traumatized? And we just went through the emotion for a moment, and we went by how we felt. But then once the emotions went away, what did we become again?
We was unified as a nation. That's
who?
what
Yes.
they meant.
Exactly.
Yes,
See how you say who? You see how you said who?
Wait,
that's exactly what I'm getting at.
I'm
What?
sorry.
I was
I didn't-
speaking and I said we as a nation, as Americans, because I'm quite sure you was a child when 9/11 happened, but I had children when 9/11 happened. Okay, so we was a nation when 9/11 happened, because they gave us the bull crap of what happened here on our soil, and we agreed that we going to war. If that's what you're talking about.
I know that's what I'm talking about. Look at this man's face right here. His expression when I said that. Look at his demeanor. He has a rebuttal because he didn't feel that way at all. And I'm trying to tell you, it's a feeling.
All right, so let's see what he says. Go ahead. I believe he's talking about you, Dantes. Go ahead.
Oh, he's talking about. Well, yeah. Well, you kept saying we, and as far as we went to war, and that's that's distant from my thoughts. But let me tell you, if I want to share it, when that 9/11 thing happened, I was in what you call the great unpleasantness. Some people called it prison at the time. And I remember we was out on the road squads cutting ditches, right? And they just brought everybody. All of a sudden, they just wrangled everybody up. Hey, we got to get back to the camp. And so as we got back, nobody said nothing. Didn't nobody know what it was about or nothing. We get back, and then everybody's in the dorms. It's all locked down stuff. Everybody in the dorms, and they showing this 9/11 thing on the TV. And everybody in the joint is laughing their ass off. Yeah, I don't know where you get we from and all of that. Maybe you need to touch with the base of Black people. Look at the people who you don't see every day. All right.
Wait, I'm a little confused right now. When he was talking about Americans, right? That's who he was talking about, because that's why he referenced 9/11. And you mean to tell me right now that a bunch of jailbirds was in jail laughing at thousands of people be killed in America?
Okay,
and
yeah.
And you supposed to be, and that's why we are separate. See, that's jailbirds, murderers, and killers that I don't associate myself with, and I don't care what skin color they are. But you jailbirds gonna tell us he was in jail laughing at a destruction of buildings with people in them. Could just sit, and it was where you belong.
Okay. Well, you know what? They were laughing in Philadelphia when they dropped barrel bombs on Black people, right? They set them on. They were laughing their ass off, but they did. That was who?
That's a lie. Who was laughing? The sickos.
Okay. Look, I don't want to talk. You right? You in Philly? I'm in North Carolina. Wait a minute, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk.
Were the prisoners laughing when Katrina hit and most of those prisoners had to get rescued? Were they laughing then?
Ma'am.
When they was left in those prisons?
Ma'am. I did not say anything about Hurricane Katrina. I spoke
No. Listen, sir.
Wait, ma'am. I spoke about a specific incident.
As an example.
You're asking me a hypothetical now.
That's what you're speaking about, though.
No, I told you brother.
So Marvelous said something about military, right? In 9/11. And your example to counter his or add to his example was to tell us about when you were in prison that the prisoners were laughing. So I'm actually staying in context to what you said. I said, were the prisoners laughing when Katrina hit?
Okay, wait. Okay, can I say something real quick? He said something about 9/11. Did he not? Did he mention 9/11?
Yes.
Okay. Did I not reference a story from my 9/11 experience? So don't call me going.
And then you went to Philly. You remember?
Let him finish. Let him land it. Let him land it. Go ahead.
Darling sweetheart, I was telling you exactly where I was when that incident happened and how the people and myself and the people around me felt about it. You understand? That was room full of black men, right? I was just giving you that. Now you can. Hurricane Katrina. You asking me a hypothetical?
But you use the prisoners as a counter.
No, that's where I was.
Because you believe that there's no we.
Hold on. Let me try and clear it up. So what you want to know is that you got the hold on. You got the reaction for 9/11. She want to know what was the reaction as well. They have a reaction to Katrina as well. She just want to know what happened when that happened.
Well, I can't say about nobody else, but me. I was brokenhearted when Katrina happened because that happened to black people. I saw black people being under duress. Right. Okay. And wait, darling. Okay. Wait, darling. Let me go back to the 9/11 thing, the World Trade Center.
Hold on. Let me make sure that's what that was the question that you was trying to get to. The answer that you was trying to get to.
I'm trying to pull the truth out of this man because he's saying these examples because he disagreed with the word we. You got to understand. I listen very well. You're using these examples because you don't believe in we. When you first came on the panel, you like, what we? There's no we. So you're using the prison example as a counter, whatever, to add on to what Marvelous is saying about 9/11. So you're piggybacking off 9/11 and you use an example like prisoners. This is why Bomb Cherry is like, you using some jailbirds. So then I'm asking you, were those prisoners laughing when Katrina hit, when they was left for dead?
Okay.
Sharon.
Yep, your turn. Go ahead, if you like.
Like I said, I was brokenhearted about Hurricane Katrina.
Okay.
As far as the other thing, I didn't look at it as there were any a lot of black people in the World Trade Center, and whatever few were in there cleaning those buildings, that's the only sympathy that I have. It goes out to those black people that were in there. But as far as wait, I didn't.
Okay, let him finish. Let him finish.
I love your platform, brother.
Go ahead. We'll let you finish. Let him finish, y'all. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just gonna say I love your platform, brother, and I'll be back. But I think a big part of what we have to do as far as growth is to stop trying to find malice in the things that we saying to each other, because we all trying to get to the same place. And
I want to ask you a question before you go, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Can I go, Sharon?
Yes, good. Let them two brothers have a hash out real quick because that's what he came up here for. He wanted to speak to.
Because because these women giving y'all their work, man. Y'all keep running, man. So I gotta get in, man. Damn. Hey, but you were speaking earlier about a 14th Amendment citizen. I wanted to know that you really know what that was.
No, I had you said 14th Amendment?
Yeah. A 14th Amendment citizen. You said you was telling the women about a 14th. Do you know what that is?
I didn't speak. I don't even know what that is. I couldn't have said that.
You actually brought it up before you left. You was talking about citizens.
I said that we're not citizens. Yeah, I did say citizens. I didn't say 14th Amendment. I don't know what that is, but you can enlighten me.
That's what it really is. I'm going to explain it to you because you brought it up. You are a citizen, brother, because of the fact when they came with before the New Deal under the Roosevelt administration, they didn't have Social Security cards and birth certificates and things. So when he came with the New Deal, what he did, he made everybody a 14th Amendment citizen. That means you became a citizen of the state. That means you became a state, American employee to a degree. That's why the reason your Social Security card is in all caps, and the reason your birth certificate is in all caps. The reason when you go to court, because you say you've been to jail, I've been to prison. And don't put that bullshit on prisoners, bro. We don't flow like that. But anyway, I get to that. But what I'm saying is the reason when you go to court, your name is in all caps is because once you became a 14th Amendment citizen, you became what they call a debt slave. You paid back the national debt. Now listen to what I'm saying, brother. I'm giving you some facts. I'm going to give you a lesson. Now, once you became a 14th Amendment citizen, they did that because of the fact that America, we pay back the national debt. So when you say when they had a national debt, that's why they tax you. See, people don't know why they pay taxes. There's never been a law that says you pay taxes. But once they made you a 14th Amendment citizen, we pay back the national debt. We pay tax. That's why we pay taxes. Because before then, we didn't pay taxes. Because America was always able to pay its debt back from the federal, which is now the Federal Reserve Bank, which is the third one they established. But that's what it means when you are a citizen. That means that you are corporate fiction. That's why your name is all caps on your birth certificate. So when they deal with you, they don't deal with you as a person. They deal with you as a corporation, because when he gave you the New Deal under the Roosevelt administration, he gave us benefits and privileges. This is why you get welfare. This is why you get public housing. This is why the government helps you. This is why when guys, the red pill niggas, which are stupid suckers, complain about women getting welfare, America has to give it to them because that was a part of the New Deal. Once they made us 14th Amendment a citizen, we are not nationals. Nationals don't pay taxes. Citizens pay taxes. Once they did that, they have to give people so much benefits. They have to give you you get unemployment, you get benefits, you get like I'm on Social Security and I get disability because I had a bad accident a few years ago. That's what you get from the government. But because they give it to you, you're a citizen. This is how they tax you, because we pay back the national debt. I was just trying to explain to you, when you say we are not citizens, that's why we was made citizens. But because everybody is stuck that you are from Africa, y'all believe that you are not really citizens. You really are nationals. That's why I was saying that we are aboriginal to this land. But everybody laughing, the other dude laughing, because y'all don't argue the point. You laugh at people because you don't understand. But I used to be a Pan-Africanist, brother. So this is not stuff I'm just talking.
Okay. I agree with you. I agree with some of the things you're saying. It's just like, but those of you this is Otis conversation, right? Those of you get confused, right?
I ain't confused.
I agree. We pay taxes.
Wait, hold on, Bob. I wanted Dantes to official. Rich ain't going nowhere. He wanted to. Yes, so this way, and then y'all can have the conversation.
Yeah, I got you. I ain't going nowhere.
She got you. He got you. I mean, get Dantes.
Well, as far as brother, I understand that's a lot of that was a lot of sweeping statements you made right there.
No, that's a historical fact.
Well, I'm just saying the statements that okay, brother. All right.
My point is refute the evidence. If what I'm saying not true, tell me why you pay tax. Because there's never been a law passed by Congress that said you have to pay taxes. So tell me why you pay taxes.
Yeah, let them get a chance to rebuttal without uninterrupted. Go ahead, Dantes.
Okay. I understand that all those things that you said, they may be true. I'm sure they probably are, But what I'm saying is, I do not believe in the 14th Amendment from the first to the however many it is. I don't give a damn about nothing that they got. Well, how can you subscribe as a black man to any of their doctrine? Is my question. That's more what I want to know.
Can I answer?
Why are you so invested in America? What has America done for you, brother?
Can I answer the question? Since you asked?
So invested. And wait. Time. One more thing. Let me tell you something. When you talk about jailbirds and people like that, I know a man. His name is Joseph Sledge, the Honorable Joseph Sledge, was in prison since 1974. Had not done a thing. You go on that camp, the officers know he ain't done nothing. You see how he get treated a little different, but he had been there since I think it was 2008 when they let him out, right? Exonerated him. He was an old man, hadn't done nothing. See, that come from a time back when they used to pick up black men, just any Negro will do. And wait a minute, brother. And I think we lack compassion for the people that are in prisons and dark conditions all over this country, because you remember that's a private industry for them, and it's supposed to be rehabilitation. And not to mention that our people are punished very severely under this system. It's simply just for us.
Right.
You understand? So that's a weapon against us. But you don't have no interest in going knocking none of them prison walls down and getting our brothers out.
Okay.
You don't have any interest. Okay, wait. And if that's not the case, then you have no interest. If even if you were American, wouldn't you want to? If more of your prison people were in prison, shouldn't that be the rehabilitation process? Should be something for Black people to put our people through, right? That should be something for us, right? They don't treat us fairly in this country. So how do we even let them define law or enforce law on us? See, we coming from two different places. It's not a lack of knowledge; it's the way we interpret the knowledge.
Right.
We change things. But I have nothing personal against you, brother. If I showed too much,
brother, I ain't upset, brother.
Okay.
I'm gonna answer your question then, cause the sister asked the question, so I'm gonna get to her. But let me answer your question. When I was telling you that, I was just explaining to you what a 14th Amendment citizen really was. I wasn't supporting any other position, but what you doing, you talking to a nigga, bro. I done 23 years in the penitentiary. So what you saying is you just made up something on emotional basis. And this is what I'm saying about brothers, because I've been to the penitentiary too. So what you were saying, I was not saying. I was just explaining to you what it was. I didn't say I subscribed to it, but it don't matter whether I subscribe to it or not, because I don't control anything. I just have to learn how to survive in it. They made me that. I didn't. Hold up, brother. Hold up.
Okay.
They made me that. I didn't say I wanted to be that. I'm just telling you what you really are, because a lot of people don't know. You may have knew that, but other people don't know. I'm just bringing the information. So when you saying that I have no compassion, brother, I'm a humanitarian. I believe that's the biggest problem with America, other than we don't believe in the Creator no more, that we have no humanity anymore. We don't care about other people. So don't charge me with that crime, because nothing that I said you could have got from that. That's all I'm saying, brother. I don't get emotional about conversations, because I deal in facts. Anything I say, I can prove. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, I was just explaining to you what it was as far as America is. Now, whether you agree with it or not, I don't agree with it, because I know it's a bogus status to make you a slave to pay off a bill that they created. That's all I was saying. But I'm gonna just leave it at that. If you refute, then I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna let the sister ask her question, brother. I don't run no long filibusters. That's all I was saying, brother.
Y'all on the same page, both of y'all jailbirds. So and nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
You know, even Malcolm X. But what you don't understand, because you keep saying that, is that the majority of people who really genuinely tried to help Black people had been to prison. Some of the best individuals, like Malcolm X, even has been to prison. Even now, Dr. Martin Luther King didn't go to prison, but he did go to jail. You know, JFK got him out, but they would have held him. But the most of the people who really fought 5 people have been to prison. So to call people jailbirds, I mean, let's come with the insults, because I don't insult people, bro. I don't do that. I just bring facts. If you dispute it, I reckon that, like with Supreme Diva, I've seen home panels. I look at Sharon all the time, so I'm not new to Sharon.
I forgot what my goddamn question.
She make her point. I feel like the brothers would let her get her point.
Hold on, he almost finished.
I feel like they wasn't letting her get her point out. I'm saying, let her get her point out and refute her point. They couldn't refute her point, so they got frustrated and left. I don't do stuff like that. If you're right, I'm gonna say you're right, but I don't call people out their name, bro. I'm not a jail bro. I'm probably one of the most intelligent niggas you ever run into, but you can go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Bomb. And I believe Stop the Cat wanted to jump in there as well. I'm not sure if MJ wanted to stop in, so let's try to keep that line right there. Bomb Cherry, Stop the Cat, MJ.
Okay, I apologize because you don't want to talk you was in jail, but I apologize if you took that as an insult.
No, I didn't take it as an insult. I just be trying to tell people.
You told me that I insulted you. I apologize.
Yeah, I ain't insulted. You can't hurt my feelings.
Okay, good.
Yeah, go ahead.
You might not want to test that, but anyway. So what I want to say though, you stated a lot of facts mixed in with a lot of things that aren't true, and that is what happens when, like, I think you even said it to the other brother when you said that, when you get emotional or when you don't understand the information. The information you have the knowledge. One of y'all said you have the knowledge, but you don't understand the knowledge. You know what I mean? And so what gives us, why do we pay taxes? Because of the 16th Amendment that gives Congress the right to levy taxes. The reason that was done is because of social welfare and things like that, right? In order to be able to help. In order to be able to help people, we have to have money to give these people. So that's why we have taxes. But you also said that we aren't humanitarians. You said that's the problem with the U.S. But that's not facts, right? We know that we are. That's why we support, we don't support these wars that are going. We want to support Ukrainian with the war that's going on. That's America being humanitarian. We put money into Africa. We was doing all these things. That's us as Americans being humanitarian.
I said humanity. I didn't say humanitarians. Humanitarians is what you do. I didn't say that some people are not humanitarians. I said we have a lack of humanity. I'm saying a lack of humanity means.
Okay, that's probably what he meant to say. He just corrected it, Bob. It's okay.
People.
Okay, he corrected
So
it. But it's the same thing.
Okay,
those are two different things.
No, they're not two different things. They're not two different things. One of them is just active, and the other one is just how you feel, right?
Right. That's two different things.
They're the same. One is just a noun, and the other is a verb. What do you mean?
That's two. A noun and the verb.
The final boss is back. I just realized you got the final boss back. Oh shit! The MVP is here. The MVP is finally.
Taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Like you can't be this like childish. Like, are you serious?
Hold on. Diva, you there?
I'm here. Miss Jaylyn, $25. Keep that back off the panel. You want to be a Wonder Bread. Dang.
Oh, damn.
At Cloudhouse ENT 5114. See, Rich, why did you go to prison?
I'll tell you.
No. All right, come on.
Detroit, at Detroit 313, $5. Quick question. Who the F wants to go to Africa?
Facts.
Miss Jaylyn, $5. Hood Fatback, you think you are important. I'll wait. Miss Jaylyn, $5. Fatback Hood, you will learn today. All right. She gonna teach him.
See, Rich, if you want to answer the question, they want to know. Okay.
They want to know what I went to prison for? I went to prison in 94. I was charged with murder. I got convicted of voluntary manslaughter. Then I got out in 2007, went back in 2010 for aggravated battery. They say I shot a motherfucker in the leg. Now you want details, or is that sufficient?
No.
I don't think you should do details. But you know.
I mean,
it's already over. So did you shoot the motherfucker in the leg?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, "Yep." I mean, that bitch better have my money, huh?
No. Look, let me explain something to you, bro.
Don't explain. Hold
on. Let me say
you don't want to give them too much information.
I'm not talking about my case.
Hold on, Rich. Don't give them too much because they're gonna use it against you. That's more than enough.
I'm not giving no more information up. I would say, look, bro, I that red pill shit. I'm not a red pill nigga, bro. Okay. I don't agree with none. When you be talking about them dudes, I be agreeing with you. All this aggression and anger they have against women, I think is unnecessary. I think it's weak. And I understand why our women don't respect us. Now, that's a whole nother conversation for something else. I can go into that. But brothers, man, that shit they be doing, hey, I don't agree with none of that, bro. I come from a whole nother line of Negro than sitting up arguing and talking about women. I ain't never put my hands on a woman in my life. Every woman I done had in my life, I can see her right now, and we could kick it. You feel me? So yeah. I ain't gonna. So don't put that women on. Nah, I don't do that, jacket.
Nah, go ahead, Diva.
All right, at Freedman's Journal, member for 4 months. Thank you, sir. Super chat here, ninjas or Venmo. Miss Jaylyn, $5. No hood fatback. You're not a money maker. No one is laughing with you.
Damn.
Not a failed conservative. How you be?
Damn.
Man, that don't make no sense.
I think these wannabe conservatives, they're more fascist than anything.
I have one thing I want to clear up while I'm here. I get ready to go, guys. I appreciate having me up here too. My point of contention was with the word unity. I apologize. I don't want to say like for the most part that unity is not a thing in the community. It is, and like I said, it's how we unify. It was what I was really trying to get to. I don't like how we try to unify because it's like it's only temporary in my mind. When it's based on how we feel, based on our situation, it's not going to take us even further to develop something more. We'll have it. We'll riot. We'll do what we gotta do to get up out of that situation that we don't like. But once we are free of the situation, then what comes next? It's more to that point of contention. I'm saying that's what I want us to be: is truly unified under an ideal and have the emotion to drive that, rather than just driving emotion to go any which where and just put us and displace us and have us become selfish anyway. I'm saying that we should have an ideal that's fueled by how we feel. But I haven't seen any ruling or anything that gives us direction to say this is it. I have ideas and there's exemptions to the rule. There's lots of exemptions out here, but I haven't seen anything as concrete and practiced by the majority to say that this is what we're going to do based on how we feel.
Okay.
I want to give myself my flowers as a taxpayer for over 20 years. I want to give myself my flowers because America is the hub center for humanitarian efforts. We pay everybody.
Yeah, it's the problem.
That's the problem.
So and by default, I am a humanitarian.
Okay, I like it. MJ, I want to give you the space. You want to jump in at this point?
I don't have nothing to say. It's been a lot of different kind of conversations been going on. So
yeah, when the men conversating some of I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying when the men have conversation, they go all over the place. You know, we was one place and then we move somewhere else and then they'll blame us. Like when he mentioned the bombing that happened in Philly, and I was about to say something, and then he started saying, "Oh, you right there in Philly." But I'm actually from Louisiana where Katrina happened. But I live in Delaware, which is up here now by Philadelphia. And I don't remember anybody laughing because that bombing that happened in Philadelphia, you know what I mean? They lied about how that situation went. But who was laughing about that situation? When you said they were laughing, because you brought that up, like there was a whole group of people laughing about the situation.
All right, go ahead, Diva. I know Diva wanted to say something about it. I'll say something, I should say.
Yeah. So there was a question like, what has America ever done for you? And I can speak for everybody here. America may put you in the top 1% in the world. You live better than people in damn near any place on the planet. And so that's what America has done for you. Made you very comfortable.
Made you comfortable.
Absolutely. I'm extremely comfortable, baby.
So Dantes, you don't believe it made you comfortable? You got a whole house that you could sell or not sell, pass on to your kids. You don't think that it helped make you comfortable compared to the rest of the world, not to America, but the rest of the globe?
I go for self, but the real self is one with all. The self that's by himself does fall down, just like the guy. You're right.
That's a great philosophy. That's a great philosophy. Okay.
What I'm trying to say is, I'm not just thinking about me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about the homeless person that's on our black people that's out there. I'm talking about the people who are less fortunate than me, who is more of us in that, like in messed up situations, right? They in darker situations, right? And black women, they don't have the same experiences sometimes as black men. We like to think we do, but when I speak when I spoke of jail, I wasn't glorifying that, right? And when I made the example of Mr. Sledge, I was telling you, it's people who have not done so bad a thing, or ain't done nothing at all. And then there's some people who haven't done nothing, but that exists for us. Like, you don't have any compassion for our people, other than nobody else's comforts other than your own, right?
But sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You don't have no compassion for Black Americans. You said you wouldn't do anything for us, and you don't align with us, and that's why you're going over to Africa. That's kind of contradicting yourself, isn't it?
No. It's not, because when I say that, you are not black people in America. there's no helping you. Do you hear people? You're not even. Wait. Let me explain what I'm saying. Let me explain what I am saying. I will not. I will tell you. Right? Black people are like if you got two children. Or no, the like the analogy of the servant in the biblical servant analogy. Remember, he gave the one servant some money, and he multiplied it. He gave the other servant some money. He did something with it, and that one servant just held on to it. Do you remember that analogy? Anybody? Bible study? Anybody? Sunday school? Nobody? Well, anyway, the servant that didn't get, he didn't do nothing with what God had gave him. He didn't do nothing with what the master had left. Gave him. The other two had they multiplied what the master gave them.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So are we cursed? Are black people cursed? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not going.
No. Let's not deviate from the subject matter, please.
Yeah,
I was trying to tell. I thought everybody could relate to a Bible school story. I didn't know that you couldn't relate to that.
You landing the plane?
You good there?
On that note, on that note with black women, let me tell just a tiny one.
Okay.
When we was little boys, I got two older brothers. My oldest brother, he had to stop the hogs. Me and my older brother Priest, we had to go help Todd down on Mr. Sam's farm down the hill and help him clean the chicken coops. Now, anybody know about hogs and chickens? Hogs, they stink, but chickens smell way worse than hogs. But that ain't the point. My brother, he was clean city boy. He wasn't anyway. He had to stop the hogs, and he get real mad and irritated going out there, and because the hogs can hear you coming up the hill with that bucket. They come running up. And so he tried to throw the bucket just because he was so mad and slung it. And it slung down and he fell in the daggone pig pen. And he was in the muck. He was all in the pig pen, that mud. It was all up here and it splashed all up him. And he was And my granddaddy looked down at me and he laughed. He said, when you get in the mud with a pig, all you get is dirty. So black women, I'm not going to even address anything you said. I have a lot of respect for you until the point you started behaving very terrible. And I never used the B word. I never used the B word, and I will not let you get me down in the mud with you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm gonna do 2 minutes. So he made a statement about basically the black man plight is greater than the black woman's plight, right? There's no time period in this country where black men and black women have not endured the same circumstances and the same experiences. I think that these men believe that because they are in male form and they get the physical damage that they receive is greater than the physical damage that we receive because they look at us as the weaker vessel. Black women and black men have suffered by the same situations that everyone has suffered in countries that are greater than them. So I want to make it clear. Black women and black men grow up together. We have the same situations. We have the same experiences. Your plot is not greater than my plot. Okay?
Okay. Go ahead, Diva. Are you there? Maybe.
Yes,
nope.
sir.
Okay.
At Detroit 313, $5. Shout out to Pro Crack. Crack power, brothers and sisters.
You're a nut.
DB, member for 10 months. Hey, DB. Where y'all find these dusty hotels? Child, they under every rock in every nook and cranny. HQ reacts. Hey, HQ, $2. Get them PhD Van Bomb. Miss J Lynn, $5. Fatback Hood, AKKKA, blob is typical. You would say, I am on your Tootsie Roll, you lonely rim. At Dig Thug 9149, $5. Ask why an ex-con can be accepted, but not a fascist.
Good question. I want to who was that? I wasn't sure if that was that was my sister Stop the Cat. I agree with her 100%. Black women was out doing slavery. We was out in the fields with you. We was in the house with you, right? Every step of the way. It's not like we chose it. We had to do it. They didn't think of you as human. They didn't think of us as human. Like, I don't know where this thing comes from. Women are so different when it comes to trauma. We was there with you being treated the same exact way, except there. Well, I won't even say except, because I heard of butt breaking, right? But they were doing that to women and they were doing that to men. So I don't know why these men think that we have it so much easier. If your mother, if you had a bad mother and I'm your sister, that means we had a bad mother, right? If we had a bad father and I'm your brother and sister and cousins or whatever, we just have a bad family. And I have to go through that same thing you going through.
You know what it is, Mom? They want to
That's a good
hoard
point.
the trauma for themselves. So they want grand sympathy from everybody. They want us to coddle them to the grave.
Right.
I like to just speak to human behavior, though.
That was you, Marvel?
Yeah, that was me, my bad. I was gonna say one thing I can say with human behavior is like we're talking about the good and the bad. Everyone has their own reality and how they want to interpret things, how they want to see things, how they feel about things. So I'm not gonna ignore reality and say that, oh, this is what's going on with you, but it doesn't happen with me, so it's not true. I don't have to argue semantics. I can just actually understand the fact that that's what's happened to you and keep it at that. But for some people, they don't accept the reality of others. They say that it can't be this, it can't be that, and they start going to the contrasts and comparisons. They say who got it worse, who got it bad. And in actuality, all they do is be concerned about yourself, how you see your things, and then take consideration. Main word, consideration, what other people are going through. For people who are selfish, what ends up happening is you get to the whole ego thing. Oh, it's me, it's me, it's me. I went through this and I went through that. You didn't see what I seen. And it's like, come on, guys. You don't have to go there. You really don't.
See, Rich, mute up.
Yeah.
You on the phone? We hear you.
Somebody got TV in the background.
Say that again.
You on the phone? We can hear you.
Oh, my bad, man. My phone.
No, we just letting you know.
Yeah, Marvelous, you said, like, I get confused at some time. Well, I've already told you this many times, so I'm not insulting you at all, right? But reality is reality. Now, the way you may see reality isn't everybody's reality. So that's, they're not the same, right? The way, like, the things you say not making sense, my brother. Like, let's say it's cold outside because it's 60 degrees, right? I think most of us agree 60 degrees is cold. But when you go outside, you're like, it's not cold. But I go, it's cold. Now, the reality is it's 60 degrees. Just because you're not cold doesn't mean that it's not cold. It just means that you don't think it's cold from your perspective. But the temperature is a real thing. You see what I'm saying? So I think some of the things you say.
You missed what I was saying. I said you take consideration. I didn't say ignore or argue with you. I said, yes, you say it's cold outside. I consider that. I'll give you a coat. I don't need a coat, but I'll give you a coat because I consider that's your reality. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Right, but never mind. I see. Go ahead. Never mind, my brother. Go ahead. It's 60 degrees cold for most people. You see, the reality is
you're looking for validation for your reality. I'm not trying to have that majority versus minority. It's not about that. I'm saying simply every individual is going to experience this thing called life through their own lens. And it's best that we try to understand each other for the most part. We don't have to have everyone agree with each other to be on the same line, same definition of things. We just have to understand each other. That's all I'm saying.
But I think he was supporting us because the Hotep guy got up here talking about, oh, the black man, the black woman, and he gave this analogy about mud and pigs. I don't know where that came from, but I think Marvel is supporting us that, but Marvel, it's not very clear and concise, Marvel. It's like,
I apologize, but yes, I am agreeing with you. I'm only adding to what you're saying. I apologize. Yeah. My communication skills are not that good.
No, because you don't want to come outright and say what it is, that you're supporting us because of that man said something that we're basically pigs in the mud and black women don't understand the plight of the black man, and just say what it is, like.
But I mean, I don't have to necessarily say if you guys are smart enough. I know you guys are intelligent. Some things are just obvious.
Obvious. Okay.
All right. I want you to have that. Diva, you there? Maybe not. She's busy right now.
I'm here.
Okay.
Jalen, $5. Dolomite, I do not know you. Pay to bring your hood daddy back. Coming at me is such a waste. See, Rich, $10. Just paying some tithes. Thank you, sir. Amen. Bless you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Y'all cutting up today, boy. Go ahead, Hood. You would better speak now, forever hold your peace.
Boss level, bitch.
Fuck up in 2024.
Hey, I just be saying, I don't be saying how the man-woman shit fight come in, man. I just see, only time I come up is somebody talking about a conversation that had to do with like politics or something I can prove. I don't get off into the black woman and accusing her and accusing. And when I was talking about humanity, I was speaking more so just from an individual level on how people treat each other. You know what I mean? Not on a world level. I'm speaking as an individual. I'm saying as far as respect, like whether I agree with you or not, I still respect your opinion. You know, and that's what I was saying. Like when all of them got upset with P, I was like, and I be thinking like, just let people get their point out. If you disagree with it, then dispute the point. You see what I'm saying? But
what is your name?
C. Rich.
See, Rich, the problem is that these guys lie so much that they don't remember the lie that they said 5 minutes ago, and then we pointed out to them the lie. We're misinterpreting what they're saying. I'm basically going off what you said.
Yeah, I agree.
Hold on, I need to celebrate this with her because once it's over 50.
I'm gonna try to do that dance today.
Hey, it's super chat time, and I'm rapping. No, I'm just playing. All right, Miss J. Lynn with the 100 ball. In the name of Dolomite, keep his daddy hood fat back off the panel. Y'all, please type in the chat and let me know, is hood conservative really overweight? I mean, it wouldn't be a stretch because about 70% of black men are either overweight or obese. And so I could totally believe it. But please, I need, give me the material, y'all, because I'm going to have a field day with his fat ass if he is.
You know, I do my walk later on.
Every panel needs a hood, bro. I won't lie to you. Every panel needs a hood. We will all be.
No, we don't.
No, we do not. Making money, we all be unified. We would love it.
Who the fuck is Dolomite?
Because the problem with Hood is he doesn't have controlled opposition. This is not a echo chamber, but he gets caught up so much in his lies. You guys could be talking about some man shit, and he's gonna always insert some woman. Always.
That's fair. Welcome back, DJ Genesis. What's your thoughts?
Man, you know what I just been through. I've been at the hospital. I've been it's been crazy this past hour. Okay, y'all. But anyways, I think the hood conservative is negative. Like I've never seen such a depressed person in my life. No matter what the subject is, he finds a way to turn it into the most negative thing. And he sounds like he's suffering from major depression. And maybe he needs to actually, stop jacking off and get some Kuda cat, and he will have something better to say about women.
You can't get none.
Hood conservative. I don't know if he's fat because I usually know everybody's business around here if they got exposed, but he does have a lot of children, y'all. So okay, he's a baby daddy of he got 4 or 5 kids out there. And,
so the children are his beard. So he's basically a down low brother.
No, he's just
hypersexual men that they usually have some homosexuality going on. So yeah, that's probably what
down low.
That's why he's so angry at women. He hates women because he wants to be one.
No, he
listen to his voice. He sounds like a down low brother.
Come on now, hood conservative, baby. I'm gonna take the plunge with you. We gonna go guzzle balls together. Oh, that's how you got to put your tongue Don't let it go all the way in the back of your throat when you guzzling the balls, baby. You got to.
Oh, you're supposed to let it go all the way back in the back. I thought you supposed to like just
Listen, the only
choke on it
reason
and throw up and
only reason
everything.
why I'm going so hard on the down low brother is because he calling people bees on here.
I think he feels betrayed or rejected by y'all, so he kind of lashes out. Now, I'm not trying to excuse him, and he doesn't know how to say, I feel hurt. And I want to tell y'all my insecurities and my vulnerabilities, but I'm afraid that y'all going to use
No.
I'm
He
not
said
trying
he
to
don't want
excuse it.
therapy. Sharon, doesn't he say, "Oh, I don't want no counseling session. I don't want no therapy session"? He
Of course
always
he's gonna
says
say
that.
that. That means he's weak if he needs that in your eyes to him. You got to be a man all
No,
the time. I don't need
just
that.
have control opposition. Like, just control opposition with facts. You know what I'm saying? Not with lies.
Yeah, he's just a troll. That's all, y'all. He be.
I'm still trying to figure out how talking about the United States Air Force air people that would actually was contaminated turned into see, and that's it's all the women's fault. Like what? Like how does that turn into a female hate the women conversation? Like, bro, what? So. But I do have to say this. Shouts out to those people that had that fog on them because they got to be old as heck. All them people are like in their 80s and 90s. That shows how resilient Black people are. We could be playing in toxic fog and still live to be 90 and 100 years old.
Thanks.
So shouts out to them.
But our children end up suffering with mental issues. So yeah, but I want to know more about it. That's why I came over here to listen to what happened. I don't know anything about it, but I do remember them coming in our neighborhood in Louisiana, right? With this fog in this truck, and it would be misting. And I would ask my grandmother, like, what they're doing. She would say they spraying for mosquitoes. And I was thinking, but we live on the bayou. Like, what the hell are they spraying for mosquitoes? For mosquitoes is out here. That's a natural thing. But then they convinced us that mosquito carry diseases and things. I'm like, well, shit, we get bit anyway, Grandma. Like, what the fuck? They ain't killing all of them. And so our government been playing with us, though. I've been poisoned on a post, Monsanto and shit. Poison us all. So there's a couple
I just hope
right
they
here
don't
in
get Benjamin
Delaware.
Trump.
Right here in Delaware, they were making that non-stick pans. They poisoned the whole world with that. And then now we're drinking out of bottles, bottled water. That's plastic in our system, they found out. Y'all wear clothing and that's plastic, polyester. That's poisoning
Don't
our
forget about
body.
the sanitizing napkins, the feminine hygiene stuff. They done already got a.
Oh yeah, that gave us
and
all
not the weaves have poison in them too. When you wear like a hair weave, get braiding hair and all that fake hair, that has poison in it that soaks into your brain and your skull.
And so it just goes to show that they've been poisoning us in a multiple of ways, and they definitely tested on our cities first. And I was just trying to have a conversation about how we need to start speaking up about we do not want to be your test subjects anymore. For some reason, when they are tested on us, it's called a study instead of what it is, poison. They are poisoning our communities. It's not no damn study.
And a lot of us don't know that the OBGYN research happened from studying on Black women.
Oh shit, that's Henrietta, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what's scary is that how they. It's scary is that, do you know that they got double poison because they joined the military, right? Because you know they experiment on military fastest. So they got experimented on as children. Then they said that when they was kids, when they had the fog machines, they was playing on the fog machines as the fog was coming out. They said their skin was coated in whatever the fog stuff was. And it's made of some kind of a cancerous thing. But they said their skin would be coated with it. And it'd be sticky and weird and smell funny. And I'm like, bro, and if your parents just let you play with a fog machine outside?
That's the point, because my grandmother made us come inside. But if I was somewhere, I would see kids running after the truck trying to play in it. I'm like, my parents said, get your hands out. So I guess, I don't know.
PCP came out of a government program. It came out of the MK Ultra program, and it didn't work. So the government put it on the street as a drug. It was supposed to be a mind control drug, but it didn't work. And one of the military dudes jumped out a window and killed himself, and they lied to his family. and they just put it on the street as a drug. All this shit come from the military, man.
Nah, I think PCP was out way before. You know what I mean? Like drugs been around since forever, baby. It's herbs and things, you know, that they
Okay,
use.
what I'm saying, I understand that, but I'm saying don't refute every time. But PCP directly came out of the MK Ultra program. This is historical fact. They had a military guy, he tested it on, he jumped out the window and he died. It didn't work, and they put it out on the street as a drug. It came from the military. The same thing with crack cocaine. All that shit comes from the government. No nigga is gonna take cocaine was expensive. Nobody is gonna take the expensive cocaine, mix that shit with baking soda. No nigga is gonna do that. That was an experiment done by the government that was given to black
What you mean no nigga gonna do it?
That's all I'm saying.
They did it. They did do it
That's
though.
what
I think he means. I believe he means. I think he means create. That's what he means. He means create.
Well, Bomb's comments is more threaded on truth because opioids derives from a medical term. Like they used this stuff before anesthesia hit the streets. You know what I'm saying? So they needed to sedate somebody. It used to be liquor, alcohol. Used to sedate people. You know, so we got to understand the premise of things.
I'm agreeing with y'all. Y'all said all this stuff come from the government. I'm telling you what else came from the government, but I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
It actually comes from the earth. But it gets manipulated.
I mean,
it gets
goddamn.
manipulated.
I mean,
into
cars
certain
are made out of
things.
steel are made from elements from the earth. We know that. But what I'm saying is,
but you're putting all the blame on the government. Oh, the government did
y'all
it.
got to let somebody else know something, man. You know, you do got some black men out here that know something. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying is when we hear men speak on these panels, they always have. No, I'm not.
Every man is not an opposition, bro. I don't get off into that. I'm agreeing with y'all. I'm just telling you other programs that they have done, you know, that they have created. And then you try to tell me like I'm making this shit up. Like what y'all say is the absolute, but what I say, but anytime a brother say something, he making this shit up. This shit is documented historical proof. That's all I'm saying. Is y'all try to refute everything. That's why it's like y'all like this going back and forth shit. That's not what I come up with. I just asked, when I asked the brother about the 14th, that's because he brought it up. So I asked him, did he understood what he was talking about? And he didn't. That's just like when he was talking about Africa. And when PhD asked about Africa, he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to say that. I didn't say nobody was wrong. I'm adding to what y'all saying. But every time a brother say something, it's like y'all want to act like niggas don't know nothing. Like y'all gotta stop this shit, bro. It's like y'all say brothers be want to argue with y'all, but y'all gotta stop arguing with brothers. That's what I'm saying about our people. We like to get off. I was looking at a panel earlier with DJ Ham, and DJ Ham showed a clip where it was a black coach, and he was trying to help a young brother, and the coach started crying because he told him he said, I'm not doing it just because you play football, but I know that you can succeed in life. Then you get this coon ass nigga, Mr. Fantastic, he come back and say, God damn it, that well, he not helping intelligent people. Like, come on, brother, he helping. You not helping nobody. It's like sometimes you don't have nothing positive to say. My mama used to tell me this when I was little. My mama used to say, man, if you ain't got nothing positive to say, sometimes it's better not to say anything at all. I'm saying it doesn't have to be an opposition all the time. Everything does not have to have an opposing force.
Yes. Okay. So I agree with you to a degree, right? This is a problem.
Well, I know you're never going to agree with me fully because nothing I said you always
right. Because I disagree with you. I did because
can't prove me wrong.
Yes, I can. I can't prove you wrong. I can actually prove you wrong. But
everything I say is fact.
This is the thing, right? This is almost like with my grandparents, right? My grandparents only knew what they knew, right? We only know what we know coming from others.
No, so I know what I know from research. From history,
other people,
from
I know
reading,
you look like the type to do research, my brother. Yeah, you do. Anyway, so if somebody give falsified information and then our community take that information and run with it, and then we're proven wrong, then we look crazy. So what's wrong with somebody giving you the correct information? You gave out some information that's correct, and then one of us as women, and even some of the men add in something else, but then y'all take offense to it.
But what
So
I'm
this
saying,
is the thing. PCP was not created by the government.
It actually was.
It
All
was
you
not.
gotta
It
do
was
is do the
created by
research.
students. You know. There's black people and white people and Asian people. They go to school and they sitting with science, right? And then they put some things together, put proteins and protons and atoms and all that, and mix that shit up together, right? You may have not heard them terms in a very long time. Look like you haven't been to school in a while. Anyway, and then they come up with these chemical compounds. They come up with these chemical compounds and things are created. It's not always through the government. But I'm not saying, look, when I agree with the fact that governments have used these things against our community by putting on the street. That's the point I agree with you.
I understand alchemy.
And look, you just keep talking over me the whole time you got to speak.
Yeah, but you keep saying I'm wrong. But what I'm trying to tell you,
but I don't want to get loud with you. I don't know if you know who I am. You just need to shut the fuck up.
Before you can snort cocaine, it has to be produced. It has to be created in a cocaine form. We know that cocaine comes from the coca plant, but it has to be processed in the form where you can snort it. So the question is, how did it get in that form?
I'm gonna let you be the listen. I'm trying to be good.
Hey, Bomb, he said that women go back and forth with men. But
No,
he was allowed.
That's not what I said, bro.
He was allowed to do his loan, whatever he did, right? Without interruption. But as soon as Bomb start talking, he's interrupting, and that's a form of going back and forth. I digress.
Y'all like the sister. That's not what I'm saying. I'm telling her she's saying that what I'm saying is not true. I'm saying PCP in the form that it is as a drug has to be created that way. We know it all comes from natural. This is like cocaine come from the coca plant, but it has to go through a process to be able to become a drug where you can snort it. So what I'm saying is somebody has to process it to get to that form for a certain purpose. And that's what I'm saying. That PCP was created.
But can I give you some context to my comment?
I'm not making it a man-woman thing because I agree with y'all when y'all was going against the brother. That the brother didn't know what he was talking about. Africa, he didn't know what he was talking about. And PhD,
and you don't know what you're talking about
because she proved that he didn't know what he was talking about. So I'm not saying that I'm on a man against woman. If you prove a fact and they can't dispute it, it is what it is. He could dispute her fact.
I could tell you when it was created, who it was created by in 1926. Like, dude, I am telling you, you're right. The elements come together. Remember, I mentioned that. Throwing with atoms and protons and shit like that. And it was created by a student. It was a student. It wasn't the government. Now, about the government maybe putting it out in our community, I don't disagree with that because we know they do
how did the government get it?
What you mean how the government get it? If you create something and then they find out about it, they learn about it, right? And then that's how they do it too. What do you mean? PCP was not made in the 50s, unless you're talking about the 1850s. PCP was initially discovered in 1926. Okay?
Okay.
I'm not talking to you, my brother, but...
So my context to my original comment was because whenever I hear these brothers talk about the government, all I hear is an excuse. Oh, the government this. The government put the welfare. The government. That's all I hear. So when I made the comment, I was just getting you some nuances to what you were saying about, oh, the government created PCP. But originally, a lot of these drugs and stuff like that were medical usage.
I thought the government created LSD acid, and that's the thing that they were using to test on people was LSD, not PCP.
LSD. That's what I was trying to say. It was LSD.
I thought PCP was like formaldehyde. Is formaldehyde a PCP?
No, that's not formaldehyde. That's not what we used to call water on the street, or that's not what they used to call water or sherm sticks. Those are two different things. They are made up of different elements. They pretty much made up of the same elements, but they come in different forms. That's why they had different names. You dig what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, man. All that shit is the same. It's hallucinogenic, but because they have different uses and they are used in different forms, people just give them different names, but they are an element of the same thing. This is what I'm saying. But sometimes, man, you gotta let somebody. I jumped on the government. I was on there. Now I'm the bad guy.
They're not the same. when they start adding,
I can't even agree with a nigga.
When they start adding different things,
they were saying that shit first, Sharon, and I was agreeing with them. I'm riding off what they were saying. Now I said it. Now I'm the bad guy. I was
No,
agreeing
you're not
with
the
them.
bad guy, my brother. You're not a bad guy.
God,
You're just not
you know, but but like, goddamn, sometimes you got to be like, damn, all right, man. You know, if you say that's not true, but it's like y'all got to prove. If a nigga say something, y'all got to prove them wrong. I'm agreeing with y'all. I saw when y'all was talking with PhD was giving them niggas that work. I was like, God damn, she giving them that work because they didn't expect her to say what she said.
PhD would have gave us all that work if she has the knowledge. Listen, if she
no, you're not listening. I'm saying she got the knowledge. I'm saying that they didn't expect her to come with the knowledge, and that's why they ran.
Let me try to clear it up. No, what Bomb says that she could give Bomb the work too if she has the knowledge. Is what Bomb is trying to say.
She has given me the work.
Anybody can get it.
Okay.
Anybody can get the work. That's what I'm saying. Anybody could get the work. But because I came up to tell the brother before he ran off, or she ran him off, like, hey, brother, look, if you can't refute the evidence, you got to go back to the lab. Don't get mad. Don't get upset. You just ain't ready. That's what I came up with, but she'd already ran the niggas off before I could get up there.
She ain't
I was
running
just gonna say, y'all got to get y'all game up. You dig what I'm saying? You got to get your game up. You know what I mean? You know, I come from the game, bro. I'm from the street. Whatever motherfucker think about, I don't give a fuck. I'm from the street, bro. And I look at people as everybody has a talent. Everybody has a skill. If you not on somebody else's level, then either get out the way or get on their level. That's whoever, man, woman, whoever.
Right, but you shouldn't have to get out the way.
Just like
Listen,
men got game.
listen, my brother, listen, because you got a problem with running.
You say who?
No, what I'm saying is you don't have to get out the way. Like if you know something I don't know, right? You have stated some things up here and mentioned some names, you and the other brother, that I've never heard of. Now, PhD did know those names, right? Because y'all used to be Pan-African or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I didn't interrupt. I don't know. I'm learning. I'm grasping information. I don't get mad because I don't know it. I learn it. You know what I mean? And then I might do some research on it. So what I'm saying, that's why I said you was right in some of the things, but some of the things you was wrong. I was giving you credit. And y'all take offense to it. I don't know if you're taking offense because I'm a woman or
I didn't take offense. You keep saying because you a woman, Sam. I'm saying that I came up here and agreed with some of the women.
You didn't hear. You're not listening. That's why
you say when they call me a jailbird for no reason.
I called you a jailbird because you're a jailbird.
Sharon,
I'm not a jailbird, my nigga.
Okay,
it's
you used to be a jailbird.
Okay, I got smoke for everybody on the panel, right? Because that Hotep guy said something that just went over everybody's head. He said, you can't look at things as what they are. You gotta look at what they could be. And nobody addressed that man when he said that bullshit.
I did, but in the chat.
Technically, I was in the gym working out. I wasn't here to hear all that. I was working out, so that's my excuse. There you go.
I actually did address him when he said that. We were having a whole conversation because he said it a couple of times, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, the whole point was he had no idea of what he was talking about. The nigga ain't never set foot on Africa's soil, so all of this is just a fantasy in his own mind.
I'm
like
Captain
Traore gonna pull him to the side and say, "Hey, brother, you've been such a great soldier. Now, what is it that you would like to see? You know, nigga, what?" And then he tells Captain Traore, "I want you to." What was that line from that Nas song? Get every nigga out of Attica, take them back to Africa or some shit. If I ruled the world. That's what he said he was gonna tell Captain Traore, as if that shit would actually have any type of possibility of happening. So the nigga is in one big fantasy at 50. At 50. Nevertheless, I can't
stand your ass.
He ain't come out some money. Traore ain't trying to hear that.
Fantasy now. All his kids are grown.
I've been watching this shit for years. I just started coming up on panels and I started fucking with Freezy. See, a lot of these cats, a lot of them, these dudes and women come from the Fight Club. So they ready to go to war at any motherfucking moment. You feel what I'm saying? I done seen you go to war with these niggas. Hey, even when you agree with them, nigga, you still a bad guy because they looking for that war. I'm telling you, I ain't looking for the war, fam. That's why I don't only come up when people talking about stuff that you could prove, like historical fact, this and that. Even when I was on Freezy, where they was talking about the black fatigue, in which they argued that they stole from a black woman, and they trying to argue from black, but you know it is what it is. You know, black woman wrote that and they stole it. You dig what I'm saying? And they arguing from a white person point of view. I be listening to them, but these warriors, right? Hey, they used to go to war with a nigga, right? I'm trying to.
No, not at all. I just have an issue with using the government as a default blame. I have an issue with that.
But I never did that.
You did that in a moment. That's why you and Bomb, I actually added on to what Bomb and you were going at it. And I said that, no, yes, you did, sir.
Y'all was saying what the government created. Hold up. Y'all started off talking about what the government created against black people. And y'all named off a few things. If Tehran run it back, and Brother Fudd, it did, and I just added on and said, well, they created PCP. But as soon as I said it, you dig what I'm saying? Then I don't know what I'm talking about. I added on to what y'all was saying. So I didn't come with the thing about with the government. I'm not a slave. I'm a hustler. So I don't depend on the government. I don't give a fuck about white people. I don't give about the government because I can survive without that shit. I can survive without. I've been doing it all my life. I'm not no young nigga. I'll be 54 next month. I added on to what y'all were talking about.
I understand, sir, but the subject matter was chemtrails. Everybody was just talking about chemtrails, and you brought in PCP. So I was doing a controlled opposition to your comment about PCP.
You just switching up what I'm saying. That's all you.
That's all. It's just a misunderstanding. She's just giving a controlled conversation. That's all. It wasn't that she was against you. She just wanted to make sure the information was correct. That's all. Go ahead, PH Diva, and then we'll bring in MJ. She came back. I know she got some things to say.
HQ reacts $2. Is C Rich the 60-year-old Jay-Z on the panel? He did just say, I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler, homie. I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler, homie. He did just say it.
I mean, I could be all that. That don't hurt my feelings. Y'all act like that's supposed to hurt my feelings.
No, we just having fun with you.
Been calling me Jay-Z. I'm 58. I said I'm 53.
There you go, C-Riz. They just having fun with you, C-Riz. There you go.
Yeah, I know it's all good. I ain't mad at nobody.
You look
as long as you're not mad at nobody, that's all we asking. All right, that's dope.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, MJ, gotta speak your mind, girl. Go ahead.
Nah, I had to go get my charger. That's why I jumped off. But y'all can go ahead and continue. I'm still listening in.
All right.
Hey, Sherrod, cool. See, I got HQ a while back, Sherrod, so she remember when I got up. But Fatty saved her. Fatty a hater anyway.
I agree with that.
All right. All that was to add to the conversation is all this back and forth banter, man. It's funny because I would say the one point of contention that C. Rich brought upon himself when he said, everything I'm saying is true. And then he said, prove me wrong.
Right.
Do you understand what kind of setup that is when you come in, it's like you're being facetious because you already say everything I said is true, so there's no argument. But then you also say you invite argument by saying prove me wrong. Why even do that?
That's called a logical fallacy. It's a logical fallacy, actually.
Who am I talking to?
Marvelous.
Yeah, speak to Marvelous.
Yeah, I'm saying, brother, that's logic. That's how intellectuals talk.
No, it's not.
If I make an argument and I make a point, the point is not to argue with me. The point is, if you got a counter argument, then prove what I'm saying is not true. If you prove what I'm saying not true, then I have no proof to concede. I could be, we could read the same book and get two different understandings of that book. You see what I'm saying? And I may perceive the book one way, you may perceive the book another way. And I say, well, because that's what from my understanding experience, what I received from the book. You may read it and you may be more in depth. And you say, nah, that's not what the book is saying, bro. You have to get it and you have to break it down. Then you might use other books or other other information to say this is what the book is really saying based on this context. Then once you give it to me, then I can be like, okay, yeah, you're right, brother. That's not the thing. What I'm saying is, and that's the point that I'm making. That's why I say that what I'm saying. But what I'm saying, I'm telling you is what I done studied over the years. I'm not just coming up here saying stuff just cause I want to make a conversation. But if I'm wrong, all I'm saying is if you get or you have other information to prove me wrong, then it's cool, brother. Y'all, y'all be too aggressive, brother. It's not this serious, brother. It's just talking point. You know what I'm saying? Then you came up really, if you really want to get to it, I felt like you came up on lightweight coon shit. So I don't respect you anyway.
But can I just point something out?
Yeah, go ahead.
You tell people to prove you wrong, that's actually a logical fallacy, right? That's the burden of proof fallacy. It's up to you to prove what you're saying is correct, not for somebody to prove you wrong.
That's why I gave you the when I went in depth on where I got my information from. But what I'm saying is my understanding could be wrong. That's why I said that I know I'm right. So it's not really wasn't a policy. That's why he said when I said I know I'm right, because I know that I studied and I gave the information and this and that. But I'm saying that if I'm wrong, then prove it.
Okay.
So I agree what you're saying.
How was he cooning?
But that's why when he said that I said I know I was right, that's why I said I know I was right.
See, I like how Marvelous did that. He listened very well.
How was he cooning though? You said he came up here lightweight cooning. What was he doing?
Well, he could ask me that, man. I'm not finna go. I just stated about you, so don't create a situation.
Marvelous.
I'm saying, hold up. If
you've been talking a while, bro. Like the fact that he said, "Prove me wrong," and then we say something. He's saying that, "Oh, y'all, I'm the bad guy now." Oh, I'm the bad guy now. But you open up the door for us to prove you wrong, sir.
I hear what you saying. Family. But if somebody called me out my name, if I don't get upset about it, I don't need nobody else to try to make me upset. I don't need you to make them try to prove it. If he disregarded my comment, then it's not for you to come back and bring it up. That's why. Now, if he want me to answer that, that's different. But I don't have to answer you because I wasn't speaking to you.
Okay, but you said that 5 minutes ago. Why are we still talking about it?
That's
So
what
don't
I'm
answer me.
No,
Marvelous,
I'm explaining something to you because
cooning,
obviously you don't understand.
I do understand. You don't say nothing.
That's why
talk
you
like you
interject.
straight out of prison, baby. You're not saying nothing that nobody can't understand. Marvelous, how were you cooning, sweetheart? Marvelous, what you came up here doing?
All I did was point at the point of contention. Why the whole thing happened. That was all. It was a critique. I was giving you a critique. And even right now, it's kind of like I kind of understood this about you a little bit.
No, you don't.
I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you. No, hold on 1 second. This is what I'm talking about. I understand you to an extent because what you shared here on the panel. All right, I'm not trying to judge you, or it's not about good guy, bad guy here. I'm really trying to understand you. All right, and we give you the floor to explain yourself and to talk. We all doing that, right? We also understand that you have a lot to say because even when other people are talking, you're kind of interjecting and putting in. We're being calm and patient with you. It's all cool. All that I was doing was being friendly to you by saying this whole argument started because of this point of contention here that you invited. And that's all I want to know if you acknowledge that by seeing that. But you didn't want to acknowledge that. You don't have to accept it, but I'm just letting you know why it started. You don't have to agree with that, and I'm okay with that. But some people on the panel understood exactly what I said when I said that, and you did not.
Because that's not what I did. That was a projection. Okay. But I understand what you're saying. I respect what you're saying, brother. I respect what you're saying. But that's not what I did, though. But I respect your opinion.
Fair enough.
What up, Willie? You back out. What's up, Willie?
I was just listening. Third party on the dialogue just now.
Better be
I was
careful.
just listening.
Better be careful.
So Ron, you think that the people with the chemtrails going to have a lawsuit? You think they can get payout?
I don't think the chemtrails, I don't think they could prove that. But the thing that happened in St. Louis, after the U.S. military admit that they did it and they got the plan of how they did it, and they still have top secret things crossed out, and they trying to get that declassified, I think they might have a real chance to get some. But a lot of the people that still, they almost dead. So it's only about like 10 people left. So I'm not sure. They might just wait it out. and 2 of those people die.
Yeah, they got estates though.
Because it makes me wonder about the chemtrails in my states.
No. Right? So even if they dead, they can pay the money to their estate, and then it goes to their heirs or whomever.
Hopefully.
That's what the government believe. They believe deny until they die.
Right. That's what it seemed like that's their plan right now. That's what it seemed like they're attempting to do.
Well, you know they have those class action lawsuits, like they have the one in with the Navy talking about what happened at Camp Lejeune. Shoot, hell, and people lie and say that they was at Camp Lejeune trying to get that money. So yeah, you know, people saying they
Right.
shoot.
They keep meticulous records of that. You ain't gonna be able to
Right. But they trying to hide what happened at Fort McClellan in Alabama, where I was. Most of us have issues because we were there.
You know what's so crazy? Do you know with the new buildings over there in Tennessee that Elon Musk got up, that they're shooting out so much carbon monoxide and gas that's going to be the next group? So you know how right now we don't know how it's going to affect them in the future, but some people are getting asthma real bad and lung problems, but they're trying to open up these AI plants all over the country. Like they have another one, but they're focusing on Black towns to put them in. Like the next one's going to be in Louisiana, and I think it's Facebook that's going to be putting up that AI farm. So that's what's crazy. That's going to be the next pollutant that's going to be messing up the Black community.
So my next question: you think that these chemtrails could be something that we can unify on across the country? I mean, it has no bias though. It has no bias in it. It's hitting everybody.
Not chemtrails, but like I would say, like that Elon Musk thing, where it's going to be specific a building. Because chemtrails is, I mean, there's no real way to focus on pinpoint. That's the word. But like the like how like they had that on top of a building in Tennessee, and clearly you could see the gas going over it. You could smell it. The whole thing. Stuff like that, they need to be suing Elon Rich behind and saying my kid, you know.
But it might be. I mean, they do have a correlation to pollution and high crime and poverty. So if they could prove that the chemtrails is a product of pollution, and then they might some of these poverty-stricken cities might have an argument, but then they're gonna have to prove that the chemtrails is not jet streams. That's going to be the hardest part because we got people that's doing whistleblowing, but you're going to have to prove it on paper that they actually doing it. And so it'll be interesting to see them for them to do such a thing.
Well, I mean, now they have cloud seeding. So how do you know the difference between cloud seeding and chemtrailing?
Right.
That's release stuff in the air for mosquitoes to kill the mosquitoes. I think it's spray. So which one? How do you know which one is chemtrail?
So yeah, so one thing, this is making me think of a few months ago, we were on social media. There was a conversation about Black men going to college. And so issues like this underscore the importance of Black men going to college so you can be in a position to start trying to solve some of these issues.
College ain't gonna do it.
Because they do know that what Elon is doing, they already know the problems behind it. Those communities have been fighting it before we even got there because they know what issues it will bring forward. They already know. You don't have to wait 15 years later.
Yeah, they know.
Because scientists know what these chemicals are, and they know how they pollute the air and how they affect people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so college ain't gonna do it. What, y'all going to prison gonna do it? What's gonna do it?
Nah.
So what's gonna do it?
Why y'all? It's like y'all love to insult people. At least ask me why. At least ask me why I said what I said. Make me qualify why I said. Don't just go into prison.
I asked the question.
We could sit up and insult each other all day long. Where is gonna get it?
I didn't insult you. How was asking a question insulting you?
Okay, well, don't insult me at the same time.
I didn't insult you. I asked the question: is going to prison going to help Black men solve the problem? Because a lot of Black men go to prison.
You know what? And let me tell you about prison and what y'all don't know.
I don't care about prison. I just asked you.
Okay, but since you asked me, I'm gonna tell you. You asked me, so I'm gonna tell you. I know
No,
you
I
don't
asked
know.
if it's gonna help
It's
y'all
a lot of stuff you don't know. I know it's a lot of stuff you don't know. But what I'm saying, you asked me, so since you asked me, I'm gonna tell
I
you.
didn't ask you
The
what you're
thing,
answering.
yeah,
I
you
asked
did,
if
because
it's
you
gonna
asked me
help
with
y'all
prison.
solve the problems
Okay, you
that
asked
we
me with
have in our
prison.
communities.
See, now
No.
Let me try to clear it up. Hold on. She asked, "Will it solve
Hey,
the
brother,
problem?"
you're gonna
Right,
be
that's
another
what I'm
victim
telling her.
like me.
Okay,
So
all right,
she
hold on. So
asked me the
I want
question.
to, I want to
So
get
I
it.
can tell her about prison.
Hold on.
So she asked me, I'm gonna tell her.
Hold on. I got you. I want to have the space to answer the question. Will prison help black men? Go ahead.
No, solve problems. Help
Oh.
black men solve the problems in our community.
Okay, that goes back.
And
The
we were
thing
talking
about
about
our
the air
community,
pollution, environmental pollution. That's the
Absolutely
problem we were
not.
just talking about.
I'm just saying
Well,
because
if you remove the criminal element out the community, then it
no,
should help.
I made my comment because
Wait, I was
it's like
asking him a question.
Yeah, let him
Oh,
answer.
okay.
Yeah, let him get a chance to answer.
okay, the problem with our community is a layer of multiple things. You know, y'all try to lean on.
No,
You
we
think
were
that if you
talking
don't.
about environmental
Maybe he
pollution.
get there.
We're talking
Maybe he'll
about
get there.
environmental
That was
pollution
10
right now, not
seconds the
all of
brother
the
No,
got.
you
problems.
asked me a
Maybe he'll get
specific
there.
question. I'm asking
That
a
was
specific
10
question.
seconds the brother
Hey,
got.
I'm gonna let y'all have it, man, because y'all, hey, I appreciate you, Sharon.
Come
I
on,
didn't come
don't
up here to argue with people, and I have not disrespected anybody. I appreciate all y'all.
Nah, we
I
wanted
know
to hear
all
what you were
y'all been
saying,
doing this
brother.
come on, man.
longer than
Don't leave.
me, but
We want to hear what you were
I
saying,
don't want
brother.
to get into a back and forth insult. Only time I
Yeah,
come up and
you
people talk
gotta,
about
you gotta roll
anything,
past that, man.
Nobody
y'all
insults
got
you.
it, bro. Y'all got it because
Just get to the meat of the
I'm not
question.
going.
Don't mind her. Don't
I'm not.
mind her.
Nah, go ahead, brother.
I'm not
Make
gonna
your
get into
point.
the
We want to hear
insults,
what you
bro.
had to
I don't
say.
do that.
Ain't nobody insult you.
We want to hear what you had to say, brother.
Well,
Go
you
ahead, get to
attempted
your
to.
point.
I mean,
No,
my
I
feelings
didn't.
hurt. I just
Okay,
say
if I was
I'm
attempting to
good,
insult
fam.
you,
I'm
it would have
good,
There
sounded
fam.
you
a whole
go.
lot different than that. And
Even
me
when I went
asking
to
a
answer,
question
you
is
still
not
cut
going to
me off.
insult you.
Hey, even when I went to answer, you still cut me off, fam. You wouldn't even let me
Because
get
you
out
were
what I
about
said.
to answer
Even
something I
if
didn't
even
ask.
if I
Go ahead.
said the stupidest shit in the world, let me just say the stupid shit in the world, and you could clean it. You could do the dishes. You
Right.
dig what I'm saying? But
Why?
y'all can't do that, man. Y'all can't control
Why
yourself.
would
That's
we let
another
you say the
problem.
stupidest
That's
shit in the world?
another
That's
problem
dumb
with the
shit.
black community is that y'all don't have the ability to control yourselves. See, you niggas think that y'all too much different than poor black people, but y'all not. Y'all just as hateful. Y'all just as mean, and y'all a group of people who really don't like each other. And this is why y'all talk to each other like that. Because every time I say something, I have to continue telling motherfuckers I'm not trying to argue. And y'all do the same shit over and over.
Everything's not an
Most
argument, brother.
our people come from either a poor background or a middle class background. We all basically come from the same place. But then you get black people who get a little money, and the brothers do it too. I'm not talking about black female male. I'm talking about our people. And we have a tendency to like to talk down to each other. The thing is if you know more than me, that's okay. Then we supposed to help each other out. But it seemed like on YouTube, and I was looking at a panel today, and I be looking at brothers like, man, you got all these brothers and sisters that come on YouTube that got all this so-called education and all this knowledge, dudes coming out the military. I know you wouldn't have got a skill, but opposed to coming on here trying to teach somebody how to do something. Half these dudes, you don't even know what the fuck they do in their life. We just know what the motherfucker on YouTube talk about that they got all this money. We always talking about money. But what I'm saying is we never tell our people how we did it. If they do tell you, like Anton, they gonna sell it to you. You see what I'm saying? But yet anything else, when they talk about man, woman, and this and that shit is all day long. I don't get off into that, fam. I'm not saying that I know everything. I'm not saying I know everything. I just interjected on what I know about. That's why I come up on certain panels. Even if you look at Freeze, I come up with people talking about mostly stuff that has to do with race and politics. I don't get off in the man-woman dynamic. That's why I don't come on panels with dudes talking about women and talking about that. Because I don't get off into that stuff. Because there's a lot of feelings. But I mean, motherfuckers
I
about
respect that.
jailbirds and prison and all that. It has nothing to do with somebody. Everybody has a capacity to change their life. But it's like our people like to use certain things that somebody stumbled, act like they perfect people. If we went through everybody's life, we'll find out that a lot of our people that done some undesirable shit. That a lot of our people are degenerates, just like other people. But see, everybody don't put their business out there. But I'm saying that what that has to do with somebody changed their life. We like to hold people to negative shit all the time. A lot of this shit is negativity. And I'm saying it didn't got to the point where the conversation is turning to a lot of arguing and a lot of what the black man doing, because he wasn't like that at first.
What about
I was just talking about issues. Now they just turned into
just let them get it out.
said this, black men said that, black women this. Man, I don't get off of that black man, black woman shit, man, because I love all my people. I respect all my people, no matter what level you are, whether you poor, whether you rich. I respect all. When I used to go to Chicago when I was 19 years old. I used to sit and talk to homeless people all the time. So I don't get off into that. I don't get off into a lot of this shit y'all trying to get off. You know, y'all arrogant. And niggas
Nah,
ain't
I get it, brother. I get it.
But
That's not to everybody.
I mean,
Some
it
of
is
us,
what it is. I just
some
put
of us
opinion on some
accept
facts.
where you're coming from in terms
But
of the dialogue.
it's like y'all want to start arguing. It's like y'all can have a conversation without arguing.
But that is an answer, though. You can
What's
say that,
arguing
you
about?
can say that the prisoners got their GEDs in prison. Maybe they went to college in prison and learned.
Motherfucker, I went to college before I went to prison. I graduated from high school, got accepted in Purdue. I did all this shit. I did the application. I did the motherfucking essay. I did
You see how much
SAT.
grace we're giving you? You see how much grace we giving this man on his tantrum? Like, come on.
What have you done? What are you talking about? I done experienced everything. You say that to say what?
To give you the answer, because she asked you a question about what's going on in prison and what are men in prison. Boom, they go to college and they do this to become better society. Some of them come out.
That's not what she asked, though.
A lot of them have. A lot of them have, and that's what the point I was making before I got cut off.
Trails and stuff like that. What do they do?
A lot of them have. I know guys but I was to say that.
Can she ask her question again? Because I don't
know, dude.
No,
y'all don't really want the answer. Y'all wanna just.
I want you to shut the fuck up.
But I can't tell you.
Many of the men involved in the medical, many of the men involved in the marijuana business were felons.
Hold on,
I know guys
hold on, everybody. Hold on. Okay. We got it out.
Hey, Sherrod. Hey, the shit got out of hand, brother. But it's cool. I'm an argumentative motherfucker, but I ain't mad at him. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to keep it to a point. But I ain't mad at him.
Hey, listen, this is why, I ain't gonna lie. This is why
got out of hand, my nigga.
Hey, Steve Rich, this is why I love our people, because
I ain't mad at nobody, bro. I ain't no sister nigga, bro. I ain't mad at him.
I got you.
I know what the game is before I got in.
Okay.
I know the YouTube game.
Hold up, man. We gotta discuss something real quick, man. First of all,
brother, you know, I gave my donation to the cause. I appreciate everybody up here. I appreciate because I ain't nobody. So I know that everybody's been doing this shit. I know y'all been doing this shit, so I appreciate even come up, even talk to y'all, bro.
Yeah, peace, Tom.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm out of here, big dog.
All right, thank you. Make sure you come back tomorrow, man. Make sure you come back.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I ain't mad at nobody. Appreciate it.
All right.
You know what, man? This joint was funny. I ain't gonna lie. There was a lot of things that was said. It's too much. Too much. You allow too much for that man to say all that, bro. You allow way too much.
Dang it. He do look like Mark Curry. I wish I had picked that up before he left, so I could have made fun of him.
Hey, Sharon, he more like Biggie. I go on and on and on and on.
Not lying about that,
sis. Got to make a point.
Hey.
No, but you know what? Did y'all realize he talked himself into one complete circle? If I really listen to his words, one of the last things he said that alerted me, he says, "I'm argumentative." And I said, "Are you serious right now?" Okay.
Hey, we bring the truth out these men. We bring the truth out of them. But only said that because, Sharon's, his premise is solution based. So I'm saying, is this something we can come together on? Chemical pollutions. Is this something, because it's absent of bias, it's absent of gender war, it's absent of all the nuances that we argue over. Is this something we can come together? So PA said, well, because of the
The
education
solution is
levels.
collective individuality.
You see how we don't never cut the man off first, Sharon. We never do that.
You always do that. Let's be real. You cut me off, you cut him off. That's what you always do. You asked the question, I wanted to answer it very simply, right? My type of time is collective individualism. No, I'm not trying to save all y'all no more, right? Collective individualism.
Right. So then your answer is no. It's not something that we can unify on. Okay, go back. Stop the cap. What were you saying? Jesus.
I'm back.
I was just bringing us back to the subject about chemtrails. I'm interested because I be seeing the planes in my community and stuff like that. So it's alarming to me, right? So I just asked, is this something we can come together on a common goal to talk about this collectively and have the same goals of, oh, let's get a petition going. Let's get something going across this country on this subject. It's absence of bias, it's absence of a lot of things. And then PhD would say, well, these men don't consider education. So, you know, and then when she brought up jail and prison, it triggered CG, whatever his name is, CG? Rich, it triggered him because he gets on here and talking about he was a jailbird or, you know, prisoner.
There's nothing wrong with that. What?
It is something wrong with it because it is something wrong with it because
if he was triggered, if he's a reformed man and he was triggered by a shot at his past, that's human, right? So now the question is, do we have empathy for our people or not? Do we value our people or not? Because if you valued him like I do, actually hearing what he was trying to say, you wouldn't have felt the need to go back and forth. It would have been more about what's the bridge? How do we understand each other, right? It's more about the overlap. If you take two circles, put them together, yeah, it doesn't all overlap. But where's that portion in the middle where we agree?
Well, I tried to agree with him and tried to give him.
So that's why I answered your question, no.
I tried to give him a thing, but he went off on me. I tried to give him a thing. Well, they go to school. They you check it out. They do the. He just went on out on me. I'm like, well, I'm trying to have your, give you like a what's the word when you give somebody a thingamajig, whatever.
Come on, sis,
critique. You just give us a critique.
Yeah, being a man, we don't.
No, she mean an olive.
You ain't no victim.
She mean an olive branch. She gave him an olive branch.
Gave him an olive branch that he could have probably went with and been able to prove a point, but he still didn't take it. So it's like, well, whatever. Bro.
Well, you know, you have that ability.
And I'm not a mama. I'm not a mammy.
You pride yourself on having that effect.
You kind of is a mammy.
Mission accomplished.
These little secrets.
But it's okay.
I don't know, man. What are you talking about? You just
so in other words, that so in other words,
chill. I'm going back on mute, moron.
We can't come together on anything.
Well, here's the question. Change.org has petitions, right, about chemtrails. But do those petitions really do anything? Like, what was a petition? Does it actually count or matter?
Yes. Yes, it does count. It counts towards something. It's the beginning stages of getting some shit done. Because when you have a petition, you gather up enough people, then you know you have enough people involved in it. Then now you go to the next level. So yes, petitions actually do work, and it would get your local government to start to recognize it and know that people are concerned about it. And then now you could force whoever your local government is to vote a certain way because you have a certain amount of people on that certain topic. Just like, for example, in Jersey right now, they about to have a new governor election. And if you are a homeschool person in New Jersey and a couple of other states, this is a real big thing of which way you're going to vote, depending on what side of the aisle you want to be with homeschooling. I think in Texas is also up for a debate as well. There's a couple of states right now homeschool is a big deal. And if you vote Democrat right now, you ain't for homeschooling. So right now, if you're a homeschool parent, you're going to vote Republican. So yes, it makes sense because a lot of people vote on what is important to them. So yes, petitions are important. Go ahead, Diva. Diva not there. What it says?
Why you ain't say go ahead, Wall Street?
Wait, I'm here.
Go ahead, Diva.
$5. Mark Curry was a new one. I never heard that one. I had to laugh myself. That was funny.
So I think petitions are important. It's the start of something, and you could definitely get something. You could at least find out some information. Then you could get things declassified. Like, it's a long process, especially for something like chemtrails. And then we have to build off the science that places that got heavy pollution, that's where it's heavy crime at, versus places that don't have heavy pollution, they got lower crime, they got lower part. Like, it's a lot of information that you could start, with that petition, because you need the money to do the research to even make the petition turn into some real live class action lawsuit. So it's a lot, because a class action lawsuit is very expensive.
But I was going to say to stop the cap that there are several petitions on change.org about chemtrails, but they're more localized to each city that the chemtrails are happening in. That's what I've noticed. That's what I see.
Well, I wasn't saying it like that. I'm saying how many black people we got in this country? It's like it's hard for us to find something to stand on and to unify on. So I just threw it out there. Is this something that we can unify on as black people in this country? That's all I was saying.
I would say we can unify if it has to do with the white man in opposition. If it has to do with the white man in opposition, we can unify on that. That's easy.
That's really easy. I respect that answer.
That's like because you agree with the answer.
It's a lightning rod.
Yeah, but then it refutes what they were saying.
Rod, but pardon me again. I apologize.
Because it refutes what they were saying about we don't have empathy. We don't care about each other. This is something we can care about each other. If I'm in one state, I can sign a petition for your state, and it's millions of us in this country. Is this something we can come together on?
I believe a unified thing can happen on the whole country. Yeah, I believe that can happen. I was just speaking towards, like, you want black people specifically only, it had to be something white. I was only speaking to that. I believe we can all unify against something.
Yeah, this chemical, what PhD said, she said this chemical pollution that's affecting black communities. This is something we all can jump on board with, what minus our bias and our personal perspectives of each other. That's all I'm saying.
I disagree.
There are several issues that if we wanted to unify and start, pressing for change or whatever, that, there's plenty of issues we could unify on, right? Healthcare or, health. So education, right? Sharon was just talking about homeschooling versus, I guess, the other option is public school, putting more money into public schools.
Correct.
Department of
Which
Education.
is, look, Malcolm X told us in the 60s, why would you let your oppressor educate your children?
Crazy.
That's always been my my outlook on it. But, a lot of black people don't seem to have a problem with, public education, despite all of the research that's saying that, maybe that ain't the best option. Nevertheless, so it's a lot of stuff we do.
And the thing is that I'm paying attention to it because, once it starts passing in one state, it usually, it turns into a trend. And then if it turns into a trend that the whole country is going to be on one side of the aisle on what homeschooling is, that's very scary for me. Because what essentially what they're doing is that they are blaming homeschool parents for what the public school has done, because they were stealing money from the kids that got taken out of school. And they was acting like the kids were still in school so they could get that check, because they get paid per head. And so now they trying to regulate homeschool because of that. So, like, hey, you need to regulate that school, not the home parents.
Right.
So what do you think about the $10,000 and $30,000 that Trump is giving to homeschool parents?
Right, but that's just for Houston, but that's for special need kids. So it's interesting.
Well, 30 for special needs and 10 for regular kids.
But the 10,000 that you're talking about, that is for after you spend 10,000.
Well, before we even get to that,
it's a tax write-off, not a tax credit. So, and a lot of people don't know the difference between a write-off and a credit. But however, he's giving you a write-off saying that if you spend $10,000 on your kid from homeschooling, and then you can write that off. So that is a pretty decent situation. I do like it. I'd rather a tax credit, so this way maybe that will alleviate some of the shit I gotta pay. But
now here's the deal, though. The reality is that isn't just for homeschooling. That's also for private schooling as well. You get this $10,000 credit because the goal is to privatize schools. Now, how do we end up as Black people when that happens, right? It's not going to benefit us. $10,000, like, well, what I pay for my daughter's education, right? That 10,000 would be a great help, right? But if you can't bridge the gap, which clearly most parents from these impoverished communities, right? They're not bridging the gap with things like Kumon, right? They're not spending money on their children's education. So let's say you in Chicago and 10,000 is what they give you, and 16,000 is how much it costs for a year. What's gonna bridge the gap before you selling your education credits for like EBT? I'm just saying.
It's just to give homeschool. It's just to give parents that is paying into their child's education some kind of relief. That's really what it is. It's technically.
But there's another side of this, Sharon.
It's like I said, it's a write-off, not a credit. So we got to make sure we understand that it's not a credit.
How can you do
the
a credit?
other side of that,
when there's
Sharon,
no
is the
state-
crash
no
on
state
public
tax?
education, right? While public education may not be perfect, right? The detriment that it would have to the community for the unwanted students, because again, if you're talking about privatizing education, one thing most parents know who really value their children's education and are dealing with public schooling, they know about those charter schools, right? They know they have great schools in their community, but guess what? It's a lottery for 250 spots and it's 2,500 kids applying, right? So that's never gonna benefit us. 10,000, even if you gave us 20.
So
It's
the
still
reason
gonna
why
put
I
us at a
think
disadvantage because not all these schools are gonna want all of our babies.
so, I think the 10,000 write-off is solid, but a lot of people not going to be able. It's up to 10,000. So if you spend
They're not gonna be able
5,000,
to bridge the gap.
what I'm saying, if you spend 5,000, you also get that as a write-off. It's up to 10,000. So most people, so that's just what that is. However, what it can do, it can entice people to start homeschooling more instead of paying 12,000 for the year for babysitting. Maybe now one of y'all could sit your ass down while one person you live off of one income because
Now let's put a pin in that, right?
position when you on Section 8 anyway. They about to cut that off for the next, they're about to
How does
limit
the
it to just 2
CNA
years.
do that?
Shit.
Right. Why you can't let people finish? You can't have a conversation if you keep talking over people.
It was just a question I was giving them the
Yeah,
floor
but
right
you've
back.
been
How does the
interjecting the
CNA do
whole
that,
time.
Sharon?
You've been interjecting the entire time he was talking.
So, Sharon, can I write off my tutoring I pay every year for my child?
You can. Yes, you can. You can
I'm
write
about
off.
to go
already
do it.
been able to
You
do
can
that.
write off tutoring. Yeah.
Right.
But I have a question. So what about the fact that they're trying to make special education children not get a regular, like they'll put them in a special school, and then they're not going to get their college education, get their high school diploma, and then they're going to pay $30,000 if you homeschool those children, because a lot of special education kids get mainstream. So you're taking them out of a school and then putting them amongst other special education kids, and then they don't have the option of getting mainstreamed at that point now. So
the thing is that you still get a diploma if you homeschool. That's number one. Number two, they're not giving you $30,000.
Well, no, I'm saying that the schools, what the new law is going to be, what they're trying to pass is that special education kids will get taken out of the regular schools, put into a special school for special education, and they will not get their diploma because they will only be given life skills to survive and not necessarily be on the track of a certain thing. So now that happens, then that means that they don't have the chance to get mainstreamed into regular school system societies. And now, like you're going to have to homeschool them to even give them the skills that they need to be able to truly survive in the world.
More importantly, you can forget about Dartmouth.
I think the special needs situation, it got to depend on the parents on how severe the special need kid is. Because sometimes the special needs because they're not able to walk a certain way and wheelchairs and different things of that nature as well. But if your kid is somebody that just needs to be daycared, you really don't have that many options anyway. They're not gonna have but if your kid is a special needs kid that can get through curriculum and go to school and eventually work somewhere, then that's a different. I think it's up to the parent with that special education part.
Well,
Well,
I think
I'm gonna give an example. P. Diddy, not to talk about him, but he was actually special needs, but he went to Howard University and he's a billionaire.
You could tell, you could see how he looked. He was special.
Right, you can see how he talked. Right, he looked like a big retard. But so
mean.
Black people, fresh out of enslavement, were creating systems to educate their own children, right? And I'm talking about even when we were accepted into public schools, a lot of those public schools came from schools that were already created by Black people. They just absorbed them into the public school system, right? So the Black people had provided the land, provided the buildings, the teachers, whatever. And so in 2025, can we not, as a community, figure out a better way of educating our children? Okay, if they give you $10,000 to $30,000, if we get groups of people who are able to get that and put them, create some type of community school. Can we solve our own problems, or does it always have to be a government?
The answer is no.
We have to donate to the MPMG Academy. Umar Johnson is a.
No, thank you. We will not.
Can I answer this question real quick, guys? So the thing I realized is that we don't really we are able to identify so many things. We have no problem with identifying. We have a problem with the how, the application. But we have to first look at the foundation. Now, I was trying to rhyme, but I did rhyme a little bit. But besides the point, our foundation, for the most part, our families, that's where it starts. And if you're being honest with yourself, I'll be real honest with you. I just came off of this weekend, this visit my family, and somebody trip, whatever. And I said, I'm not gonna make it this year, but you should better make it there, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And she says, well, I can't get to New York. I said, how can you not get to New York? You got family here. She says, you don't know your family? I said, what you talking about? You can't I get a ride from a complete stranger at my job to another state somewhere. You mean tell me no one in the family can take you up, blah, blah, blah? She said, you don't know how shiesty your family is? So that lets me know that when I have to outsource, see people who don't know me, like strangers, take me to the airport, or people I work with who can have the time and actually do that for me, but not my own family, that's an issue. So you have to look at that right there and understand, like, we don't have a strong family structure. There's nothing we can build upon on that. We can have all these ideas. These are great ideas, great concepts, but the how cannot be addressed until we fix ourselves from the bottom up.
That's not true, though, right? So coming fresh out of enslavement, the family structure was torn apart, right? The reason we started having family reunions is because people were looking for their family members. And so family was whoever was around you at the time. And that's how those people built those systems. We didn't need perfect conditions. And I don't know why in 2025, Black people, particularly the males, think that you got to have perfect laboratory conditions in order for any solution to come about or to develop any solution. That's absolutely not true, Marvelous.
Okay, I'm not saying perfect. Wait. I want to wait. Stop. Let me have this debate with PhD real quick, man. I never have a debate. So what I'm trying to say is this: I'm not saying perfect, ma'am. I'm not. I'm saying that we are cohesive. There's an understanding. I'm saying that we don't have an understanding within certain family structures where you guys resent each other. So it's like, how y'all want to be unified when y'all can't unify within your own household?
So Marvin, real quick.
What I'm saying is that they weren't unified in that moment, but they were taking the like-minded people around them and doing what they needed to do to solve problems.
So they became new families because they got with people who are like-minded and want to move in a direction.
Right. And so in Black communities, we have churches on every corner. Aren't those groups of like-minded people?
I'm not necessarily, but yes, I know where you're going with this.
Yes. Generally speaking, they are. That's why they all going to the same church, right? Because if you find out, maybe you don't know Black church culture, but if something go on that you don't agree with, people quick to renounce their membership and go somewhere else. And so those are fairly like-minded people. And so we could use churches, because again, it's one on every corner in Black communities, to house the schools, right? Because generally speaking, churches aren't in use during the day when most people at work.
Okay, so I'll go to a more in-depth part of my conversation. No, I'm gonna go to more in-depth part. I'm saying, I'm saying you're not wrong. You're still kind of siding with me a little bit by saying we're creating families by going to a church family or whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that family in general, your foundation from what you grew up. If you grew up in dysfunction, disarray, disagreement, all these things, being disagreeable, you're making it harder to be likable, approachable, or even to work with. And if it doesn't go one like particular way, if you find one imperfection, you just going, but you're not willing to compromise, it's because of how you were raised. And I'm saying that we have to at least come to a point to where, okay, we have to address the next man community because we can't
You're
be
speaking
all.
more to culture.
Yes, we can't all be like this in a sense of being all disarrayed and dysfunctional. It's not a thing. Like we can honestly be, we have been. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not to say that we can't be. We have been in the past. But right now we have to at least address the fact that we are actually dysfunctional right now.
And
Wait,
now
so that's
here's
the
my
thing,
middle
though.
ground
You
between the
don't
two.
know enough about history because if you're saying we used to be, even during the civil rights movement, when people think that black people were in lockstep, it was a lot of black people who did not like Martin Luther King and said he was a rabble rouser, he was rocking the boat and creating problems. And so you do not need a consensus to do something. All you need is the people, the like-minded people around you who have the same plan. It's just like those white people who tried to at least go into the woods and build their own white community. All you need is like-minded people. And it just troubles me that our men are so incapable of problem solving, right? Because that's supposed to be y'all's strength, right? That's supposed to be where y'all shine. Y'all told us that you was more logical. Y'all told us that we should come to you for provision, protection, and problem solving, right? But then when we have a problem and we say, okay, let's devise some solutions, it's always, we can't do it. Bomb. Remember when we was over on your channel? And we was talking about the black community outside of Dallas that's been without running water for 40, 50 years. And then we said, what about solutions? And all of the black men, and these were educated black men. Gabe was over there. We can't do it. It can't be done. Can't nothing be done about it. And then Bomb pulled up a video where some little college white boys went over there and started devising a solution.
I don't think a black man could tell you a solution.
Wait, 1 second. Sorry, go ahead, Diva.
Yeah. So I think y'all so easy to give up and say things can't be done when you've done them in the past. That's the crazy thing. You've done it before, and you did not have perfect conditions.
All right, got you. I'm not. Wait, stop, man. This is not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, I agree. We can unify. I'm not saying it has to be perfect or unconditional. We can do that. I'm saying what the issue right now is. I say this now. Individuality is very strong in our community. It really is. Being individuals, standing out on your own. That's actually an American thing in general. But I'm saying with us, it really has a chokehold on us. We really find it hard to work with each other, and that's all I'm really saying. Like we'll be willing to sell out a lot to other communities before we even sell to each other. So I'm saying, like, we have to address that problem right there. That's all I'm saying.
It's not you got plenty of black people who are unifying. First off, my assertion is not that we all need to be unified. I'm pointing out to you how we have been able to solve problems with just the like-minded people around us, that we did not need everybody to be in lockstep. Right. And so to me, that just seems like an excuse to get out of having to do anything, because, again, we've seen plenty of instances where it didn't take everybody to be on the same page and people are still able to create solutions and implement them.
Didn't we all just boycott Target and then we're successful with that? So this is a modern day example of us coming together with one goal and actually accomplishing something. So why are we so negative about
I think that the black people who are doing the work have fallen back because they can't get a word in edgewise, right?
I like the concept. I like the concept of using the churches.
Perfect example.
I like the concept of using the churches. What about all those vacant buildings? What about all the recreational places that they had that they closed up? I mean, they used to have like swimming out in Brooklyn. Remember, Sharon? They used to have all those public pools and stuff, and they closed them up.
Betsy Head Pool, baby, is still open. It's one of the last ones.
Yeah, so those are things that definitely can be
Night
used
pool
as
is not black
homeschooling.
empowerment.
But do you
Night
guys
pool is only gonna get us so far. I love night pool as well, my sister. I loved night pool. That's only gonna get us so far. In reality,
let her finish. Let her
in
finish. Let her
reality,
finish the overarching point. You cannot just
All
pick
right,
that
my
one
fault.
point out, and you got to get the whole gist of what she is trying to
No,
communicate.
I was just saying that those type of examples, and branching off of what PhD was said, like if that is something that we would like to look into and keep the option of having homeschooling, because we all know that not everybody's going to rock with homeschooling. A lot of people are not built for it. That's just perfectly clear. But the ones who are interested in doing it, or they want to start knowing how to do it, then we should provide that option for them, right?
All right.
Yes.
So I just want to say this, right? You Negroes, right, are setting up the exact same argument that'll be had later on. Because here's the reality: there are black men doing these things. There are black groups who are benefiting their own. But you know what you're going to do when they put that work in, when they build something for their own? You're going to point up that hill at me and say, those boulets sold us out, right? You niggas, you Negroes want to be down the hill arguing, debating, but never want to let those who are putting in work lead. My argument is you prove you get to control the conversation when you're bringing something beneficial to the conversation. When you're telling your peoples, yo, me and a bunch of my homeboys in the field we're in, we all work remote. We're looking now because we don't have to drive to an inner city, not inner city, but to a metropolitan area every day. We're looking at cheaper property. We're looking to build those black communities we're talking about, piece by piece. That's never discussed. And furthermore, when it is discussed, oh, but they ain't doing nothing. Oh, but they ain't, that's just one. And right? Like, there's not that support in the community. So to those black men who are earnest-hearted in what they're trying to do for their own, forget the world, what you're trying to do for your babies, right? My personal strategy has been collective individualism. I can't save the rest of you Negroes. Y'all want to argue more. I got to leave y'all where y'all are. There's nothing wrong with that. I think there's a culture in our community to say that the ones that say, you know what, I'm going this way, and if you're not going to follow me, then God bless you. We usually crown them as the sellouts and the coons. You know why? Because they were successful and you weren't, right? So my only beef is with the fact that black men aren't doing these things. I want to be a shining example that, yeah, we got plans. And in the meantime, we're doing all right where we are. That's it.
All right.
Sir,
Okay.
you were not part of the boule. Go ahead.
I got one thing I wanted to say was like, so
I
it's
didn't
kind of
even
good. One thing I
choose
wanted to
that boule lifestyle, sis. One day I was making so much money, I looked up and I said, oh, I'm from
Yeah,
St.
you
Nicholas
say
Projects,
lying,
sis.
but
Sis,
that's
I am
not.
from St. Nicholas Projects. One day I looked up and saw doctors around me. I didn't choose this life, but I
You are not part
aligned
of the boule,
with what they're
sir.
trying
And
to
you
do.
not up the hill with us looking up at you. There's several people on this panel who
See,
got
that's the
way
one
more
thing
than
you
you
don't
got.
talk about. When you saw those linoleum houses, they were down the hill, right? I was on my
No,
deck.
it was yours. We
I
saw
was on my
yours, sir.
back
They
deck.
were literally across the street from you. What are you talking about?
It was down the hill, sis.
No, it was
I
across
was
the
on my
street from
deck.
you. We saw several up, right,
All right,
and
well,
we
we can
saw the
rewind
ones
the
right
tape.
across the street,
They already
sir.
rewinded the tape on y'all
And as a
5 years
matter of
ago.
fact, when I pointed out to
I'm
you that you
masculine.
had
I'm
siding on
confident we don't have to
Forsyth,
argue it.
then you
Rewind
said,
the tape.
oh, well,
But
I'm
here's the
from
point,
such
though.
and such a
Here's the
project, so
point.
this doing good
And
for
here's
me.
where
And I said,
brothers
it
like
might
hood
be, but sir, you
conservatives
don't have no
have a
money. You in a
problem,
very
right?
regular ass
You
neighborhood.
cannot complain
You
about
are
what's
in a
not getting
very regular
accomplished
ass
if you want to
neighborhood,
lead.
sir.
If you have the
Right?
biggest meat in the room, sis, you do it. Stop talking about what we not accomplishing. You have the biggest meat in the room, right? You proud of that, right? You do it. Why you not doing it?
Well, she is
Right?
doing
I
it.
don't have
She actually
anything.
is
Right.
helping
She
campaign for
not
people.
doing nothing. She's
Yes, she
tearing
is. She
down other
said that
black
she's
men.
helping.
Period,
No,
point blank.
she said
What
that
is she
she's
doing?
helped. She did a whole thing with
How many
Target.
scholarships has she given out?
Well, no, she actually
I'm
helped
willing to
black
go
people
on
get
board.
jobs.
I'm
She's
willing
actually
to
a
show
lot.
the programs I'm
Every
involved in
year,
and what
and we
we've
give
done.
out several scholarships. So what are you
Right.
talking about?
I hear you.
Baby, I'm a
I hear you.
rattler.
I hear you.
We
So then,
always give back.
so
What are you
then being
talking
that you
about?
have the biggest meat in the room, you lead. Stop complaining. You
Nobody's
control the
complaining. I was
conversation.
just telling y'all. I gave
I'm gonna
y'all.
get dropped in 2 seconds.
I gave
So I just want to get
y'all
off what I can get
some
off before I get
solutions,
dropped.
right? But
You
y'all was the
control
one
the
saying we couldn't do
conversation.
nothing.
You
And you
lead,
just at the
King.
mercy of the white man.
You
Well,
lead,
I get
King. Stop
I
talking
get I
about
gave you
me,
what I knew
King.
was true.
You lead, King.
Right.
Then
Absolutely.
you
But
realize
no,
that
she said
crown
that
ain't
she
so light.
actually helped
You
to
realize
get
that crown
people
is
back
kind of heavy.
jobs, black men
When
back
it's
jobs.
tasked to you to
Did
make
you
a
forget that?
difference, you
She
realize
does.
that crown is kind of heavy, right?
It
Right.
does make a
Right.
difference.
I
She
do
said that she
remember that.
lobbied and helped the whole legal situation, help people get their jobs back when they are unjustly with civil
You know
rights.
what? You know what she said after that, sis? She said, I helped a bunch of Negroes get $15 an hour jobs to push carts. That's what she said. She devalued.
I did.
She devalued
Yes,
what
that's
she
a
did.
joke. I am
So
funny.
basically,
I
no, it
am
ain't a joke.
witty.
You did a bunch of nothing.
Yes,
It's not
I
a
am
joke.
That was a
It's not
joke.
a joke.
That was
That's the point
Sir,
hood
I had
conservative
you
be
know
making. It's not a
that
joke.
in 7th
You did
and
a
8th
whole bunch
grade,
of
I was
nothing.
voted most witty.
Congratulations.
So
Congratulations.
you can't take that from me. You can't take that from me.
Ain't no
That's
joke.
That's personality.
I started
said most witty, most
listen,
witty.
I started the Pan African Community Think Tank, right? And we met for an entire summer. You know, me following Dr. Claude Anderson's lead that we should start think tanks. We met the whole summer every day. But you know how that whole thing ended? We came up with a solution, and then at the end we said, "Well, damn, we don't got the money to even fund this solution. So what we gonna do with it?"
It's crazy.
So it's great that we can come up with a solution, come together. I can get people together. I can get them to organize and talk and put together things, but you have to have the money to be able to execute. That's the
And
part.
then the thing is, I'm over here around the money. I know the money's there, but I get dropped. I can't get a word in edgewise, right? We can't. So to the original question she asked, can we make this, can we find this middle ground that we can push forward on the initiative against chemtrails? No.
Go ahead, Diva. You there? Diva.
Yes, sir. Either Man Williams, $2. Hit the goal.
Thank you so much, Eda Man. So I did get sent a new outro, so I'm gonna play that and we're gonna see if we like it. We're gonna see y'all later sometime mañana. Diva, you got any final words?
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me